Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1161 Long-Term Seclusion. Swish, swish, swish. The sword shadows from all directions sped towards Heavenly Venerate Shuan, forcing him to dodge. At first, he could still dodge, but the speed of these sword shadows became faster and faster. In less than 10 breaths of time, his body was destroyed by the thousands of sword shadows, leaving only his soul. The sword shadows stopped and gave him time to recover his body. Just as he did, the sword shadows attacked again. The cycle repeated. Heavenly Venerate Shuan was constantly killed and revived. This! Exclamation mark! Torture tormented him. He even cursed Li Yao, but unfortunately, he did not receive a response. At the same time, Li Yao and Han Yunjin left the heavenly Tao and flew towards the nearest world. You still have to be wary of this kid, Li Yao said meaningfully. Han Yunjin said, no matter what, he's still my son. He shouldn't harm me. Don't you have any questions about his soul? What do you mean? Han Yunjin frowned. Li Yao said meaningfully, can't you sense that in his previous life, he seemed to have a new soul? Han Yunjin nodded. Isn't he a new soul? With his potential, can he be so strong if he's a new soul? Has his cultivation been taught by you since he was young? No, Han Yunjin frowned. Previously, he had been puzzled. Why did Heavenly Venerate Shuan become stronger so quickly when his potential was clearly average? However, he did not think too much about it when he thought of the similar examples that had already appeared among the descendants of the Han family. Now he realized that something was wrong. Li Yao said helplessly, how can there be so many new souls? New souls often appear in connate lifeforms or new races. Most of the descendants of the Han family have their previous lives, including your precious son. I can already sense the power of his great Tao world. This kid must have been a great Tao Supreme in his previous life. Perhaps he hasn't sensed this now, but one day, he will awaken all the memories of his previous life. Han Yunjin was moved. A great Tao Supreme had reincarnated into the Han family. His first thought was that it was a scheme. A great Tao Supreme wouldn't be affected by the cycle of reincarnation. They would either be forced to enter it or on their own accord. No matter which it was, they could choose their background. The providence of the Han family was illustrious, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to reincarnate into their bloodline. The mighty figures were also afraid of misunderstandings and would not easily be affected by karma. However, that was only a guess. Heavenly Venerate Shuan was indeed his son. If it was all calculated in his previous life, he would have no children. Li Yao smiled. I'm just reminding you. In any case, the karma between you and your son has been established. I'll help you train him during this period of time. Thank you, mother. Han Yunjin sighed. 10 million years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. He had wanted to enter seclusion for 50 million years, but someone was looking for him, so he had no choice but to stop. Come in. With that, Han Yunjin, who had been waiting outside the Taoist temple for millions of years, entered. Han Tuo followed, but he had only waited for tens of thousands of years. Han Yunjin knelt down in front of him and said, Father, please save my son. Han Tuo also knelt down and bowed. Han Ju didn't say anything. Han Yunjin immediately told him what had happened to Heavenly Venerate Shuan. After being disciplined by Li Yao for 10,000 years, his temperament had changed greatly, making Han Yunjin very glad. In the following years, Heavenly Venerate Shuan helped the Han family overcome difficulties and open up many worlds. Later, Heavenly Venerate Shuan's cultivation level encountered a bottleneck and he went to find Han Tuo to cultivate. Han Tuo taught him for 1,000,000 years and asked Heavenly Venerate Shuan to go to the consciousnessless domain to find opportunities. He did not expect him to disappear. I searched for a long time but couldn't find that kid. I can only suspect that it's related to a Tao creator. Han Tuo frowned. He was also responsible for this matter. He had wandered in the consciousnessless domain before and knew many places of opportunities, so he recommended Heavenly Venerate Shuan go there. It would have been fine if Heavenly Venerate Shuan wasn't Han Yunjin's son. It was difficult to predict whether he would live or die. With Chu Shaoqi's example, Han Tuo felt that Han Ju might care about his grandson, so he came with Han Yunjin to seek help. Han Ju said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. He just disappeared for millions of years. Why worry? Isn't there a second person among your children who disappeared for millions of years or died young?" Han Yunjin hesitated. For some reason, Heavenly Venerate Shuan was once the most rebellious, but he was also the one he cared about the most. Han Ju said, "You can leave if there's nothing else. That kid won't die." Hearing this, Han Yunjin looked pleasantly surprised. Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief. Han Yunjin bowed and left, but Han Tuo stayed. He naturally wanted to ask about the great Tao world. Han Ju was not biased and allowed him to sense the basic rules. Even if it was only for an instant, it was enough for Han Tuo to get on the right track. One had to condense at least 7 supreme rules if one wanted to step into the Tao creator realm. Han Huang and the Tao ancestor, who had been the first to create a supreme rule, had yet to condense a second supreme rule. It would be at least 5 billion years before a new Tao creator appeared. Han Tuo hurriedly thanked him after he woke up. Han Ju waved his hand and Han Tuo left. Han Ju shook his head slightly as he looked at his departing back. Among his 5 children, the one who had the least relationship with him was Han Tuo. It was mainly because they had only interacted for a short period of time. Han Tuo was not the kind of person to behave like a child. To be honest, his eldest son was more reliable than his other children. Unfortunately, his potential was not good. He was only at the level of a chaotic fiend celestial. After his 2 sons left, Han Ju looked at the emails and entered cultivation. The endless era would not bring Han Ju joy before a new Tao creator appeared. Han Ju prepared to enter an unprecedented, long seclusion. Tao mystic realm. In a grand hall, Formless World stood on a platform and looked down at the dozens of figures before him. Among them were Chu Shaoqi and Chen Ju. Formless World's expression darkened as he said, "Everyone should understand why I called you here. From today onwards, the Tao mystic realm is not to fight among themselves anymore. We have to resist the attack of the primordial chaos together." Primordial origin brought billions of primordial lifeforms and declared that he wants to occupy the great Tao lake. This matter is very important. The entire Tao mystic realm has to join forces to resist him. A mighty figure asked, "It's said that you have a mighty figure as your backer. How dare he come?" It was no longer a secret that the formless, transcendent deity was the backing of Formless World. Formless World snorted. The great deity supervises the entire endless era. How can he be biased? He will indeed help me build the Tao mystic realm, but he won't interfere in the battle of factions. Besides, I don't care about the tiny primordial origin. I'll deal with him. All of you, resist the primordial faction. Since primordial origin dared to come, you can devour his primordial chaos. The mighty figures in the hall looked at each other. No one dared to refute, but many of them were from various factions, so their thoughts wandered. Formless World scanned the surroundings and said meaningfully, "It's time to take sides. You were only mediocre when you came here. You were like a mortal world that the various great Tao worlds don't need. I nurtured you to your current height. I hope you know that this battle is also a test. If you are disloyal, it depends on whether you dare to jump out of this boat." Chapter 1162 Chapter 1162 100 Creation Heavens Chosen. Chapter 1162 100 Creation Heavens Chosen. The battle between the Tao mystic realm and primordial origin quickly began, attracting the attention of the entire endless era. This was the first such a large-scale war after the great Tao immeasurable calamity ended. In the past, although there were endless wars, in the eyes of the great Tao supremes, they were all small fights. But it was different now. The 2 factions had no less than 5 great Tao supremes and more than 100 great Tao sages. It was not only all living beings watching. Even the Tao creators were watching. The Tao mystic realm represented the formless transcendent deity. They could use this to probe the formless transcendent deity's bottom line. The Lord didn't care. The formless transcendent deity was the highest status in the endless era. It was precisely because of the Lord that the formless transcendent deity did not dare to act too recklessly, so he had never made any mistakes. It was as if he treated all living beings as equals, but where was absolute equality? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Primordial origin dared to be the first to test the formless transcendent deity's bottom line. The various factions naturally supported him. Therefore, both sides had no allies in this battle. A third faction wouldn't dare to interfere. There have been very few pure factions fighting without outside interference since ancient times. Many mighty figures believed that this battle would decide the future of the next 10 billion years. If the Tao mystic realm lost, it meant that the formless transcendent deity was already restricted by the rules and did not dare to act recklessly. If primordial origin was defeated, it meant that the faction of the Tao creator could not be easily challenged. In the third Tao field, Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already 1.3 billion years old. This seclusion lasted for 500 million years. He had triggered the system's choice twice in this span of time. As expected, the option would only trigger every billion years after his billionth birthday. The most important thing was that the reward for his billionth birthday was no different from before. He was still speechless even now. The creation heavens chosen had already reached 109. He could draw 100 times today. After 500 million years, the number of supreme rules in the ultimate origin world had already reached 15. He had only revealed 9. The other supreme rules were hidden. He had to keep some trump cards. Han Ju first checked the blank domain. The Tao mystic realm and primordial origin were fighting. It had already lasted for millions of years, and it was still difficult to determine the outcome. The two sides involved too many worlds and domains, and there were also many great Tao sages. It was naturally difficult to decide the outcome in a short period of time. Han Ju saw Chu Shaoqi. This kid was already on his own and had become a capable subordinate of formless world. This kid still didn't know that his master was also a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju looked forward to how Chu Shaoqi and Huang Zuntian would interact in the future. Han Ju's other grandson, Heavenly Venerate Xuan, had already returned. Now, he was obediently helping the Han family expand their territory. This kid had already awakened his memories of his previous life. His identity was one of the 10 absolutes of the first chaotic assembly, Joseong's great Tao heaven. Back in the great Tao immeasurable calamity, after seeing the power of Han Ju, Han Huang, and Han Ling, he had an idea. After that, he secretly entered the cycle of reincarnation. He himself had a perfected great Tao supreme cultivation. It was very difficult to sense his actions unless the other party was a Tao creator. Heavenly Venerate Xuan was shocked after he awakened Joseong's great Tao heaven's will. He never expected that he was Heavenly Venerate Xuan. It was precisely because of this that he acted with his tail between his legs and did not betray the Han family. He realized that although the great Tao supreme realm seemed to surpass all living beings, it could not escape the schemes of a Tao creator. Han Ju had no objections to Joseong's great Tao heaven. Most of the descendants of the Han family had identities from their previous lives. They didn't care about Zhou Song's great Tao heaven as long as this kid didn't act recklessly. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Xuan's outcome had already been decided. Whether the future would change was another matter. Han Ju looked at the others next. The people he cared about were all living happily and didn't encounter any accidents. Han Huang had already condensed a second supreme rule, while the Tao ancestor began to break through to the third. The difference between the two of them was increasing. This showed his understanding of the Tao. Although Han Huang's potential far exceeded the Tao ancestors, his understanding of the rules was far inferior. After all, the Tao ancestor was once the number one person in the chaos. Creating a lineage was not something Han Huang could catch up to with his potential. It seemed that the Tao ancestor was going to become the first Tao creator in the endless era. Han Ju didn't mind this. After all, the two of them were good friends, although they rarely contacted each other. Han Ju retracted his gaze and rubbed his hands. Divine might heavenly sage, bless me. Give me a top-grade creation heavens chosen, Han Ju muttered to himself. The creation heavens chosen came from the ultimate origin world. Now that the ultimate origin world was becoming stronger, the creation heavens chosen was definitely stronger than before. Begin activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Han Wang has awakened an innate great creation heavenly envy ghost star. Your descendant Ru Daolong has awakened an innate great creation superstar. Your descendant Han Mo has awakened an innate great creation mystic heavenly star. Your son Han Tuo has awakened an innate great creation primordial war god star. Your grandson Chu Shaoqi has awakened an innate great creation karma Dao star. Your daughter Han Qing'er has awakened an innate great creation 10,000 sword origin star. Your descendant Hanju has awakened an innate great creation floating light flood star. Your son Han Tuo has awakened an innate great creation rule fixed star. Information flashed in front of Hanju. It only stopped after 100 times. Han Tuo actually drew 3 creation heavens chosen. So impressive. Han Qinger and Han Yunjin had both awakened the creation heavens chosen. Han Ling had another chance and accumulated 2 creation heavens chosen like Han Huang. Chu Shaoqi had drawn 2 creation heavens. When 2 chosen, the other creation heavens chosen his descendants. There were no repeats, but there were descendants with the same name. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that the creation heavens chosen could be accumulated continuously. 3 times was definitely not the limit. It was also a good thing that his son benefited the most. After all, his descendants were far removed from him. It was troublesome to rope them in. Han Ju looked up. Han Tuo, Han Qinger, Han Ling, Han Yunjin, and Chu Shaoqi were all in an awakening state. They would be reborn. Han Huang fell behind. Perhaps this was fate. He had already taken advantage of the creation heavens chosen and was ahead of the other clansmen. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. He first went to find Xing Hongshuan. She was very happy to see him. After all, it had been 500 million years. Why were you in seclusion for so long? Aren't you already invincible? Xing Hongshuan curled her lips. She already felt bored and numb. Eternal life was no longer so beautiful. Now, she felt that everything had lost its meaning. Han Ju smiled. I have to maintain invincibility. How can there be eternal invincibility? Xing Hongshuan asked. By the way, what do you think of the battle between the Tao mystic realm and primordial origin? The formless transcendent deity was the leader chosen by him. Primordial origin was also a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju's attitude was very important. Let nature take its course. It doesn't matter who wins. I can't be bothered. Besides, there are even conflicts between children. How can I care about every one of them? Everyone has their own goals. There's no need to be stubborn, Han Ju chuckled and said casually. Chapter 1163 Chapter 1163 Original Intention and Goal. Chapter 1163 Original Intention and Goal. Xing Hongshuan felt that Han Ju's words made sense, so she stopped thinking about this question. She changed the topic and voiced her doubts. She was very confused now and did not know what to do. Han Ju smiled and asked, do you remember when you met me? Xing Hongshuan nodded. Of course I remember. I'll always remember it. Think about your original intention. There must be something in this world that can make you happy and satisfied. It's just that you've forgotten, just like me. I'm still cultivating diligently because I like to cultivate, Han Ju said. Xing Hongshuan pondered. Han Ju smiled and said, don't think about it. Go back and take a look around. With that, a black vortex appeared behind Xing Hongshuan and forcefully pulled her in. She passed through space and time and returned to the Jade Pure Sect. Outside the Jade Pure Sect, Xing Hongshuan landed on the mountain path. Her gaze landed on the herb garden ahead. The herb slaves were busy. She saw a small figure. Han Ju. Xing Hongshuan was stunned for a moment before she suddenly became interested. At this moment, she sensed an aura behind her and immediately hid. She saw a male and female cultivator walking side by side to the entrance of the herb garden. The female cultivator was the young Xing Hongshuan. Xing Hongshuan sighed as she looked at her past self. This was the turning point of fate. Her feelings appeared in her mind again. At that time, she was a spy of the fiendish cult and a double spy. She lived in fear. Xing Hongshuan paid attention to Han Ju for the next 2 years. As for herself, she was too familiar, so she couldn't be bothered to care. She discovered that the young Han Ju was especially determined and kept a low profile, just like the invincible him. Husband has really never changed. Xing Hongshuan sighed in her heart. She shifted her attention to herself. It was time to look at herself from another angle and find out what she wanted to do. Third Dao Field. Han Ju brought her back in less than 2 breaths, but to Xing Hongshuan it was 10,000 years. She had clearly returned in high spirits. Thank you, husband. Xing Hongshuan then walked out of her Taoist temple. Han Ju was helpless. Why did this girl suddenly feel younger and more energetic? He stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to see Qingluaner. Han Ju decided to go out for a walk after chatting with his Tao companions. He wanted to see how 100 creation heavens chosen would affect the endless era. Han Tuo, Han Ling, Han Qinger, and Han Yunjin were very excited, but they needed time to control the newly awakened great creation. Han Ju's gaze landed on his descendants. The great creation affected them the most. It could be said that their fate had directly transformed. Hanju split into dozens of clones and contacted his descendants one by one, letting them embark on the path of cultivation. At the edge of the Tao mystic realm, architectural Dharma treasures surrounded a huge beast. This huge beast was like a dragon, turtle, and there was a palace on its back. In the palace, Chu Shaoqi was enjoying the transformation brought by the Karma Tao. Star, I was indeed born extraordinary. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been recognized by Grandpa. Chu Shaoqi was secretly pleased. Not long ago, he had returned from the battlefield in failure and was severely injured. He did not expect his talent to be awakened. He was extremely happy. When he grasped this new power, he would definitely be able to kill everyone. Perhaps the burden of defeating primordial origin would fall on his shoulders. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. A man rushed into the hall at this moment. Grandpa, something bad has happened. Senior Chenju was captured by primordial origin. Chu Shaoqi opened his eyes and frowned. What did the Realm Lord say? The man replied, the Realm Lord is gathering experts, including you. He wants to attack primordial origin's position again. Hurry up and prepare. Chu Shaoqi said in a low voice, no, I have to cultivate for a period of time. Go first. What will change if I go now? I'm confident that I can become stronger. At that time, there's a higher chance of saving Chenju. Besides, Chenju is a great Tao Supreme. He won't die so easily. The man was stunned. He could only accept the order and leave. Chu Shaoqi took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He might not be able to last that long. A laugh suddenly sounded, startling Chu Shaoqi so much that he opened his eyes. He turned around and saw Hanju walking out of the darkness. Chu Shaoqi was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Hanju didn't show his divine light and revealed his true body. As he walked over, he smiled and said, what? You don't recognize me? It seems that I've raised an ingrate. Chu Shaoqi woke up and hurriedly knelt down. He said with a trembling voice, Grandpa, why are you? The blurry figure in his memories became clear again. He had imagined the reunion countless times, but he did not expect it to be so sudden. Hanju sat down in front of him and smiled. Why am I still alive? Of course not. You must be alive. I've always felt that you're very powerful, Chu Shaoqi said incoherently. He had not been so excited for a long time. He had been investigating Hanju's traces after he became stronger. Unfortunately, his efforts were fruitless. He had already become a great Tao Supreme but couldn't even deduce his grandfather's karma. What did this mean? It meant that his grandfather was still stronger than him. He even hoped that his grandfather was the legendary Tao creator. He had once asked Formless World about the Tao creator, but he was stopped. He said not to ask about the Tao creator. That would result in unimaginable consequences. Even Formless World couldn't stop him. Grandpa, Chu Shaoqi looked at Hanju with all sorts of questions in his heart. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Hanju smiled and asked, didn't you hear what I said just now? Don't you care about your brother? Chu Shaoqi came back to his senses. Grandpa, will Chenju die? Yes, primordial origin has ulterior motives for capturing him. What should I do? Can you save him? What's his relationship with me? Why should I save him? Should he become your grandson too? Ha ha ha. Hanju laughed as if he had heard a joke. Chu Shaoqi blushed and felt ashamed. How could he make such a request? He's not worthy of being my grandson. As for saving him, go find your master. You still don't know your master's identity, right? There are 3 primordial Fian Celestials in the Endless Era. Your master is one of them. Hanju's words shocked Chu Shaoqi. Primordial Fian Celestial. Impossible. He instantly thought of many possibilities. Could it be that he had been plotted against? I don't know where to find him. I've awakened my talent recently. I want to cultivate for a period of time before saving Chenju, Chu Shaoqi said helplessly. Hanju smiled. Then cultivate well. I plan to walk around the Tao mystic realm. You can look for me if you need me. With that, Hanju disappeared. Chu Shaoqi was stunned. With his cultivation, he actually couldn't capture Hanju's aura at all. He was shocked. His thoughts went to Huang Zuntian again. 3 primordial Fian Celestials, what was their relationship? Chapter 1164 Chapter 1164 Primordial Fusion. Chapter 1164 Primordial Fusion. In the vast purple starry sky, countless primordial purple chi filled the air. This was the primordial origin. The 3 primordial chaos were called Desolate Primordial Chaos, Primordial Origin, and Life Primordial Chaos. They were all named after their own creators, names or creations. Primordial origin stood in the primordial void as his main body. Endless purple chi coiled around his body, causing his majestic figure to look extremely terrifying. Primordial origin opened his eyes and then opened his right hand. A person appeared in his palm. It was Chen Ju. Chen Ju was sealed. His body was curled up and his will did not awaken. Primordial origin frowned and looked down at him. He muttered, "Strange, what's hidden in your body? Even I can't steal this creation." He had targeted Chen Ju. On the battlefield, Chen Ju's strength left a deep impression on him. Later, he discovered that Chen Ju's strength was not only because of his potential but because of a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, he tried his best to capture him. However, he couldn't seize this opportunity. He stared at Chen Ju, his eyes emitting a strange light as if he wanted to see through his soul. After a long while, primordial origin trembled. He retracted his hand. Chen Ju floated in the void, his body emitting a dazzling fire light. The defensive power of creation. Primordial origin was even more curious. What kind of fortuitous encounter was this? It could actually devour his power. One had to know that he was about to condense the first supreme rule. Only less than 5 existences were stronger than him in the entire endless era. Could it be a Tao creator? Impossible. There was no such creation in formless world. Perhaps it was a new product of the endless era. Primordial origin also discovered that the endless era was not only the expansion of the world but also something completely different from the past. He adjusted his state of mind and stopped trying to snatch Chen Ju's creation. He would see when he condensed the first supreme rule. Primordial origin seemed to sense something at this moment. He waved his hand and Chen Ju disappeared. A figure tore through the void and arrived. It was Huang Zuntian. Primordial origin asked, "Why are you here?" Huang Zuntian said, "It's not only me." With that, the void tore apart again and the majestic Han Huang walked out. Primordial origin's expression became subtle as he saw him. Chen Ju had the Han family's bloodline. He could deduce this. However, the Han family had countless and even more outstanding descendants. Chen Ju did not have much interaction with the Han family. "What is it?" Primordial origin asked calmly. Han Huang said, "I asked him to come. Although we work separately, we're both primordial fiend celestials. I have an idea." Primordial origin and Huang Zuntian looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "The endless era is so big. Be it me or you. It's impossible for one of us to dominate the endless era. More and more Tao creators will appear in the future. I feel that the 3 primordial chaos can be fused. From now on, we will live and die together. If more primordial fiend celestials are born in the future, they will have to rely on us," Han Huang said calmly, causing primordial origin to frown. Primordial origin looked at Huang Zuntian. His expression did not change. Clearly, he had already learned of this and had come with Han Huang to persuade him. Primordial origin pondered. The benefit of fusing was that they would join forces from now on. At least, they could rely on each other. The downside was that they would not be able to separate in the future. Of course, all of this had to be based on Han Huang's sincere desire to cooperate. With primordial origin's understanding of him, this kid was only domineering, but he was not that scheming. Most importantly, it was the person behind Han Huang. Primordial origin asked, "Who will be the master?" Han Huang shook his head and laughed. "There's no need to prioritize. Let our primordial chaos fuse and let karma and fate fuse. I can hand the primordial chaos to you. If you like power and know how to govern." Huang Zuntian smiled. "I want to cultivate." Primordial origin smiled. "In that case, I have no objections. How can we fuse the primordial chaos?" Han Huang began to describe his idea. Primordial origin and Huang Zuntian felt that it was feasible, but this method was needed. Before leaving, primordial origin handed Chen Ju over and wanted to ask Han Huang about his attitude. Han Huang said indifferently, "It's common for 2 forces to fight and be captured as long as you don't implicate the innocent." Primordial origin smiled. "Since you're so sincere, I'll let him go. This child has a mysterious creation. His future achievements are immeasurable. Such a descendant is nothing in the Han family." Han Huang disappeared after saying that. Huang Zuntian added, "This child is my disciple's brother. You're holding the line that connects 2 people." Primordial origin threw Chen Ju to him and smiled. "In that case, I'll give you the favor." "I won't thank you." Huang Zuntian took Chen Ju and left the primordial chaos. Primordial origin smiled and closed his eyes. To cultivate. Under the blue sky and white clouds, in the high wall courtyard, a handsome man was practicing martial arts. Hanju sat on the steps in front of the hall and yawned. The handsome man stopped and came in front of him. He chuckled and said, "Grandpa, how's my fist technique just now?" Hanju curled his lips. "What a waste of talent. Cultivate. There's no future in practicing martial arts." The handsome man's name was Ru Daolong. He had awakened an innate great creation, superstar. The superstar was born with great opportunities. He would surpass his limits every time he was on the verge of death. If he survived, his potential would become even stronger. In other words, the superstar needed to constantly encounter desperate situations. It was very easy for him to die young if he did not have a backing. The trend of martial arts was prevalent in this immortal world, not cultivation. There were no legends of cultivators here, but Hanju knew that those legendary terrifying martial artists were cultivators. He had found Ru Daolong 7 years ago. The two of them were master and disciple. But Ru Daolong had yet to truly develop the potential of the superstar. Ru Daolong curled his lips. "What cultivation? I've never heard of it." A group of servants rushed in at this moment. The thin man in the lead wailed, "Young master, the neighboring village is bullying us again." Ru Daolong's eyes widened like leopard eyes. He said angrily, "They're courting death. Let's go." Hanju lay down and continued to bask in the sun as Ru Daolong left in a hurry. "Kid, this current life won't last long." Hanju chuckled. No one heard him. He was talking to himself. It was his habit. Ru Daolong's family background was considered big among mortals, but Hanju saw two immortal emperors fighting. They were getting closer and closer to this world. Their fight would affect this world sooner or later. At that time, the end of the world would arrive. Hanju couldn't be bothered to remind Ru Daolong. He still had dozens of such descendants. He was just bored and came out to play with them. Ru Daolong's personality was truly a perfect match for the superstar great creation. With such a fiery temper, he would definitely encounter many desperate situations in the future. However, he would definitely die if he did not have a backer. There were also examples of descendants with innate great creation dying, but the innate great creation could reincarnate with their descendants. Chapter 1165 Chapter 1165 Heaven Collapses. Chapter 1165 Heaven Collapses. The first few decades Ru Daolong met Hanju was smooth sailing. He married and had children. He went from childish to mature and took on the responsibility of the village. As time passed, Ru Daolong's heart changed because Hanju didn't age. The legend of Hanju's youth spread over a radius of 10,000 miles, attracting many children to acknowledge him as their master. Hanju didn't refuse, but he didn't really teach them anything. Every day, he would wander around the village with a group of brats. Ru Daolong wanted to seek cultivation techniques from Hanju again, but he was vague. Just like that, the trivial matters of the family made Ru Daolong forget his original intention. 60 years later, he was no longer as lively as when he was young. After dealing with his family matters, he looked at the sky in a daze most of the time. On this day, he found Hanju and chatted. The old Ru Daolong sighed. "Grandpa, can you tell me more about the stories you told me in the past?" Hanju smiled. "I just look young. Actually, I'm old too. I can't remember many things from the past." Ru Daolong sighed. "Unfortunately, my potential is not outstanding enough. Otherwise, I could have gone out to adventure in the martial arts world when I was young." Ru Daolong sighed. When one was old, they liked to reminisce on their youth. Hanju smiled and asked, "How high do you think the sky is?" Ru Daolong shook his head and laughed. "How can a mortal like me know how tall such a blue sky is?" Hanju smiled. "However, your words make me very curious. How high is the sky? People often say that if the sky collapses, the sky will collapse. However, when has the sky ever collapsed? Only people who can't withstand age will collapse." Ru Daolong looked at the sky and began to fall into a daze. Hanju stretched lazily and smiled. "The sky is about to collapse." Ru Daolong thought that it was a joke, so he did not reply. Not long after, he suddenly saw a point of light appear in the sky. It quickly expanded and streaked across the sky, causing the entire world to lose its color. He was so shocked that he subconsciously closed his eyes. Before he could react, he heard a deafening boom. He suddenly recalled Hanju's words. The sky was about to collapse. After a certain period of time, Ru Daolong felt pain all over his body when he woke up. He saw the torn crimson sky after he opened his eyes. The countless black cracks were like centipedes. It was terrifying. Dust filled his eyes, making him even dizzier. What happened? Ru Daolong crawled up with difficulty and discovered that the surrounding manor had already turned into ruins. Wreckage could be seen everywhere. He saw the heads of his friends and relatives. There was no complete corpse. This scene was like a nightmare, deeply stimulating him. Dong dong dong. His heart beat faster and louder. His mind went blank and he felt like his body was about to explode. He suddenly saw two figures confronting each other in the sky. He rubbed his eyes with difficulty to confirm that he was not seeing things. How could a person stop so high in the sky? Ru Daolong was terrified. Despair, anger, and fear filled him, causing him to be in a daze and not know what to do. He couldn't accept what he saw and had a trace of hope. Could all of this be a dream? Don't you want to know those stories? They're right in front of you. A familiar voice sounded. Ru Daolong turned around and discovered Hanju standing on a beam in the ruins. That figure was straight and his robes fluttered. Ru Daolong was shocked. He had never seen Hanju with such a temperament. The setting sun was like blood as it stood in the world. That bearing shocked him. He came back to his senses and asked with a trembling voice, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Hanju turned around and looked down at him. He smiled and said, "I asked you to cultivate in the past, but you didn't like it. Now, do you see how powerful cultivators are?" Cultivator. Ru Daolong suddenly woke up. His body trembled as he looked up at the sky angrily. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is all of this done by cultivators?" Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. Ru Daolong suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hanju and asked, "You're also a cultivator. Why aren't you protecting them? Can you live if I don't make a move? Then why don't you protect them? Are they related to me?" Hanju interrupted him and asked coldly. His expression became unprecedentedly cold, causing Ru Daolong to panic. "I came to you only for you. All these years, I didn't owe your village anything. You will definitely die if I leave today." Ru Daolong lowered his head and grabbed the stone beside him with both hands. He grabbed until his fingernails were about to overturn and blood overflowed. Hanju stared at him and said, "I know. You're angry now, but you will naturally understand all of this when you embark on the path of cultivation. As for whether you want revenge, that's your business. I'll leave those two for you to deal with. Daolong, it's time for me to leave. You should walk your own path from now on. Aren't you regretting your lack of drive when you were young? Now, you have to start over. Such an opportunity depends on whether you can grasp it. I taught you a cultivation technique, but you delayed it for 50 years. You might have been able to save them if you had learned it back then." Hanju waved his right hand, and a memory entered Ru Daolong's mind. Ru Daolong fell asleep. In a void in the Tao mystic realm, two figures kept crossing paths. All sorts of mystical powers changed unpredictably and collided. They were Chen Ju and Chu Shaoqi. Chu Shaoqi laughed wantonly. "Feel my karma power." Chen Ju's lower body was condensing again. He exclaimed, "It's indeed powerful. It's even stronger than primordial origins karma. Mystical power. I didn't expect you to have such talent." Chu Shaoqi flew in front of him and retracted. "The power of karma." He smiled proudly and said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would my grandfather take a liking to me back then? By the way, my grandfather is in the Tao mystic realm. Do you want to see him?" The Chen Ju shook his head. "Why should I see your grandpa? My grandfather is very powerful. I've seen many powerful people. You and I are also considered powerful. My grandfather is different." "Oh, he's a Tao creator." "Perhaps not, but perhaps yes. Do you really not want to meet him? This might be your greatest opportunity." Chu Shaoqi said proudly, making Chen Ju silent. What if, thinking of Chu Shaoqi's opportunities, his potential was clearly not monstrous, but he always followed closely behind him. Chu Shaoqi smiled and said, "Let's go. We can rest." Chen Ju did not refuse anymore. The two of them immediately left the void and entered the mortal world at the bottom of the Tao mystic realm. Hanju specially opened a back door for Chu Shaoqi. Only he could capture his aura. At this moment, Hanju was fishing in the mountains when Chu Shaoqi and Chen Ju appeared beside him. "Grandpa." Chu Shaoqi came over and giggled. He returned to his youthful personality in front of Hanju. Chen Ju stared at Hanju in shock. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation at all. Chapter 1166 Chapter 1166 Origin Divine Millet. Chapter 1166 Origin Divine Millet. "Grandpa, this is my good brother, Chen Ju." Chu Shaoqi introduced him to Hanju. Chen Ju came back to his senses and bowed. Hanju said, "I know him." Chu Shaoqi was stunned and knew that something was wrong. "I was clearly the one posturing. Why did it become Chenju posturing? Chenju raised his chin and smiled. Hanju smiled and said, I gave you your talent. His gaze landed on Chenju, and his words stunned him. Chu Shaoqi was also stunned and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Hanju smiled and said, I will give some descendants talent every once in a while. Chenju should remember that his talent was not born with him, but awakened when he was young. Chenju was moved and he trembled. Chu Shaoqi thought of his recently awakened power of karma. Could it be? What are you? Chenju stared at him and asked in a low voice. Hanju's words broke his pride and made him unable to control himself. Hanju smiled. You're my descendant. Who think I am? Do you? Chenju completely lost his composure. He knelt down in fear and said with a trembling voice, Lo Lord. Lord. Chu Shaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was already a great Tao Supreme and had naturally heard of the legend of the Lord. That was an ancient legend that had created the endless era. He was the strongest existence in the world. Chenju turned to look at Chu Shaoqi and said, I didn't tell you. Actually, I'm a descendant of the Han family. The same Han family as primordial Fi and celestial Han Huang and creation emperor Quartz emperor. I received emperor's help in the past, that's why so I could grow so quickly. He was also extremely uneasy. Chu Shaoqi was dumbfounded. So you're the real grandson. Hanju smiled and said, since you're here, I'll preach the Tao for you and give you an opportunity. After this farewell, when we meet again, you'll have already embarked on the path of fighting for the peak. I'll look down on you at the end of my cultivation and wait for your impact. These words made their blood boil. Hanju pulled them into a state of Tao comprehension before they could speak. After an unknown period of time, the two of them woke up almost at the same time. They looked around, but Hanju was already gone. Chu Shaoqi couldn't even capture his aura anymore. He was in a daze. Recalling his experience with Hanju, everything felt like a dream. Chenju sighed. I didn't expect your grandfather to be the illusory lord in the legends. This is indeed the greatest opportunity. Although I'm his descendant, if not for your introduction, I might not have met him in my life. He had mixed emotions. His progenitor had actually personally nurtured Chu Shaoqi. What did this mean? In the eyes of the Lord, Chu Shaoqi had more potential. Chu Shaoqi looked at him with even more complicated emotions. After all, he was the outsider. Can you tell me about your Han family? Although there are some legends of the Han family in the Tao mystic realm, I've never come into contact with them. I only know that the Han family is the most mysterious and powerful family. It surpasses races and Providence lineages, Chu Shaoqi asked. He forcefully changed the topic, afraid that Chenju would posture. Chenju didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew about the Han family. Chu Shaoqi was only curious at first, but as he listened, he was shocked. Why were there so many experts in the Han family? Many of them were famous. Chu Shaoqi suddenly had a thought. His master had taken a liking to him. Could it be that he wanted to cozy up to the Han family? Hanju returned to the third Tao field. His clones were still nurturing the descendants who had obtained the creation heavens chosen. The reason why he returned was that he sensed something. He sat on the lotus throne and began to deduce the future. Countless future branches entered his eyes. This was an extremely huge memory. Even sages would not be able to withstand it. Hanju's eyes narrowed. All the futures shattered and the spatial fragments condensed into a straight line. Origin space-time. He had previously sent a clone to investigate the origin space-time. Although he could find it, he discovered that it was hidden too deeply and isolated by the basic rules. Even Tao creators found it difficult to come into contact with it. Ji Shanshan was lucky. Perhaps it was a choice of the origin space-time. This time, the origin space-time appeared. Although it was still under the basic rules, it was different from the past. It was illusory and scattered in the past, but it condensed into a true spatial river now. This change made Hanju feel uneasy. The uneasiness came from the unknown. The blank domain would indeed produce a new change, making him, an invincible existence, no longer so omnipotent. Just like the primordial Fi and celestial in the ninth chaos in the past, if not for the power of the blank domain constantly transforming, their invincibility might not be inferior to Hanju's dominance of the current era. Hanju stared at the origin space-time and saw that it began to change. It began to distort from a straight line. The power of space-time dissipated and kept condensing into stronger lines. Not long after, the origin space-time became like a snake. One end was larger like a snake's head, and the other end was slender like a snake's tail. Its name appeared in Hanju's mind. Origin Divine Millet. The Origin Divine Millet's head faced Hanju, and a pair of eyes appeared. It was a pair of extremely cold eyes. It stared at him. Hanju frowned. He debated whether to eliminate this thing. He could destroy the other party with a thought, but the Origin space-time could recreate it. He tried to deduce this item, but he failed. I want to know why the Origin Divine Millet was born, Hanju asked in his mind. 10 duodecillion years of Origin lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. It was indeed extraordinary. Hanju silently chose to continue. His consciousness was pulled into the illusion. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. It actually made him sigh. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in front of the Transcendent Divine Hall. It was the Tao field established by the formless Transcendent Deity. Above the Transcendent Divine Hall stood many figures. They were densely packed and numbered at least 100,000. There was no lack of Tao creators among them. His children and descendants, Chu Shaoqi, Ru Daolong, Chen Ju, and Han Liang were also here. They all looked up at the paleness. That was the independent plane that Hanju had created previously, the opportunity he had left behind. What was going on? Have I become a public enemy again? Hanju frowned and watched patiently. A crack appeared above the Transcendent Divine Hall, interwoven with endless red lightning. The terrifying aura was enough to turn a Tao creator into ashes. A figure appeared in the crack. It was not Hanju, but a white-haired man with a cold expression. His hair was disheveled and he wore a blood-red robe. Behind him stood 3 strange and terrifying demon statues that looked down at all existences. Hanju frowned even more. Who was this? Why had he never seen him before? What did you do to the Lord? The formless transcendent deity shouted in a low voice. His tone filled with vigilance. Chapter 1167 Chapter 1167 Chaos Submits. Chapter 1167 Chaos Submits. Lord, he died long ago. The white-haired man snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. He raised his arms and the 3 demon statues behind him grew taller. Soon, they became even larger than the Transcendent Divine Hall. The mighty figures below were in an uproar. They were furious and thought that the white-haired man had killed the Lord. The first people to attack were Hanju's children and descendants. Immediately after, the other mighty figures all attacked. More than 100,000 great Tao Supremes attacked together. How terrifying was that? A strong light burst out, causing the blank domain to darken. The illusion shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. Who is that white-haired man? Hanju asked in his mind. Unable to deduce its karma. He might not exist or have a supreme treasure. He could deduce the Origin Divine Millet but not the white-haired man. It meant that the white-haired man was not the Origin Divine Millet. Then who was it? The birth of the Origin Divine Millet was for that white-haired man. Hanju frowned and pondered. He asked in his mind, will the Origin Divine Millet threaten me? 10 duodecillion years of Origin lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, the Origin Divine Millet is not offensive unless it is controlled by someone. Controlled by someone. Hanju disappeared from the Lotus Throne and appeared next to the basic rules to face the Origin Divine Millet. The Origin Divine Millet didn't panic when it saw him. Instead, it approached him. Its snake form looked terrifying and cold, but Hanju clearly felt that it wanted to get close to him. Hanju reached out and touched its head. In an instant, his calm heart rippled. They had established some special connection. Won't it be more appropriate if I control the Origin Divine Millet? Hanju thought silently. He had to be wary of the white-haired man in the illusion. Hanju took the crystalline Origin Divine Millet and returned to the Taoist temple. Stay by my side in the future. Hanju smiled. The Origin Divine Millet flew out of his palm and became 2 meters long. It wrapped around him like the strange deity back then, getting close to him. Hanju was amused. He didn't expect the Origin space-time to become his pet. He glanced at the 9th chaos in the corner. He still didn't succeed in enslaving this fellow. Hanju was waiting anxiously now. Perhaps he could learn the white-haired man's identity from the 9th chaos. He searched the entire endless era but did not see the white-haired man. There was also a possibility that the white-haired man had yet to be born. Since he couldn't find the other party, Hanju could only work hard to become stronger. He closed his eyes after some thinking. His clones returned one after another in the next few hundred years. As for the descendants who had obtained the creation heavens chosen, they were already independent. Time passed. Another 500 million years went by. Hanju was already 1.8 billion years old. His name had completely disappeared in the eyes of all living beings. Only by reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm could one hear of his existence. He had accumulated 50 creation heavens. Chosen attempts. As for the reward, it had to be triggered once every billion years. Hanju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. His cultivation level had increased greatly in this period. This feeling of becoming stronger was truly wonderful. The ultimate origin world gained 2 more supreme rules, but they were still hidden. However, the mighty figures could sense the increase in the ultimate origin world and guessed that Hanju was getting stronger. A great Tao world also appeared in the ultimate origin world. Because the ultimate origin world was at the level of a creator lord, it could accommodate great Tao worlds and not devour them like before. The other mighty figures felt even less pressure after someone successfully established the great Tao world. The news that the ultimate origin world could withstand other great Tao worlds quickly spread, attracting more mighty figures to join. Hanju looked at a figure meditating beside him, the 9th chaos. The 9th chaos had already been successfully enslaved and transformed into an ultimate origin life form. The 9th chaos opened his eyes and bowed respectfully upon sensing his gaze. Hanju asked him to sit down. The origin divine millet came over curiously. Where is your mental demon? Hanju asked. The 9th chaos replied, I'm not sure either. I severed my connection with him when I split him out. I was plotting to deal with you when I last contacted him. At that time, I was already prepared to fail, so I completely separated from him. Even I don't know where he is or what he will do. It seemed that the yin-yang purity nirvana deity's outcome had alerted the 9th chaos. He was not blind, he was prepared for the worst. Hanju felt a trace of admiration for this once invincible person. This was also the first enemy who could escape the ultimate origin heavenly prison but still take revenge on him. Do you know this person? Hanju waved his right hand, and the white-haired man's figure appeared in front of him. The 9th chaos frowned. I don't know him, but I've seen him before. A long time ago, when I was comprehending the rules, I dreamed of him. He replaced me and faced the resistance of all living beings. This dream happened more than once. I've also been on guard, so I suppressed every Tao creator. However, he never appeared after countless years, so I let this matter go. Pipe. The 9th chaos had also seen him in his dreams. Hanju was interested. Could it be that every invincible faced this white-haired man? Hanju asked some more questions. The 9th chaos told him everything he knew. The 9th chaos, understanding of the blank domain was inferior to Hanju's. He didn't even know what the basic rules were. This fellow was already at the perfected Tao creator realm, but he was still far from becoming a creator lord. Hanju said, go out. You can sit whatever you want in the future as long as it doesn't affect me. Yes. The 9th chaos nodded. Hanju waved his hand and sent him out. He continued to think about the white-haired man. Who was that fellow? Could it be formed by the will of the blank domain? Blank domain, unknown place. The 9th chaos appeared under a huge divine tree. He sat on a mat and waved his hand to create 8 chaotic wills. The first chaos looked at him in surprise and asked, you're still alive? The 9th chaos said, yes, the divine might heavenly sage is kind and didn't kill us. The other chaotic wills heaved a sigh of relief. They understood what the 9th chaos meant. They were also afraid of fighting Hanju to death. The difference between the two was too great. It would not be beneficial to them if they fought to the death. The 9th chaos continued, all of you will cultivate here in the future. In 10 billion years, I will no longer interfere in the matters of all living beings. You should put down your obsession and cultivate well. The other chaos had no objections. Figures appeared at this moment. They were the formless transcendent deity, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, the chaotic consciousness, and Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable. They were all shocked to see the 9th chaos. The 9th chaos had contacted them previously, but he had not appeared. He did not hide his aura this time. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by the divine might heavenly sage? Chapter 1168 Chapter 1168 Ultimate Origin Replacing Blank Domain. Chapter 1168 Ultimate Origin Replacing Blank Domain. The 9th chaos expression did not change as he faced the 4 Tao creators. The chaotic consciousness asked, what are you doing? He and Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable were panicking. After all, they had already secretly reached an agreement with the 9th chaos, dark side. In the end, the 9th chaos suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. The ninth chaos replied, "The Lord revived me and gave me a chance. From now on, I will only cultivate and not involve karma. As for my mental demons, if they become enemies with the Lord, they will also be enemies with me." The four Tao creators immediately understood that the ninth chaos had been subdued by Hanju with some method. Only the yin-yang purity nirvana deity knew what was going on. The other three were very shocked. Even the once strongest ninth chaos became like this. The divine might heavenly sage still had a trace of hope for the ninth chaos, dark side. Now, the ninth chaos, dark side had to resist the combined forces of his main body and the divine might heavenly sage. Even the chaotic consciousness lost confidence. The four Tao creators did not ask further and left. The ninth chaos shook his head and muttered, "Actually, this is also good. Perhaps I can break through better without the strongest restrictions." In the past, he was always worried that he would be surpassed by his juniors when he was cultivating. He was worried that he would suffer a backlash if he failed to break through. He was worried that the chaos would be destroyed. He worried about too many things, making him unable to cultivate in peace. The ninth chaos did not affect the endless era. Only the Tao creators knew that in a corner of the ultimate origin world that no one knew, the chaos began to be nurtured. The ninth chaos had already become an ultimate origin life form. His great Tao world naturally had to be born in the ultimate origin world. Of course, he could also move out, but he did not. The chaos could develop better with the ultimate origin world's protection. It might be used by his mental demons otherwise. The ninth chaos was absolutely loyal to Hanju after passing through the ultimate origin heavenly prison. He naturally treated his mental demons as enemies and would be wary of them. Hanju entered seclusion again. In the blink of an eye, 200 million years passed. Detected that you are 2 billion years old and your life has taken another huge step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and clean up all living beings. Create all living beings that belong to you. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. The rewards for both options were the same. This time, the system function upgrade was a pleasant surprise. Hanju silently chose the second option. He began to consider which system function to upgrade. He then thought of the white-haired man. Upgrade the derivation function. The derivation function increases with your cultivation. It can't be upgraded anymore. It still didn't work. Then forget it. I'll keep it for now. Hanju didn't rely on the system now. To him, the system was just for fun. Unknowingly, I'm 2 billion years old. Hanju sighed. Although time was meaningless to him, with the system's reminder, he couldn't help but reminisce. He looked at the blank domain after he calmed down. Xing Hongshuan had already found her goal, which was to give opportunities to the cultivators who were still insignificant. She had helped countless cultivators, and the number of cultivators who finally rose was very impressive. Because of this, she gained a divine name. Prominent Divine Dream Mother. She gave opportunities to little cultivators in their dreams and left them by the fated person's side. Every person who obtained the opportunity could only see her figure and hear her voice in their dreams. They couldn't see her true appearance. Hanju wanted to laugh, but he had no choice. All living beings like to call powerful goddesses their mothers. Xing Hongshuan had accumulated a huge amount of power of faith by relying on her divine name. Her cultivation level had actually increased and reached the great Tao Supreme Realm. She had really found the right path. Hanju thought silently. Xing Hongshuan watched as the cultivators she had given the first opportunity on the path of cultivation rose. She felt a sense of achievement. Everyone had a different path of growth, making her feel that it was very novel. She did not tire of it. Hanju didn't care upon seeing that she was doing well. As for the other Tao companions, Li Yao had already successfully condensed the first supreme rule. Qingluaner, Zan Qingjun, Fairy Shizan, Tao Comprehension Sword, Chong Yue, Mo Zhu, and the others were still working hard. They rarely went out and were already used to cultivating. They could be considered pure-hearted and had few desires. Like most mighty figures, they had reached the point where they had no desires. Hanju looked at the Tao mystic realm next. Primordial origin retreated hundreds of millions of years ago. The Tao mystic realm was thought to have won. Its morale increased greatly and its domain expanded by dozens of times. They had countless living beings. Then, the three primordial chaos fused into one primordial chaos. Someone joked that primordial origin had been defeated by the Tao mystic realm. The truth was that primordial origin had taken the initiative to retreat. After the three primordial chaos fused, Han Huang and the other two's cultivation levels began to synchronize like clones. The primordial chaos had already given birth to a second supreme rule. The cultivation levels of the three primordial Fian celestials kept increasing. No one below the Tao creator realm could defeat their combined forces. Not bad. This path is feasible, Han Ju thought silently. Han Huang and Huang Zuntian were both his people. It was very difficult for primordial origin to cause trouble. The future heavenly venerate Shuan was defeated by the combined forces of three primordial Fian celestials and killed with an unprecedented mystical power. After that, the legend of the Tao creator being immortal was destroyed and all the Tao creators began to panic. As for the primordial Fian celestial, it became the strongest Tao creator, comparable to Han Ju, the Lord. Of course, they were only thought to be on par. As long as they didn't break through to the creator Lord realm, they were ants in front of Han Ju. As for whether they could break through, it depended on the improvement after their bloodlines fused. Could the three demon statues behind the white-haired man be the three primordial Fian celestials? But they were among the mighty figures facing the white-haired man. It didn't make sense. Han Ju frowned. He felt uneasy when he thought of the white-haired man. From his height, the unknown power was a threat. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to the yin-yang purity nirvana deity and asked him to monitor the endless era. He was to immediately tell him if a white-haired man appeared. It was always good to have another method. As for the formless transcendent deity, Han Ju could entrust him completely. The formless transcendent deity was quite honest now, but what about in the future? Actually, there was another way, which was to destroy all living beings and create new ones from scratch. However, Han Ju felt that that was even more unreliable. He had a feeling that once he did that, the basic rules would resist him. The premonition of the Creator Lord was basically true. I'm still not strong enough. Perhaps I'll only be the true strongest if the ultimate origin world replaces the blank domain. Han Ju thought of this and looked forward to the ultimate origin world. Wasn't the ultimate origin world a small blank domain now that it could accommodate a great Tao world? The ultimate origin world would cover the blank domain one day. As for how long that would take, he couldn't estimate for the time being. Chapter 1169 Chapter 1169 Change of Era. Chapter 1169 Change of Era. Primordial Chaos. The primordial chaos became the largest great Tao world other than the ultimate origin world in the endless era ever since the three primordial chaos fused. As for the Tao creators, their great Tao worlds had been fused by the chaos. As the chaos shattered, their great Tao worlds had already transformed into countless worlds. Of course, they might have secretly created their own great Tao worlds again, but they did not reveal it. Now, the mighty figures all felt that Han Huang might become a Tao creator faster than the Tao ancestor. The three primordial Fian celestials comprehended one Tao together, causing their number of supreme rules to catch up. Everyone in the endless era had various opinions, but the three primordial Fian celestials and the Tao ancestor did not appear. They were all working hard to break through to the Tao creator realm. Their efforts also led the other top mighty figures. More and more perfected great Tao supremes disappeared from the vision of all living beings. New and old alternated. In the long years, many new influential figures appeared, including talented people. The chaotic assembly was still ongoing. It could be considered the most prosperous era since ancient times. In the recent chaotic assembly, the 10 absolutes were all living beings of the new era. Races born after the endless era began to appear. Creation Emperor Court. The Creation Emperor Court was surrounded by dozens of great Tao worlds. Below the Creation Emperor Court was Han Ling's great Tao world. It was the most vast, and countless living beings flew in and out. At this moment, in the central palace of the Creation Emperor Court, Han Ling sat at the head of the table. The divine light on her body looked extremely solemn. 3 figures were in the hall. They were Han Yao, Han Yi, and Han Bashan. Han Yi knelt on the ground and was pressed down by the other 2. He could not move. Han Yi, do you know your mistake? Han Ling's voice sounded indifferent. Han Yi looked up and gritted his teeth. What did I do wrong? I just want to become stronger. Didn't you also capture living beings everywhere to refine Emperor soldiers? How can I be wrong to strengthen myself? The living beings I killed have nothing to do with the Creation Emperor Court. Do you really think peace will never be broken? Han Ling was silent. Han Yao cursed angrily. Her Majesty has already released those living beings and even compensated them. Besides, did you only kill some living beings? You've killed too many, so many that you can form a great Tao world. Han Yi snorted and did not reply. Han Bashan advised in a low voice, apologize. More than 10 great Tao worlds want to capture you now, including the Tao mystic realm. There's a Tao creator behind it. So what if he's a Tao creator? Han Yi wanted to mention Han Ju, but after so many years, was he still qualified to mention him? Too many experts had risen from the descendants of the Han family. He, a descendant who had experienced the great Tao immeasurable calamity, didn't seem so outstanding. Would Han Ju really still favor him? Han Yi was not confident. After all, he also had descendants. Not to mention hundreds of millions of years of not interacting, as long as they were separated for 10 million years, he did not care about them anymore. Han Ling said, lower your head. I'll apologize to them on your behalf and compensate them. You'll stay in the Creation Emperor court for a billion years. You can go out when the blank domain no longer remembers your reputation. Han Yi hesitated, but the pressure brought by the Tao creator was too great, making him unable to refuse. He would definitely encounter trouble once he went out. Han Yao immediately picked him up and said, I'll imprison him now. Han Bashan followed. Just like that, Han Yi was escorted down by his 2 companions. Han Ling sighed after they left. This Han Yi really made her worry. After a while, a golden light rushed into the hall. The golden light dissipated and Marongchi appeared. He looked at Han Ling and smiled. Your Majesty, long time no see. Why are you here? Han Ling opened her eyes and asked. Her tone was calm and not as curious as she appeared. Marongchi smiled. Grandmaster's great Tao Providence divine authority has appeared. It's in a small world without any major factions controlling it. Now, all the mighty figures have already gone to surround it and are in a stalemate. What do you think? Han Ling asked. You want it? One is not enough. Marongchi raised his eyebrows. I'll help you obtain it. Give me the primordial divine spear. The primordial divine spear was a supreme treasure that surpassed the chaotic supreme treasure. It had once made a name for itself in Han Huang's hands and later landed in Han Ling's hands. Han Ling smiled faintly. Are their values equal? Besides, what help can you give me? Marongchi shrugged. What do you think about Grandmaster's opportunity? The primordial divine spear is definitely incomparable. I can offend the mighty figures of the various factions in your place and create an opportunity for you. Instead of snatching the opportunity, it's better to give you a chance to subdue the fortuitous encounter. This is a huge potential. It might be a future Tao creator. No matter how strong you are, you still need someone to put on a show for you and give you a chance. If you let the people from the Creation Emperor court do it, you will be exposed sooner or later and make a fool of yourself. Han Ling was silent. Marongchi waited patiently. After a long time, Han Ling said, all right. Marongchi smiled. 500 million years passed quickly. In the Tao field, Han Ju opened his eyes and stretched habitually. Not bad. My cultivation level has increased greatly over the years. I've also made some progress in the true meaning of the basic rules, Han Ju muttered to himself with a smile. Compared to when he had just broken through to the Creator Lord realm, he was already several times stronger. Not to mention the Creator Lord realm, such improvement was unbelievable even at the Tao Creator realm. The once strongest expert, the 9th Chaos, wanted to break through a minor realm. It was not possible to succeed in billions of years. Han Ju began to check his emails. An abundance of emails had accumulated. Almost all his friends had taken action. Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang finally appeared. They had already found Heavenly Venerate Xuan, and the 3 of them officially joined forces. Han Ju then thought of Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, and Zhang Yi. They were also a trio. Dao Sovereign and the other 2 were still battle maniacs, but Lao Dan had lost them. Han Ju calculated and saw that Lao Dan had already disappeared and fused with Laozi. Because of this, Dao Sovereign and the other 2 were incompatible with Laozi. They had already fought several times, but they were not Laozi's match and returned in failure every time. Han Ju didn't care about Lao Dan and Laozi. After all, Lao Dan was Laozi's clone. Laozi could indeed retrieve the clone, but Dao Sovereign and the other him too had too deep a relationship with and couldn't accept it. Apart from that, the one who attracted Han Ju's attention the most was Marongchi. Marongchi had made a name for himself in the past 500 million years. He became a true war god after acquiring the primordial divine spear. He ran rampant in the endless era and challenged mighty figures everywhere. The owner of the divine authority system that Han Ju had placed in the mortal world was taken in by Han Ling. Han Ju only smiled. It was unknown if the Creation Emperor court could subdue this master. Too many new faces appeared in the endless era. The number of worlds also welcomed an explosive increase. The dozens of Han descendants chosen from the 100 creation heavens. Chosen also grew up and dominated an area. As all living beings flourished, the blank domain also produced many new opportunities. Chapter 1170 Chapter 1170 Revival of Despair. Chapter 1170 Revival of Despair. The new creation had rules, bloodlines, races, immortal realms, special space-time, and so on, causing the endless era to become even more exciting. Hanju took in everything inside. There were really opportunities everywhere. It was good to be born in such an era. Hanju suddenly raised his eyebrows. With more geniuses, the atmosphere changed. Many geniuses even began to fantasize about challenging the Lord. Hanju had not shown his divinity in front of all living beings for billions of years, causing the junior geniuses to think that he was not all that. Naturally, some arrogant people appeared. Hanju only snorted. "I'll give you a chance. I'll make you despair in the future." Hanju's eyes flickered. He began to look forward to the feeling of showing off in front of these geniuses. He stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to visit his Tao companions and children. He rested for thousands of years before continuing to cultivate. Now, even if he did not cultivate, the ultimate origin world could develop on its own and help him increase his cultivation. However, his cultivation would increase even faster if he cultivated. Tao Mystic Realm, in the void. Chu Shaoqi sat down. He trembled and his head twisted crazily. It was so fast that he formed afterimages. A terrifying demonic shadow could be vaguely seen. Chen Ju stood in the distance and frowned at him. What's going on? Why did his karma power lose control? Chen Ju was puzzled, but he did not dare to disturb him. The current Chu Shaoqi was stronger than him. The two of them had cultivated in this void for hundreds of thousands of years, but Chu Shaoqi suddenly lost control today. His dharmic powers became extremely irritable and even space shook. This void seemed to shatter at any other time, forcing Chen Ju to stabilize it. Three figures appeared behind Chu Shaoqi at this moment. Their bodies shone with a strong light as they attacked together and pressed down on his back. "Stop!" Chen Ju shouted angrily and flashed in front of Chu Shaoqi. His dharmic powers erupted and countless golden sword shadows burst out from his eyes, wanting to destroy the three mysterious figures. However, the golden sword shadow passed through three figures harmlessly. It was as if it passed through shadows. The figure in the middle smiled and said, "We're helping him. Do you know his identity?" Chen Ju asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The figure on the left smiled teasingly. "This brother of yours is not simple. Have you heard of the great Tao immeasurable calamity? He played a very important role in it." Chen Ju's heart was filled with uneasiness. He did not answer and continued to cast spells. However, no matter what mystical power he used, he could not hurt the three mysterious figures. He tried to move Chu Shaoqi, but the latter's dharmic powers were too ferocious. He was shocked. Although he was not Chu Shaoqi's match in the recent spar, it was not to the extent of being unshakable. Could this kid really be the reincarnation of some mighty figure? However, they were already perfected great Tao Supremes. Could it be that Chu Shaoqi was the reincarnation of a Tao creator? His true identity is primordial despair. He's the #1 ferocious devil of the ancient era. He once devoured more than 1,000 great Tao sages in countless small worlds, the figure in the middle said with a sigh. Chen Ju was stunned. Primordial despair. He had naturally heard of this name. Primordial despair had once brought despair to all living beings before the endless era arrived. At that time, all chaotic mighty figures joined forces to stop primordial despair. It could be said to be the most terrifying ferocious devil since ancient times. Chu Shaoqi suddenly opened his eyes. They were blood red, and his face quickly became sinister. He slowly stood up and his blood chi exploded, covering his robe. The blood wind wreaked havoc in all directions and tore cracks in the void. Space-time hurricanes surged over. The space in front of Chen Ju shattered. Chu Shaoqi and the three mysterious figures fell into the darkness and disappeared. Chen Ju immediately chased them. He was struck by a mysterious and powerful force as soon as he entered the spatial turbulence. His body was instantly destroyed and he felt dizzy. He felt that everything was spinning. He discovered that he was lying in ruins when he regained consciousness. This was a city in the mortal world. Because of his fall, the entire city collapsed and all the living beings died. Chen Ju stood up. His body had already recovered. He was about to move when wisps of black aura wrapped around his limbs. He looked down and paused. Chu Shaoqi's power of karma. The mysterious power that attacked him earlier was Chu Shaoqi's power. But it was clearly so unfamiliar. Could that be the power of primordial despair? Chen Ju gritted his teeth and disappeared. He quickly went to find formless world. Chu Shaoqi and Chen Zhu were both top existences in the Tao mystic realm and were deeply favored by Formless World. Chen Zhu thought of him first since he had a Tao creator as a backer. In the hall, Formless World frowned after hearing what Chen Zhu said. That kid was actually primordial despair. Distant memories surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to shiver. Primordial despair had traumatized him back then, making him afraid just thinking about it. Chen Zhu said, those three mysterious existences definitely want to use Chu Shaoqi. Perhaps he's not primordial despair and has only obtained its power. Formless World said, I know about this. I'm going to visit the great deity now. Don't interfere anymore, lest something happens. With that, Formless World vanished. Chen Zhu left. He couldn't only place his hopes on him. 100 million years later, Han Zhu opened his eyes and called Han Huang, who had been waiting outside the Taoist temple, in. Han Huang quickly walked in and bowed. Then, he looked up and asked, Father, is Chu Shaoqi really primordial despair? Han Zhu nodded. Han Huang's expression darkened. Han Zhu knew what happened outside. Chu Shaoqi had awakened the power of primordial despair. Because of the conflict between the two forces in this life and his previous life, his consciousness fell into chaos. At this moment, he was delirious and was used by Ji Shanshan, Heavenly Venerate Shuan, and Fang Liang to devour great Tao worlds everywhere, causing all living beings in the blank domain to panic. They were elusive and difficult to track. Han Zhu smiled and asked, what are you going to do? Han Huang said in a low voice, of course I'm saving him. Father, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. Han Tuo had found him and told him about Chu Shaoqi's childhood ever since the latter had become a demon and started committing sins wantonly. After hearing it, he realized that his father already knew his true relationship with primordial despair. That's your business. You can decide for yourself. I won't interfere, and the Tao creators won't make a move, Han Zhu said. Calmly, Han Huang was not disappointed. He bowed again and left. The battle between the three primordial chaos and Heavenly Venerate Shuan officially began. Han Zhu looked into the depths of the blank domain. His eyes turned cold. You want to use primordial despair to confuse others? You're overestimating yourself. Han Zhu chuckled. The reason why Chu Shaoqi awakened the power of primordial despair was precisely because of the ninth chaos, mental demon. This fellow even found Ji Shanshan, Fang Liang, and Heavenly Venerate Shuan to secretly add fuel to the fire. Han Zhu decided to make his move. Chapter 1171 Chapter 1171 Difference between Creator and Lord River of Space-Time. Chapter 1171 Difference between Creator and Lord River of Space-Time. Ji Shanshan, Fang Liang, and Heavenly Venerate Shuan meditated side by side. In front of them was a blood-red figure. It was Chu Shaoqi. His body was surrounded by blood qi and he was in a violent state. He was trembling and his expression was sinister, like a human-shaped ferocious beast that had lost its mind. Fang Liang said worriedly, it doesn't feel right. Are we being played? Ji Shanshan did not even open his eyes. The other party is not even willing to reveal his identity. He must be plotting something. But we also have our own needs. We want to become Tao creators. If we succeed, we will help him wash away primordial despair's monstrous negative karma. Exclamation mark. Heavenly Venerate Shuan asked, why aren't you looking for the Lord? Ji Shanshan opened his eyes and glanced at him. Is the Lord so easy to find? Even if you can see him, what are you going to say? Find your fellow disciples, or ask him to help you become a Tao creator. Is it so easy to become a Tao creator? Han Huang, Han Tuo, and the others are far from succeeding. Heavenly Venerate Shuan was silent. He had worshipped Han Zhu since he was young, but he had never seen him with his own eyes. Even so, Han Zhu still had a significant status in his heart. Ji Shanshan said, the Tao creator is the direction of all the great Tao supremes. Although we used Chu Shaoqi, we don't really want to harm him. Isn't it better to pull him to our side when we become Tao creators? With his primordial despair identity, he will be exposed sooner or later. What awaits him is eternal damnation. However, he can be freed as long as he becomes a Tao creator. There was a consensus in the entire endless era, and that was that the Tao creator could not inherit it. It required great opportunities in a long time. Otherwise, since ancient times, there would not be so many Tao creators. The Lord couldn't help him become a Tao creator, or his children would have long succeeded. Han Huang and Han Ling were both top-notch existences in the chaos. Even so, they were still working hard for the Tao creator. Fang Liang said, all right, cultivate. We can't go to the blank domain for some time. This is a good opportunity to consolidate our cultivation. Heavenly Venerate Shuan, hurry up and open up your great Tao world. Heavenly Venerate Shuan nodded and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Chu Shaoqi suddenly quietened down, his eyes slightly stunned. At this moment, in the depths of his soul, Chu Shaoqi slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw darkness. He looked around and suddenly saw a figure. Grandpa. Han Ju looked at him with a smile. He hurriedly rushed over and asked excitedly, Grandpa, why are you here? What is this place? Han Ju waved his hand and let him see the situation outside his body. Everything that had happened during this period of time turned into memories and surged into his mind, causing him to be stunned. Soon, Chu Shaoqi trembled. He did feel fear. Anger. Someone was actually using him to do these things. At the same time, he knew his true identity. Primordial despair. He had heard that it was a terrifying demon. But, who had once wreaked havoc in the great Tao? Immeasurable calamity. He had once fantasized that primordial despair would appear in the mortal world, and he would become the savior and kill it. However, he never expected that he was not the hero in the story, not the savior, but an ugly and evil villain. Chu Shaoqi discovered that his will couldn't jump out. He couldn't help but look at Han Ju and ask, Grandpa, what should I do? Did you come to save me? Han Ju smiled and said, let's continue watching. Chu Shaoqi immediately calmed down. Han Ju sat down and gestured for him to sit in front of him. He began to preach the Tao. As Chu Shaoqi listened, he forgot about the danger he was in. More than 60 million years passed like this. Chu Shaoqi suddenly saw Ji Shanshan and the other two stand up and bring him to the blank domain again to go on another slaughter. Exasperated, he looked at Han Ju and asked, Grandpa, why aren't you saving me? Han Ju said, don't be anxious. They're also being used. The true mastermind has yet to appear. Pipe. There was a mastermind. Chu Shaoqi could not imagine. Ji Shanshan and the other two were so strong. Who could use them? Could it be a Tao creator? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, can you deal with him if the other party is a Tao creator? Legend had it that the Tao creator realm was the highest. A Tao creator was invincible. The Lord only had a higher status than the Tao creator. If they really fought, he would not be able to kill the Tao creator. If that were the case, there would not be any enmity between the Tao creators. Han Ju smiled and asked, do you look down on your grandpa so much? Chu Shaoqi was stunned, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the battle between Tao creators. Ji Shanshan and the other two brought Chu Shaoqi to wreak havoc again. However, less than 20 breaths after they appeared, 3 terrifying figures descended. They were the 3 primordial Fian Celestials. Master. Chu Shaoqi clenched his fists excitedly. He was touched. Master had come to save him. Han Huang and the other two attacked without another word. Huang's Untian and Primordial Origins cultivation levels quickly became comparable to Han Huang's ever since the 3 primordial chaos fused. Their cultivation levels were identical. The difference in strength was only reflected in their potential and mystical powers. They transformed into primordial Fian Celestials. Their postures were indeed worthy of being Fian Celestials. Chu Shaoqi exclaimed in admiration. Soon, his body was suppressed. Han Huang attacked Ji Shanshan and the other two. At first, Han Huang could not touch them, but he was the number 1 person below the Tao creator realm, after all. He quickly found a flaw and pulled them out of the origin space-time. In terms of true strength, Ji Shanshan and the other two were not Han Huang's match. They quickly lost. At the critical moment, a mysterious force descended and swept them away. He's here, Han Ju said softly and smiled. Chu Shaoqi asked in confusion, is it the mastermind? Han Ju didn't say anything. He just smiled. Ji Shanshan and the other two returned to the origin space-time. The origin space-time here was only an independent plane. It was equivalent to a branch of the origin space-time, and it was used especially as a place to hide. At this moment, a mysterious aura appeared in the depths of Chu Shaoqi's soul. A black shadow appeared beside him and then immediately disappeared. You want to leave? Too late, Han Ju sneered. The surrounding darkness shattered. His and Chu Shaoqi's consciousness arrived in another void. In front of them was a dark red color, and an incredibly majestic figure was hidden inside. Even Chu Shaoqi, a great Tao Supreme, was shocked. You. A voice sounded, filled with anger. Han Ju smiled and said, isn't it strange? He Clearly saw that you were the only one in your consciousness, but he discovered that I was there as soon as he entered. Chu Shaoqi was extremely nervous and did not dare to speak. HMPH, is this the power of the Lord? I indeed didn't expect it. Although the Lord is strong, he's at least not worlds apart from a Tao creator. I've been careful for so long, but I didn't expect to still be caught. That mighty figure was the ninth chaos, mental demon. His body had transformed from the ultimate evil chaotic devil. Chapter 1172 Chapter 1172 Ultimate Evil Chaotic Devil's Despair. Chapter 1172 Ultimate Evil Chaotic Devil's Despair. How should I address the current you? Han Ju asked. His tone was casual and his aura was not strong, but Chu Shaoqi felt the power of a lord. He controlled everything and looked down on everything. Chu Shaoqi's heart burned with flames. This was his goal. Exclamation mark! You can still call me the ultimate evil chaotic devil. I'm willing to use my demonic name and reopen everything. Since I've already been discovered, let's fight. The ultimate evil chaotic devil's voice sounded. The huge figure hidden in the dark red light began to shrink until it was a billion feet tall. His aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, Chu Shaoqi actually felt as if he was about to be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, Han Ju isolated the other party's aura in time. Han Ju smiled. You've become stronger. It seems that you're actually looking forward to challenging me. Perhaps your carelessness is also your expectations. The ultimate evil chaotic devil walked towards him. He spread his arms and two terrifying ferocious beasts that looked like dragons and pythons coiled around them. The shadows of two divine weapons appeared in his hands, looking like a spear and an axe. Han Ju clearly felt that the power of rules formed the two divine weapons, and they were not ordinary. The basic rules of the blank domain. No wonder this fellow dared to move. He had comprehended the basic rules. Unfortunately, he had only borrowed the power of rules and had not grasped it deeply enough. If he could really easily mobilize the basic power of rules, he would be a creator lord. The ultimate evil chaotic devil suddenly disappeared and appeared above Han Ju's head. Before the two rule divine soldiers landed, a huge barrier appeared around Han Ju and blocked the invisible power of rules. Boom! Chu Shaoqi saw everything outside the barrier collapse and shatter. An indescribable soul pain caused him to squat down like a mortal. How is this possible? I'm a perfected great Tao Supreme. Chu Shaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that a Tao creator was very strong. But he was actually so powerful. His flames of ambition were directly extinguished. Was he lying? Could cultivation really reach this level? The ultimate evil chaotic devil raised the rule. Divine soldier and slashed down angrily. Endless power surged from all directions and drowned the barrier Han Ju created. Space-time, time, karma, creation, destruction, fate, negative karma, and so on. Thousands of rules attacked without any blind spots, so vast was their power. The basic rule space layer above also began to be torn apart. A huge hole was suddenly torn in a corner of the blank domain. The power of basic rules gathered together and spat out like a dark pillar of light, splitting the blank domain into two. This scene attracted the Tao creators' attention. The ultimate evil chaotic devil's power had actually broken through the basic rules. The ninth chaos, the formless transcendent deity, the chaotic consciousness, Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable, and the yin-yang purity nirvana deity appeared in front of the dark pillar of light, not daring to approach. What a powerful force, Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable said with a trembling voice. He felt that even as a Tao creator, he would be torn apart once he approached. At this moment, Han Huang, the Tao ancestor, Han Ling, and the other top great Tao experts of the blank domain arrived. The ninth chaos waved his hand and sent them back while isolating this space. In the deep space, the ultimate evil chaotic devil looked down, his cold eyes filled with fascination. Is this the true power of existence? It's too strong. Even a Tao creator can't resist. Perhaps I've already surpassed the Tao creator realm, but I just didn't know. The higher realm is not as obvious as before, the ultimate evil chaotic devil thought. Silently, he was borrowing the basic rule power. His gaze couldn't pass through the vast rule power. He didn't know if Han Ju and Chu Shaoqi were alive, but facing such power, he felt that even if Han Ju didn't die, he was still stubbornly resisting. He suddenly saw the sea of rules below being pierced by red lights. It was instantly riddled with holes, startling him. Boom! The vast basic rule power suddenly dissipated and transformed into countless stars that spiraled down like a hurricane. The ultimate origin heaven seal appeared below and absorbed all the stars formed by the basic rule. Power. Under the ultimate origin heaven seal were Hanju and Chu Shaoqi. Chu Shaoqi sat paralyzed and watched all of this with his mouth agape. What mystical power was this? This was too shocking. Even he, a great Tao Supreme, could not use his eyes to determine how big the ultimate origin heaven seal was. The entire Tao mystic realm was perhaps a drop in the ocean in front of the ultimate origin heaven seal. One had to know that the Tao mystic realm contained myriad worlds. There were more than 10,000 worlds. And every world was a universe that contained billions of small worlds. You, the ultimate evil chaotic devil, trembled, not knowing what to say. Hanju looked up and smiled. Your strength is all right. Unfortunately, you're still begging it and not controlling it. Next, feel its true power. Boom. The endless ultimate origin heaven seal rushed up. The ultimate evil chaotic devil immediately moved in fear. However, no matter how he moved, the ultimate origin heaven seal was still approaching him. He couldn't shake it off. No, the space is condensed by him. I can't escape. The surrounding space kept changing. Although he felt that he was indeed jumping spaces, he was still in the ultimate origin heaven seal area. This seal actually contained the power of space and time. The ultimate evil chaotic devil had no choice but to use all his strength to attack the ultimate origin heaven seal. He erupted with all his strength, but it collapsed when it collided with the ultimate origin heaven seal. The difference in talent was too great. The ultimate evil chaotic devil was stunned. What realm is he at? How far am I from the realm above the Tao creator? The ultimate evil chaotic devil was confused. Just like when his main body, the ninth chaos, faced Hanju. The ultimate origin heaven seal did not let him go. It quickly rose and absorbed him. Chu Shaoqi looked up at the vast ultimate origin heaven seal and could no longer see the ultimate evil chaotic devil's figure. He didn't know what happened above because his naked eyes and divine sense could not pass through it. However, he understood one thing. Any existence was tiny in front of such power. From his point of view, it was as if the sky was rising with unstoppable force. Heavenly ascension. I've finally dealt with him. I can be free in the future. Hanju's laughter floated into his ears. Chu Shaoqi came back to his senses and asked carefully, Grandpa, were his body and soul destroyed? Hanju smiled and said, a Tao creator can't be killed. However, I will imprison him until I can kill him. Chu Shaoqi looked at him in admiration and was extremely excited. Grandpa, you're too strong. Grandpa, what mystical power is this? Oh my God, is this the power of a lord? Chu Shaoqi chattered non-stop as if he had returned to his childhood. His bearing of a great Tao Supreme was nowhere to be seen. Hanju smiled but didn't reply. He touched Chu Shaoqi's head and smiled. Cultivate well. Grandpa thinks highly of you. Chapter 1173 Chapter 1173 Transcendent Compromise. Chapter 1173 Transcendent Compromise. Blank domain. The five Tao creators looked at the dark pillar of light ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what had happened, the power contained in the dark pillar of light was really terrifying. It was enough to destroy all existence in the endless era. As the dark pillar of light dissipated, the crack in the blank domain also began to shrink. The five Tao creators spied on the situation below, but their divine sense suffered a backlash from the basic rules and forced them back. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Indeed, there's still a deep power in the blank domain that a Tao creator can't come into contact with. Perhaps this is the opportunity to surpass the Tao creator realm. Then the one who caused that fluctuation earlier can only be, the ninth chaos muttered to himself. He didn't finish his sentence, but the other Tao creators understood. It was the Lord. On the other side, Hanju had already returned to the third Tao field. As for Chu Shaoqi, he didn't send him back. Instead, he helped him regain control of his body, then he let him face Ji Shanshan and the other two. Hanju moved the ninth chaos in front of him and asked, if you're your mental demon, what other existences will you contact to become my enemy? The ninth chaos asked, could the previous battle be? Yes, I've already killed him, Hanju said calmly. He was no longer a new creator lord. Killing a Tao creator was not difficult, but he was afraid that the ultimate evil chaotic devil still had a backup plan. It was best to eliminate them completely. The reason why he told Chu Shaoqi that he couldn't kill a Tao creator was to maintain their divine might and give him the motivation to advance. If the difference was too great, it was very difficult to have any desire to pursue it. The ninth chaos was shocked. The iron rule that Tao creators couldn't be killed shattered in his heart. He said in a low voice, other than the known Tao creators, there shouldn't be anyone who can help him. Even if there is, you can definitely deduce them. Hanju smiled and said, he's very strong, already far exceeding peak Tao creators. You should be able to feel it. The ninth chaos said in a low voice, you mean that there's an unknown force lurking? Perhaps. Just like the white-haired man we talked about previously. From now on, you will especially investigate your mental demon. How he obtained the power to surpass the Tao creator realm is up to you, Hanju instructed. The ninth chaos immediately accepted the order. Then, Hanju sent him out. Does the ultimate evil chaotic devil have a backup plan that can threaten me? 1 quadrillion years of origin lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju was relieved. Although as a lord he could see through the entire endless era, the ultimate evil chaotic devil had previously hidden outside the endless era and under the basic rules. Perhaps there was an unknown power hidden there. He couldn't completely see through the entire blank domain. He looked at the origin space-time. The future had changed. The ultimate evil chaotic devil had perished. Ji Shanshan and the other two had suffered a backlash from Chu Shaoqi in advance, and their path as Tao creators was severed. Their karma with the three primordial Phi and Celestials had also ended, because the power involved was too strong, be it the future Han Huang or the future Heavenly Venerate Shuan, they could not sense the change. In fate, without the ultimate evil chaotic devil, who is the white-haired man? Hanju was curious and thought for a while before slowly closing his eyes. In the origin space-time, Heavenly Venerate Shuan's body was scattered and his soul recondensed. He looked at Chu Shaoqi in shock. After Hanju's guidance, Chu Shaoqi had already completely grasped primordial despair's power. The power he was born with. In his previous life combined with his cultivation in this life allowed him to reach an extremely strong level. Facing three perfected great Tao Supremes, he forcefully displayed an invincible appearance. Ha ha ha, is this all you've got? Can't you do without a backing? Chu Shaoqi laughed wildly. Primordial despairs. Terrifying shadow floated above his body like a Dharma idol, causing his aura to become extremely terrifying. Ji Shanshan, Fang Liang, and Heavenly Venerate Shuan were silent. They were terrified. What did Chu Shaoqi mean? Their backing was gone. That mysterious transcendent existence had perished. You know who our backer is? Ji Shanshan asked in a low voice. Chu Shaoqi twisted his neck and smiled. Of course, I know. He's a very big fellow and is indeed powerful. I was almost frightened to death in front of him. Unfortunately, he's not my grandfather's match at all. My grandfather easily suppressed him. Fang Liang couldn't help but ask, who is your grandfather? He had an answer in his heart. Chu Shaoqi was created by Han Huang. Could his grandfather be? Chu Shaoqi said proudly, of course, it's the Lord. Ji Shanshan and the other two were shocked. This matter actually alerted Hanju. They were immediately terrified. In their understanding, they didn't know Hanju's attitude towards primordial despair and Chu Shaoqi. They only treated Chu Shaoqi as an ordinary descendant of the Han family. Even though Chu Shaoqi was really Hanju's grandson, Han Yunjin had given birth to many grandsons for Hanju. Most of them had never seen him with their own eyes. It was different now. Hanju personally made a move. Why didn't he warn them? Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang panicked. Heavenly Venerate Shuan had mixed emotions. In his previous life, he had seen how powerful Hanju was. In this life, he worshipped him. This situation of facing Hanju's dissatisfaction gave him immense pressure. Chu Shaoqi didn't know what they were thinking, but the anger in his chest needed to be vented. He raised his right hand and smiled crazily. Prepare to die. I'll kill you first before seizing the spatial river under your feet. Terrifying dharmic powers erupted and overflowed from his palm, condensing into a huge seal above his head. This seal was purple, and was actually similar to the ultimate origin heaven seal. Give up, Ji Shanshan said in a low voice. Time divine light burst out from his body and wrapped around Fang Liang and Heavenly Venerate Shuan. The three of them transformed into a beam of light and entered the spatial river. This was the first time Chu Shaoqi imitated Hanju's mystical power. He was very excited. He controlled his ultimate origin heaven seal to crush the river of space-time. It was instantly dispersed, and the surrounding space began to collapse and shatter. Mysterious domain. The chaotic consciousness met Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. The two Tao creators looked at each other in silence. After a long time, the chaotic consciousness sighed. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable said, let's pretend that nothing happened. It's impossible for the Lord to not sense it. Since he didn't expose us, that means he's giving us a chance. The chaotic consciousness said, I think so. Too. Although they did not say it, they all felt that. The ultimate evil chaotic devil might have been defeated. The dark pillar of light was definitely the aftermath of the battle between the ultimate evil chaotic devil and the Lord. If the ultimate evil chaotic devil won, he would definitely come to find them. However, he did not. They couldn't even contact him anymore. The outcome was obvious. The chaotic consciousness said, our era is about to end. More Tao creators will definitely appear in the future. The momentum of secession is unstoppable. Let's join forces so that we can take care of each other. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable replied, all right, the primordial Fian celestial and the Tao ancestor are not under our control. We have to choose another potential future Tao creator. The chaotic consciousness said, how about choosing to support a descendant of the Han family? Chapter 1174 Chapter 1174 The most dangerous existence to provoke. Chapter 1174 The most dangerous existence to provoke. Who should I choose? Those who have already grown up or those who have yet to show their potential? Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable asked. He was very tired and could not be bothered to think too much, so he focused on the chaotic consciousness. The chaotic consciousness said, of course, those who have already grown up. We don't have time to wait anymore. The earlier we nurture a Tao creator, the more beneficial it will be to us. Let's take in Han Liang. His potential is not simple, but he has been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for us to help him. Han Liang. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable nodded slightly. This child was once called the #1 genius of the endless era and had even cultivated with the Lord. He was definitely not bad. The two Tao creators did not say anything else and left. Because of the interference of the ninth chaos, the great Tao Supremes didn't spy on the battle between Hanju and the ultimate evil chaotic devil. However, that terrifying aura made the mighty figures palpitate. They felt that something big was about to happen. For a time, more and more mighty figures began to enter seclusion to become stronger as quickly as possible. In the long years after, those already formed great Tao worlds began to develop at a high speed. The retreat of the older generation gave the younger generation a chance to show their talent. Gradually, even Han Huang, the emperor, the ultimate god of punishment, Laozi, Pengu, the holy mother of order, formless world, and the other mighty figures became ancient legends. Another new era had arrived. To all living beings, 100 million years was a long time. To mighty figures, it was only a dream. 300 million years later, Han Ju ended his seclusion. He wanted to enter seclusion for 500 million years in one go, but his grandson Han Liang came to visit. Han Liang had waited for millions of years. During this period of time, he preached the Tao to the disciples of the Tao field and sparred with his fellow disciples in the simulation trial, making his life very fulfilling. Han Ju's clones all had their own responsibilities and usually wouldn't communicate with his children and disciples. Communication was already very rare for Han Ju. Occasionally, it was also an interesting thing. As his clones avoided them, as time passed, his temperament would really become indifferent. The people coming to find him probably had a goal, and it was very difficult to communicate with them. Those who could come to find him now were all people he cared about. Han Liang received his voice transmission and immediately entered the temple. He knelt in front of Han Ju respectfully. It had been many years. This kid had already completely grown up. His bearing was quite similar to Han Huang's. At least, he was much stronger than his father, Han Yunjin. Grandpa, long time no see. I'm unfilial. I didn't visit you before, but you're always busy cultivating. It's not good for me to visit more. Han Liang looked up and smiled. Calling him grandfather pulled the two of them closer. Han Ju smiled. Indeed, just once every 500 million years. However, you've already left for more than 500 million years. Han Liang was embarrassed. Aren't I working hard not to embarrass you? I've already established my own great Tao world. Grandpa, let me tell you, my great Tao world is impressive. I can actually absorb the unknown power of rules of the blank domain. I didn't tell anyone about this. I'm only telling you. Han Ju smiled. So powerful. This kid was indeed not simple. Han Liang was the new Fian Celestial of the endless era. His potential was not inferior to the primordial Fian Celestial. He was catalyzed by the basic rules of the blank domain and contained the instinct to destroy everything. His goal was to eliminate the obstacles in the blank domain, but Han Liang's personality was very kind. He liked creation more than destruction. However, creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin. Just as Han Liang had said, he had created his great Tao world, but it destroyed the basic rules of the blank domain. Han Liang continued to brag. Han Ju was happy. At least this kid was sensible and would not beg him the moment he arrived. Han Ju knew at a glance why Han Liang was here. The chaotic consciousness and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable had been helping him recently. Whatever he needed, the two Tao creators would try their best to satisfy him. This was also the reason why his great Tao world did not attract the fear of the other mighty figures. He had the protection of two Tao creators and his ancestor was the Lord. It was not an exaggeration to say that Han Liang was definitely the most unprovocable existence in the new era. Although he was having a good time, he was a little worried. There was no love for no reason. What were the two Tao creators plotting? After chatting for a while, Han Liang expressed his worry. Han Ju smiled and said, they took the wrong side before and want to make up for it now. Furthermore, your potential is worth them roping you in. Don't worry, you owe them a favor, you can pay them back when you become a Tao creator in the future. Will you refuse if they ask something of you? Han Liang said seriously, I'm not an ungrateful person. Then do as you wish. Thank you for your guidance, Grandpa, but what do you mean by that? Someone among the Tao creators went against you and was dealt with by you? Han Liang asked curiously. He was very curious about the Tao creator level. Han Ju smiled. It's not what you think, but I can't tell you. How can a grandson like you ask about your grandpa? TCH, then can Grandpa tell me if Chu Shaoqi is really my cousin? Han Liang changed the topic. After defeating Ji Shanshan and the other two, Chu Shaoqi returned to the endless era. However, because he had committed too many sins, he had countless enemies. Just as Chu Shaoqi was surrounded, Han Huang stood up and the three primordial Fian Celestials took him away. Word began to spread that primordial despair was of Han Huang's bloodline. Now, Chu Shaoqi had lived in the primordial chaos for a long time, making those mighty figures who hated him extremely angry. They could only think of a way to defame him and provoke him to come out. Han Ju said, you can say that. Han Liang was deep in thought. Is there anything else? No, but can Grandpa guide me in cultivation? Or spar with me in the simulation trial? Han Liang chuckled and asked casually. Han Ju smiled. Really, I want to see how far apart I am from Grandpa. You're the strongest Tao creator. Silly grandson, I'm not a Tao creator. Han Ju immediately pulled him into the simulation trial. A breath later, Han Liang sat on the ground, panting heavily. He was sweating profusely and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at him with fear. Do you know how far you are now? Han Ju asked with a smile. Han Liang was still in shock and could not answer. He indeed didn't know how far the difference was because he was completely not Han Ju's match. He had never felt such terrifying pressure. He had yet to attack, but he regretted it just facing his serious grandpa. That power. Han Liang shivered just thinking about it. Han Ju waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Han Liang immediately left. He even forgot to bow. It could be seen how afraid he was. Han Ju chuckled. Not many people dare to challenge me. Good grandson, come again next time. He also wanted to show his true strength in front of his descendants. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance. The other descendants did not dare to challenge him. Ju felt happy after torturing Han Liang. He felt that the entire endless era had become vivid and cute. Chapter 1175 Chapter 1175 Future Situation. Chapter 1175 Future Situation. Han Liang returned to his great Tao world. He did not even remember how he bid farewell to his grandmothers. He seemed to have lost his soul. After returning to his palace, he sat in the spirit pool and looked at his hands. He was confused. He had always thought that he was very strong. Even if he was inferior to the Tao creators, he was not that bad. He had never been defeated ever since he attained the great Tao Supreme Realm. But today, his battle with his grandfather. The difference was too great, so great that he almost felt depressed. At this moment, a shadow appeared beside him. Your heart is in chaos. Why? This voice belonged to Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. Han Liang said in a daze, Great destruction venerable, in the eyes of you Tao creators, is a great Tao supreme similar to a mortal? Of course, a Tao creator can casually destroy all living beings and recreate them. It looks like there's only a difference of one realm, but it's actually worlds apart. If I really have to classify, there are probably dozens of realms apart. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable smiled, his tone carrying a faint arrogance. Although he had failed in the great Tao immeasurable calamity, he was still a Tao creator. No one could kill him. He was an eternal existence. Han Liang asked, are there strong and weak among the Tao creators? Of course. What do you want to ask? I went to visit Grandpa and sparred with him. You, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, was shocked. How dare you? You know that your grandfather is very strong, but you still asked to spar with him. It was only because of their bloodline. If it were him, if any weak living being dared to provoke him, they would definitely die. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable said helplessly, don't be too ambitious. Your grandfather is stronger than the other Tao creators, including me. It was more than a little stronger. He wasn't a Tao creator at all. Han Liang's mood improved. He perked up and developed an unprecedented fighting spirit towards the Tao creator realm. Then I'll become a Tao creator first. Destruction venerable, quickly tell me what my great Tao world is lacking and how to condense the supreme rules. Han Liang urged. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable was satisfied. Previously, Han Liang had been lazy, which gave him a headache. It seemed that the Lord had also sensed this, so he taught him a lesson and made him realize how weak he was. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable began to preach the Tao. To be personally nurtured by the Tao creator. To create a great Tao world, only Han Liang had such treatment in the entire endless era. Even the formless transcendent deity would not cultivate with formless world. Formless world's Tao mystic realm developed very well, but he was far from the Tao creator realm. At least, no mighty figure thought that formless world could become one of the first 3 Tao creators of the endless era. 500 million years passed quickly. Han Ju triggered the choice reward again when he was 3 billion years old, but this time, there was no chance to upgrade the system function. He didn't mind. The current system functions were only for fun. Only the derivation function was somewhat still helpful. As for the ultimate origin fragment, he still had to wait for countless years. It was not that the system was deliberately making things difficult for him, but that it also needed time to become stronger. He could probably easily control the blank domain if he gained potential that surpassed the ultimate origin Fian Celestial. He might be able to create more blank domains. Han Ju, the creator lord, couldn't think of anything for the time being. Han Ju's creation heaven's chosen attempts had already accumulated to 279. He didn't plan to use them. He would gather 1,000 before using them in one go. The creation heaven's chosen happened once every 10 million years. 1,000 times required 10 billion years of accumulation. Now, time was getting faster and faster in his eyes. 10 billion years was not far away. Han Ju looked at the blank domain. The primordial chaos had already given birth to 5 supreme rules, and the Tao ancestor also had 5. However, in this situation, the primordial chaos seemed to have surpassed the chaos. The mighty figures of the endless era were also paying attention to them. From the number, they could determine who could step into the Tao creator realm earlier. Apart from them, no one else could snatch the chance of being the first Tao creator of the endless era from them for the time being. Han Ling had only created 2 supreme rules until now. Beside them were the primordial ancestor god, the ultimate god of punishment, the holy mother of order, Zhao Xuanyuan, and other mighty figures from before the endless era. Han Ju's gaze landed on Ji Shanshan and the other 2. They had completely stopped. They were currently cultivating in the origin space-time. Han Ju's interference actually let them escape death. After all, they were his disciple, grand disciple, and grandson. Han Ju felt pity for them. As for Chu Shaoqi, he was currently in the primordial chaos and had also established his own great Tao world. He wasn't far from the primordial chaos. It was worth mentioning that Chu Shaoqi and Tang Wan had met. However, the 2 of them were still not married. They had already attained the Tao. Love became unimportant, but they were still close friends who pursued the great Tao together. Time was heartless. It ground everything down. Han Ju was very satisfied with Chu Shaoqi's performance. He didn't blame Han Huang after he fused with primordial despair. The father and son acknowledged each other. His magnanimity made Han Huang even more ashamed, and he took good care of him. This move was very clever. Chu Shaoqi's potential had already been completely released. In addition to the creation heavens chosen, even if he could not catch up to the first batch of Tao creators, he still had a chance at the second batch. As long as Han Ju didn't interfere, more Tao creators would appear in the future, but there were restrictions. According to Han Ju's estimation, the blank domain could at most withstand 49 Tao creators. This was the limit. Currently, the blank domain could no longer be improved. It was endless, but the tolerance of the basic rules was there. The so-called Tao creator's eternal life was maintained by basic rules. If not for Han Ju, the creator lord, there would be more Tao creators. Looks like only I can break through the blank domain that has already stopped improving. Han Ju smiled. Then, he looked at the ultimate origin world. The speed at which the ultimate origin world expanded was very exaggerated. It was already the size of more than 1,000,000 primordial chaos. The difference was still increasing. One had to know that the current primordial chaos was not much different from the chaos. However, Han Ju couldn't deduce how long it would take for the ultimate origin world to cover the blank domain. One thing was certain, Han Ju would fight with all living beings in the future. The ultimate origin world would definitely devour the other great Tao worlds. It would be fine if they submitted, but they could only challenge his authority if they were not convinced. Han Ju looked forward to what all living beings would do at that time. The ninth chaos sent you a dream. Do you accept? A notification appeared in front of him. Han Ju silently chose to accept it. The dream was the ninth chaos, Tao field, under an endless tree. The ninth chaos faced him and first bowed before saying, Master, recently, when I was cultivating, I dreamed of that white-haired man again. There are some clues this time. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. What clues? The ninth chaos replied. He said that he was born as the master of the blank domain. You only occupied his position. From these words, he shouldn't have been born yet. Perhaps it's related to the will of the blank domain. If the chaos can give birth to a will, so can the blank domain. Chapter 1176 Chapter 1176 Lord in a higher position. Chapter 1176 Lord in a higher position. Han Ju thought that might be true. The blank domain could indeed give birth to a will. His system was the blank domain's creation will, but that will had once told him that the blank domain itself was no longer under its control. In the future, it might resist him or even reject him. In that case, the white-haired man's identity could be confirmed. Apart from the will avatar of the blank domain, Han Ju couldn't think of anyone who could threaten him for the time being. Unless another ultimate origin fiend celestial or stronger existence was born in the future. Since it's in the future, let's just wait, Han Ju said calmly. The ninth chaos nodded. The dream ended. Han Ju continued to look at the blank domain and the experiences of all living beings, as if he was experiencing them. Even the Creator Lord liked to imagine. Han Ju grew bored after some time passed. He prepared to extend his seclusion period. 1,000,000,000 years. In any case, he had already faded in the eyes of all living beings. No matter how long he entered seclusion, it could not change anything. He wasn't interested in interfering with all living beings. Transcendent Divine Hall. The 5 Tao creators gathered in the hall. They were the formless transcendent deity, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable, the chaotic consciousness, and the ninth chaos. They looked at the door side by side. A strong light filled the entrance of the hall, and they could not see everything outside. Who will become a Tao creator first, Han Huang or the Tao ancestor? The chaotic consciousness smiled. After putting down their ambitions, their relationship had softened greatly in the past billions of years. They returned to their previous state and smiled at the rise and fall of all living beings. The ninth chaos said indifferently, it should be the Tao ancestor. He had hoped before, but he did not finish. The 4 Tao creators knew what he meant. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity sneered. I think it's Han Huang. The Tao ancestor might not be able to compare if the 3 primordial fiend celestials join forces. The chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity believed that the Tao ancestor would succeed first. A Tao creator could not deduce other Tao creators, so they didn't know who would become a Tao creator. Now, in their eyes, the Tao ancestor and Han Huang could both succeed. It was just a question of who would succeed first. Then, the 5 Tao creators began to discuss who else could become a Tao creator. After a long time, a terrifying aura descended, shaking the transcendent divine hall. A figure walked into the hall in the strong light. It was the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor wore a Taoist robe and had white hair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and a thread formed by the 3,000 great Tao in the other. Looking at him, other than the ninth chaos, the 4 Tao creators were a little stunned. They did not expect to be wrong. Only the ninth chaos was right. The Tao ancestor stopped in front of them and cupped his hands. I'm Hong Jun. Greetings. Fellow Taoists. The 5 Tao creators sighed. Yes, they would be on the same level in the future. Another terrifying aura descended before they could speak. Han Huang walked into the hall. He wore a green robe and no longer had any hostility. His temperament was restrained, and it was difficult to associate him with the primordial fiend celestial. The Tao ancestor looked at him and smiled. You're here, fellow Taoist. Han Huang smiled faintly. You're indeed faster. To us, it doesn't matter who's faster as long as it's the same day. The Tao ancestor smiled and nodded. The two of them did not have a confrontational atmosphere, as if they had been good friends for many years. The formless transcendent deity smiled and asked, where are primordial origin and Huang's Untian? Han Huang smiled and said, they're still consolidating their cultivation. They sent me in advance to meet you. From today onwards, he would officially step into the circle of Tao creators. He looked calm, but he was still a little excited. Inside, he looked around and asked curiously, where's the Lord? The Tao creators were all here. Why didn't his father come? Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable smiled. This is the domain of a Tao creator. As for your father, he's not a Tao creator. He has reached a higher realm. Han Huang was stunned before shaking his head and laughing. He was not surprised. Instead, he felt that it made sense to obtain the true answer. The 7 Tao creators sat down and began to discuss the Tao. Every Tao creator walked a different path. It was beneficial to discuss the Tao with each other. The news of the Tao ancestor and the 3 primordial fiend celestials becoming Tao creators quickly spread throughout the endless era. Han Ju also ended his seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 1 billion years. He opened his eyes and sighed as he looked at the rapidly expanding primordial chaos and chaos. It was a little earlier than the future he predicted. The future kept changing, and Han Ju could also follow the changes. However, he was busy cultivating in the past first billion years. He looked carefully. So the future only suffered a change because the primordial chaos and chaos were catalyzed by the basic rules. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or the endless era's creation, but the basic rules were drilled into their great Tao worlds when they condensed 7 supreme rules, making them stronger. The current them were stronger than the chaotic consciousness and the others when they had just entered the Tao creator, but not that much stronger. Han Ju looked at the future. The 3rd Tao creator of the endless era would be born in 4 billion years. There was no doubt that it would be Han Ling. The sequence changed a little after that. It actually became Han Liang. He was indeed blessed with the support of 2 Tao creators. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. At this moment, the Tao companions were gathered in Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple to celebrate Han Huang's successful attainment of the Tao. They didn't notice him. As long as Han Ju didn't reveal his aura, no one could sense him. Qingluaner sighed. Wanzhi is really powerful, and his personality has changed greatly. I didn't expect the most rebellious child to become the most sensible. Chang Yuea smiled. Han Tuo will be here soon. Next is Ling probably. In any case, Qing'er and Yunjin won't have a chance. Haha, it's fine if they don't become Tao creators. Who dares to bully them? That grandson of mine, Han Liang, has a possibility. Speaking of my grandson, Heavenly Venerate Xuan and Chu Shaoqi are at odds. As his grandmother, do you want to resolve it? The women discussed passionately. Xing Hongshuan's temperament was the most outstanding. Her identity as the prominent divine dream mother had absorbed too many faiths. She was already a god. Even Li Yao, who had the most outstanding cultivation, was a little ordinary in front of her. Han Ju smiled and said, I think Li Yao can also become a Tao creator. The women looked at him in surprise and immediately surrounded him. His arms were instantly pulled each way. He was pushed to sit down and rubbed all over. The women were naturally happy after not seeing him for 1 billion years. Li Yao blinked and asked, how long will it take me to succeed? It was really difficult to condense the supreme rules. She couldn't see how long it would take. Han Ju smiled and said, I'll guide you later. Li Yao was pleasantly surprised. Her gaze seemed to melt him. Tao Comprehension Sword asked excitedly, what about me? What about me? You, stop dreaming, Han Ju said bluntly, causing her pretty face to collapse. Chapter 1177 Chapter 1177 Evolution. Chapter 1177 Evolution. Han Ju preached the Tao to the Tao companions for a long time. Each had different gains, and the one who gained the most was naturally Li Yao. Her great Tao world had already stabilized, and she could be considered to have stepped into the process of becoming a Tao creator. Li Yao returned to her seclusion in a hurry, while Han Ju invited the women to accompany him to the ultimate origin world to play. The women had no objections to this. After not seeing each other for a billion years, they were naturally happy to travel the world together. Han Ju waved his sleeve and brought them to the ultimate origin world. The current ultimate origin world had changed greatly. Just its size had increased several times in a billion years. More and more great Tao sages appeared, and the strongest life Fian Celestial had already condensed the first supreme rule. As the first Fian Celestial in the ultimate origin world and even receiving Han Ju's guidance, the life Fian Celestial's cultivation was naturally the first in the ultimate origin world. Below him, Dugu Wu, Han Yu, the leader of the ultimate origin soul race, and the other peerless mighty figures followed closely behind. The difference didn't increase. Han Ju scanned the ultimate origin world and estimated that it already had the foundation to fight the entire endless era. The number of cultivators in all realms was no less than in the endless era. As the Creator Lord, his great Tao world naturally surpassed all the current worlds. It was easier for all living beings to pursue the great Tao Supreme realm there than in other great Tao worlds. The ultimate origin world would definitely give birth to a Tao creator in the future. Han Ju's ambition was that among the 49 Tao creators, the ultimate origin world would occupy half. Only then would the ultimate origin world be qualified to replace the blank domain. He wanted the pale outside to turn dark red. Han Ju and the others appeared in the void and wandered aimlessly. The most lively Chang Yue began to talk about her understanding of the ultimate origin world. Although the ultimate origin world was far from the center of the endless era, its legends had never been forgotten by all living beings. It was only because the ultimate origin world was too big. All the living beings who had been to the ultimate origin world knew that it was extremely terrifying. In this endless era, the ultimate origin world was like two different camps and different worlds. Its mystery fascinated countless living beings, but it was very difficult to become an ultimate origin life form. The netherworld was already about to explode from overcrowding. As Dugu Wu, your disciple, hundreds of millions of years ago, he descended into the endless era and defeated many powerful enemies to prove his worth. He challenged hundreds of great Tao Supremes and was extremely arrogant. However, no one below the Tao Creator realm could subdue him, Chang Yue said excitedly. Dugu Wu claimed to be the Lord's disciple. This was the reason why the Tao Creators and the mighty figures who wanted to break through did not dare to teach him a lesson. What if it was true? Xing Hongshuan smiled. That temper might really be the case. Husband keeps a low profile, but his disciples and sons are each more arrogant than the other. It's strange. Zan Qingjun laughed. Perhaps his teachings made the juniors afraid. Who can enter seclusion with him for millions of years? This is simply a form of torture. That's why those fellows have become the opposite of him. The women teased him. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Dugu Wu. This fellow was in seclusion. He had already established his great Tao world. His world was considered powerful in the ultimate origin world. The space in the ultimate origin world was very abundant, and not all of them were on the same plane. Those great Tao worlds were hidden in deeper spaces and did not disturb all living beings. Dugu Wu's cultivation was not bad. It was nothing difficult for him to catch up to the life Fian Celestial. After all, the life Fian Celestial was transformed by the chaotic Fian Celestial, and Dugu Wu had the highest potential after the birth of the ultimate origin world. His bloodline was even more compatible with it. Han Ju retracted his gaze. He started to enjoy a rare period of relaxation. He could play with the women for a while longer. 10,000 years was like a blink of an eye. To the current him, cultivating less than 10,000 years was nothing. Above the vast primordial great Tao world stood 3 connected palaces. They were the Tao fields of the 3 primordial Fian Celestials. At this moment, primordial origin and Huang Zuntian came to visit Han Huang. The 3 primordial Fian Celestials had already fused. They were equivalent to clones. So everything would be discussed together. A higher realm. Han Huang raised his eyebrows. Primordial origin said with a burning gaze. That's right. We have to plan for a higher realm. If the Lord can reach it, why can't we? Although we've just stepped into the Tao Creator realm, do you really think it's enough? I wanted to become a great Tao Supreme in the past because I thought it was the highest realm. Later, I wanted to become stronger, so I transformed into a primordial Fian Celestial. Now that the Tao Creator realm is no longer the highest, we should plan for the next step. We should walk step by step to the strongest position and even surpass the Lord. His words were firm and powerful. He was not afraid that Han Huang would think too much. They were already one and would live and die together. Han Huang did not refuse but thought seriously. He was indeed a little confused after becoming a Tao creator. Huang Zuntian said, fighting spirit is not important. What's important is how to realize it. I can sense the primordial chaos, limits. We will at most be stronger than the other Tao creators if we rely on the primordial chaos alone. Primordial Origin said in a low voice, of course, we have to evolve our bloodline. There must be a higher level bloodline above the primordial Fian Celestial. This is how the Lord succeeded. Only one primordial Fian Celestial was allowed in the chaos before the great Tao immeasurable calamity. But what's the Lord since Han Huang exists? His bloodline can't be lower than the primordial Fian Celestial. Han Huang and Huang Zuntian were moved. The primordial Fian Celestial bloodline could evolve. Primordial Origin said, I'm preparing to reincarnate and travel the ultimate origin world. Perhaps I can get an answer there. This matter might offend the Lord. I need you. But, to smooth things over with him, Han Huang said in a low voice, you have to promise not to disturb the ultimate origin world. Primordial Origin shook his head and laughed. I wouldn't dare even if I had 10 guts. You don't have to remind me about this. Han Huang hesitated for a while before finally nodding. He felt that he should indeed charge towards a higher realm. In the depths of the blank domain, under the endless divine tree, the ninth chaos was playing chess with the Tao ancestor. This chessboard was a mountain and river. When the pawns landed, they transformed into creation and split the mountains and rivers into two. They deduced the world together. The two worlds constantly devoured each other and played games. The Tao ancestor said, there will be more Tao creators in the future, but can there be one more realm above? The ninth chaos said indifferently, you want to know the Lord's attitude? The Tao ancestor smiled. Of course, but the reason why I want to know is that I'm confident. This Lord is different from you. He's different from the primordial Fian Celestial of the past. He's more tolerant. The ninth chaos said, you're too anxious. You just became a Tao creator and want to reach a higher realm. I've already failed, so I can't give you an answer. The only thing I can tell you is that if you want to explore a higher realm, you have to wait a little longer. Wait until you're as strong as me. The Tao ancestor said meaningfully, perhaps breaking through to a higher realm is no longer just cultivation. Otherwise, why didn't you succeed? Chapter 1178 Chapter 1178 5.4 billion years old. Chapter 1178 5.4 billion years old. That's right, I didn't succeed, so you probably can't as well. If you insist on trying, I'll just wait and see if you succeed, the ninth chaos replied with a calm tone. He was not angered by the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor suddenly waved his hand and placed a piece down. It stirred up a storm and shook the mountains and rivers of the ninth chaos. The ninth chaos placed a piece down and the piece transformed into a mountain that blocked the storm and dispersed it. The two Tao creators continued to fight. The mountains and rivers in front of them alternated between destruction and reappearance as if the outcome would never be determined. Ultimate origin world, Netherworld. An extremely majestic city stood majestically in the boundless ghost mist. It was like the largest ghost god in the Netherworld hiding in the darkness. The figure revealed was enough to scare mortals out of their wits. A plaque hung above the city gate. Two words larger than mountains were carved on it. Yama Hall. On the first level of Yama Hall, Yang Tiandong lay on a chair. He shook a feather fan in his hand. The feathers burned with blue flames and emitted a cold aura. There's really nothing to look forward to these days. Yang Tiandong suddenly sighed. He had yearned for the ultimate origin world in the past, but he felt bored now. He controlled the ultimate origin world's netherworld. Any foreign mighty figure who wanted to enter the ultimate origin world had to beg him. It was not an exaggeration to say that other than his master, he was no longer afraid of anyone. Eternal power brought endless emptiness. Although he was only a great Tao sage, he also had an invincible loneliness. When he was bored, Yang Tiandong liked to look back and immerse himself in the adventure. A figure descended just as Yang Tiandong was wallowing in boredom. It was Primordial Origin. Yang Tiandong only glanced at him. Primordial Origin said, I am Primordial Origin. I want to reincarnate into the ultimate origin world and see how it looks. My main body will not enter, I will only release a wisp of my will. I specially came to greet you. It can be considered giving the Lord face. Yang Tiandong felt that Primordial Origin's name was a little familiar. On careful thought, wasn't it the Primordial Fian Celestial that had fused with Han Huang, the new Tao creator? Yang Tiandong did not panic at all when facing the new Tao creator. He asked casually, since you're a Tao creator, have you asked the Lord? How can I see the Lord? Can you? That means that you're not fated. Yang Tiandong waved his fan and smiled. He knew that his master was in the Dao field, but who could enter other than the hidden sect? Disciples. Didn't Han Huang go to find the Lord? Yes, but the Lord is not in the Dao field. His clone said that his main body is in the ultimate origin world. I will naturally be able to visit the Lord if I reincarnate. Primordial Origin frowned. This king of hell in front of him made him very unhappy. A mere king of hell dared to make things difficult for him. However, he had to endure considering that the other party was the Lord's disciple. Yang Tiandong thought for a moment and said, all right, your main body has to stay in this hall. Primordial Origin won and walked to a corner of the hall to meditate. He sent a wisp of his will into the ultimate origin world to reincarnate. Yang Tiandong stopped looking at him and continued to immerse himself in the past. Reincarnators appeared in the Yama Hall one after another in the following years. Yang Tiandong arranged them one by one. 10,000 years later, a figure appeared. It was Han Ju. Yang Tiandong glanced at him casually. He did not care at first, but he suddenly stood up when he saw who the other party was. Ma Master, Yang Tiandong said with a trembling voice. Han Ju ignored him. Standing in the corner, Primordial Origin stood up, and the two of them disappeared from the hall. Yang Tiandong heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't seen his master for too long, so long that their relationship had already become distant. In any case, he only felt afraid and nervous when he saw his master. So, after Han Ju left, he felt at ease. As for what Han Ju and Primordial Origin wanted to do, he was not interested. Above the ultimate origin world, Han Ju and Primordial Origin looked down. How do you feel? Han Ju asked. Primordial Origin stared intently and sighed. Perfect. It's even more perfect than the primordial chaos and chaos. Han Ju smiled. Primordial Origin hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, is there a bloodline stronger than the primordial Phi and Celestial? Or can the primordial Phi and Celestial bloodline continue to evolve? Han Ju smiled. Your cultivation is endless. But your bloodline is naturally not. Do you want to continue evolving? This path is very difficult. I want to try. How? I haven't come up with anything for now. Primordial Origin replied truthfully. He was not discouraged. Instead, he was confident. Han Ju smiled and said, then find it in the ultimate origin world. With that, he vanished. An existence that surpasses the primordial Phi and Celestial will indeed appear in the future. Han Ju's voice sounded in Primordial Origin's ears. Immediately after, a figure appeared in his mind. It was the mysterious white-haired man. Primordial Origin narrowed his eyes and noted down this person. In other words, this person had the potential to surpass the primordial Phi and Celestial. Why did the Lord tell him this? Was it because of Han Huang? Primordial Origin couldn't understand and decided to find this person first. He immediately transformed into countless clones and traveled the heavens. In the third Dao field, Han Ju returned to his Taoist temple. His Dao companions had also returned. This trip made them very happy. Playing was not fun. It was mainly because Han Ju accompanied them. Han Ju sat on the lotus throne and looked at the primordial chaos next. With his reminder, the future began to change. In order to evolve, Primordial Origin became possessed. At first, he didn't believe Han Ju very much, but he couldn't evolve even after countless years. Therefore, he recalled the white-haired man Han Ju mentioned. In the end, the white-haired man even became his mental demon, causing him to start a war between Dao creators in the endless era. As for the white-haired man, he never appeared. The reason why Han Ju did this was that he wanted another person to think about the white-haired man. This way, the white-haired man wouldn't suddenly grow up when he wasn't paying attention. He did not want to especially find out who the white-haired man was. Instead of waiting, he wanted to become stronger. Primordial Origin's obsession was too deep. Even without Han Ju provoking him, this fellow would sooner or later place his thoughts on the powerful bloodlines of the ultimate origin world and even target him. Primordial Origin would not despair if he was given an illusory goal. Han Ju muttered to himself softly, I can give up my position to the three of you when I evolve the ultimate origin Phi and Celestial bloodline. However, how long can you last? Don't disappoint me. He tolerated Primordial Origin because of Han Huang. The three primordial Phi and Celestials were already living the same life. Even if Han Ju had a way to separate them, it would cause irreversible damage to Han Huang and he would never improve in the future. Han Ju could allow other creators to appear, but it would be best if they were his children. Before that, He had to surpass the Creator Lord realm. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and prepared to continue cultivating. Time passed quickly. Another billion years passed. Hanju was already 5.4 billion years old. He opened his eyes and looked at the blank domain first. Something big had happened in the endless era, something that affected all living beings. Chapter 1179 New Generation. Chapter 1179 New Generation. A new chaos had been completely born ever since the Tao ancestor became a Tao creator. Pengu had fused his great Tao world with the Tao ancestors. For a time, the chaos reputation spread widely, not the least inferior to the primordial chaos. All living beings knew that the chaos would grow into a colossus. It was unstoppable, thus, the various factions befriended it. However, at this moment, danger arrived at the chaos. The bloodline that the Tao heavenly race had sacrificed the entire race to protect had actually grown into a great Tao supreme and begun to wreak havoc in the chaos. The Tao ancestor and Pengu still felt a little guilty towards the Tao heavenly race, so they did not interfere, causing all the living beings in the chaos to fall into uneasiness. The person who inherited the Tao heavenly race's providence was called Tao Heaven. Originally, this was not his name. But he changed his name to Tao Heaven after awakening his memories. Tao Heaven was his true name now. Tao Heaven was not alone. He had acknowledged three masters. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, and Zhang Yi were still famous in the endless era. After all, they were mighty figures who had survived the great Tao immeasurable calamity and were also creating their great Tao worlds. With their support, the mighty figures who wanted to please the Tao ancestor did not dare to attack. This caused Tao Heaven to be like a fish in water. This matter attracted the attention of the entire endless era. Especially after knowing Tao Heaven's background, this matter became even more dramatic. Hanju was also interested and started to pay attention to Tao Heaven. Tao Sovereign and the other two supported Tao Heaven purely for revenge. They wanted to take revenge on Laozi for fusing with Lao Dan. Laozi was also the Tao ancestor's eldest disciple. After the Tao ancestor appeared, the master and disciple became very close. Laozi also focused on dodging them. Hanju retracted his gaze after watching for a while. He was really envious of the Tao ancestor. He still had enemies. Hanju already felt the loneliness of invincibility. That so-called white-haired man was also in the distant future. Other than cultivating, there were very few things that interested him now. He even had ill intentions. Should he let the endless era be in chaos just to tease him? Forget it, the endless era was not powerful enough. He could give the endless era a calamity when more Tao creators appeared. At Hanju's cultivation level, all living beings were meaningless in his eyes. He only did things based on his heart. Hanju looked at the others. Mainly his grandson, Han Liang, and Chu Shaoqi. Han Liang's cultivation level kept increasing with the two Tao creators' help. Chu Shaoqi was also not bad with the primordial chaos help. It was equivalent to having the support of three Tao creators. Although these two grandsons had never met, they had already become the targets of comparison among their peers. In their generation, basically no one was more outstanding than them. Furthermore, they were all highly regarded by the Tao creators. Between the two of them, who could become a Tao creator earlier had already become the topic of conversation among the cultivators. Hanju was satisfied upon seeing that his two grandsons were developing well. He closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. In the void, a black-robed man was advancing. He was burly and had an ancient face. His blood-colored hair fluttered wantonly like flames. He was Tao Heaven, the Tao heavenly race's last bloodline. He advanced very quickly and leapt through the void to arrive at a lonely continent. The terrain of this continent was flat, barren, and lonely. In the center of the continent, three figures meditated facing each other. Three terrifying auras fused together, causing the nearby space to fluctuate as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Tao Heaven landed behind the three of them and knelt down. Zhao Xuanyuan asked without opening his eyes, "Why are you here?" Tao Heaven said, "I don't want revenge anymore." Zhao Xuanyuan was silent. Tao Sovereign and Zhang Yi did not speak and continued cultivating. Tao Heaven took a deep breath and said, "I went to the chaos and suddenly understood why the Tao heavenly race disappeared. They restricted the development of the chaos and the Tao ancestor had no choice but to take action. The fact that the Tao ancestor could keep me is already the greatest kindness to the Tao heavenly race." Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. "It's good that you've thought it through. However, we've put so much pressure on you. Where will our reputation go if you suddenly stop?" Tao Heaven was moved. He kowtowed to the ground and did not look up. Zhang Yi added, so be it if you don't want revenge anymore. What are you going to do next? Zhao Xuanyuan was only joking. Actually, they were also open-minded about Lao Dan, but if they could discuss the Dao ancestor and Laozi, they were still willing. Now, their conflict with Laozi and the Dao ancestor was only a small fight. Both sides did not take it seriously, but Dao Heaven felt heavy pressure. Dao Heaven said in a low voice, Masters, please punish me. I no longer dare to expect anything. He had wreaked havoc in the chaos for millions of years. At first, he was very happy, but he got tired of it as time passed. He began to investigate the past. After understanding the truth, he was confused again. His duty was to take revenge. What should he do now that he was not taking revenge? He didn't want to do anything else now. At least, he wanted to obtain the forgiveness of his three masters. He knew very well the reason he could act recklessly. Other than the Dao ancestors' benevolence, he also used the influence of his three masters. Otherwise, those mighty figures who wanted to please the Dao ancestor could crush him at any time. Zhao Xuanyuan said strangely, punish. How? I asked you to apologize to the Dao ancestor and say that it's all your obsession and has nothing to do with us. Dao Heaven was silent. Although he did not want revenge, he did not like the Dao ancestor either. No matter what, the Dao ancestor had indeed caused the Dao heavenly race's destruction. At most, he would no longer interact with him. Dao Sovereign opened his eyes and said, all right, stop teasing him. He looked at Dao Heaven and continued, it's best if you understand. Actually, it's impossible for you to take revenge. After all, the Dao ancestor is a Dao creator. The three of us are not his match even if we join forces. We don't expect you to do anything for us. We took you in as a disciple because we admire your courage and unyielding backbone. Dao Heaven looked up at him. This first master was the strictest in the past. He did not expect him to be the most tolerant now. Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. Let's cultivate here. For now, I think it's unreliable to ask him to catch up to Chu Shaoqi and Han Liang. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and said, try. Even if he fails, he has at least grown. Chu Shaoqi and Han Liang. Dao Heaven felt that these two names were familiar. He thought about it carefully and was immediately moved. 2. Those two are already breaking through to the Dao creator realm. Can I still catch up them? Dao Heaven asked with a trembling voice. Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. By the way, you still don't know our identities. Dao Heaven looked at them and said, I indeed don't know. Could it be that you are also Dao creators? Zhao Xuanyuan's face twitched. He suddenly wanted to cripple his disciple. Zhang Yi said, we're all from the hidden sect. Han Liang and Chu Shaoqi are equivalent to our junior disciples. Dao Heaven was enlightened and looked at his three masters with admiration. Hidden sect. To be able to be the elder of Han Liang and Chu Shaoqi was definitely an eternal legend. Chapter 1180 Ultimate Origin World's Power. Chapter 1180 Ultimate Origin World's Power. Zhao Xuanyuan was even more pleased upon seeing Dao Heaven's shocked expression. He took over Zhang Yi's words and began to brag about their glory back then. That was an era when the Dao creator did not show himself. Zhao Xuanyuan's tone was excited, and Dao Heaven's blood boiled. Zhang Yi nodded. He had the bearing of Han Ju's storytelling back then. As they chatted, Zhang Yi talked about the story that the Lord had told him. This kid Dao Heaven did not believe him. He could still believe other things, but not this. You asked the Lord to tell you a story. Who are you? Aren't you with the Lord's disciples? You're even Dao Sovereign's lackey. Dao Heaven did not believe it, but he did not dare to say it. He had to give his master face. Zhao Xuanyuan and Zhang Yi became more and more excited. They even pulled Dao Sovereign along to brag. HMPH, what's there to say? Back then, I helped him when my master, the Lord, awakened his chaotic physique. It's nothing. We're both master and disciple and good friends, Dao Sovereign said coldly, making Dao Heaven worship him even more. First master was still the best. He spoke sincerely and convincingly. Just like that, Dao Heaven stayed beside Dao Sovereign and the other two and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. The noisy endless era quietened down again. However, this silence did not last long. Time passed. Another 10 million years had passed when Han Ju opened his eyes again. He stretched habitually, although it was impossible for the Lord's body to become stiff. This action allowed him to relax. During this period of time, he had a higher comprehension of the rules of the ultimate origin world. This comprehension was indescribable and could not be expressed with words, but it could be understood from the ultimate origin world's development. In the last billion years, the ultimate origin world's growth far exceeded the previous years together. Such an extreme and exaggerated expansion also caused fear to spread in the endless era. A mighty figure suggested a possibility. Would the ultimate origin world devour other great Tao worlds like the chaos in the past? This possibility caused an uproar. Even if it was only a possibility, what if it was true? Those great Tao supremes who had created great Tao worlds were the most terrified. Facing a lord, they had no chance of winning. Hanju didn't care what all living beings thought because their guess was right. He wouldn't mind even if all living beings became his enemies. He even looked forward to it and treated it as an activity. His benevolence to all living beings was that the ultimate origin world would leave a place for them in the future. The ultimate origin world was unstoppable. Hanju was finally walking the ninth chaos path, but he had never doubted it. This was also the reason why he let him survive. Hanju's benevolence could give the enemy a way out. The ninth chaos just couldn't kill the other Tao creators. The experts enslaved by him were all living well. Hanju didn't deliberately suppress them. The previous 4 Tao creators couldn't even cultivate and had to help the ninth chaos supervise his chaos. The chaotic consciousness watched as his great Tao world was suppressed by the chaos and had to become a chaotic deity. Hanju felt sorry for him. These matters were actually not important to them. Hanju would always only believe in himself. This was also the thought of all the mighty figures. The only difference was who was stronger. As expected, his children and disciples had already come to visit. They were all kneeling outside. Hanju let them in as he checked his emails. Han Tuo, Han Huang, Han Ling, Han Yunjin, Dao Sovereign, Li Daokong, Marong Qi, and so on, nearly 20 people, came in at once. Hanju was calm. Everyone looked at each other. Han Huang took a deep breath and asked, "Father, will the ultimate origin world devour other great Tao worlds?" Hanju said, "If it's big enough, it will." Everyone's expressions changed. Han Yunjin was the most relaxed because he did not develop a great Tao world. He only came to join in the fun. Dao Sovereign hurriedly asked, "Then what should our great Tao worlds do?" The others also looked at Hanju. They all wanted to become Tao creators. Although they respected him, they had to think for themselves. You can open your great Tao world again after the ultimate origin world devours them. As for your living beings, nothing will happen to them. They will only be assimilated, Hanju replied with a smile, as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. Everyone was anxious. They had finally reached this point, and he wanted them to cultivate the great Tao world again. Han Huang asked, "Will my cultivation realm decrease if my primordial chaos is fused with the ultimate origin world?" "No, but you will have to create the primordial chaos again," Hanju replied truthfully and didn't lie to comfort them. It was the truth. Marong Qi said, "Can I take the initiative to fuse in advance? In that case, it can save time." Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Sure. Your great Tao world is close to the ultimate origin world. You will definitely encounter it before you become a Tao creator." The most uncomfortable were the great Tao worlds far from the ultimate origin world. They had a chance to become Tao creators before the ultimate origin world devoured them, but they might not. Not everyone had the courage to overturn the past billions of years. Han Tuo couldn't help but ask, "Father, why are you doing this? Isn't this like the chaos? Back then, the chaos actions were met with you shattering it and ushering in an endless era. Why are you following his path?" Hanju smiled and said, "This is a path that you have to take. The difference is that if you fuse into the chaos, you can't become a Tao creator because the ninth chaos is a Tao creator. It's impossible for living beings on the same level as him to appear in his great Tao world. I'm stronger than the ninth chaos. You can still become a Tao creator if you join the ultimate origin world." "What about a higher realm? Doesn't that mean that we have to wait for you to surpass a higher realm first?" Han Huang asked. He was already prepared to surpass the Tao creator realm. He did not expect the ultimate origin world to devour his great Tao world. Hanju looked at him and said, "That's right. You will have a chance to surpass the Tao creator realm if I break through again." Han Huang frowned. The other disciples also fell silent. Han Yunjin said, "Don't think too much. Second brother, you've just become a Tao creator and you already want to surpass it. The others haven't even touched the Tao creator realm. It's better to join the ultimate origin world first and make it seem like the Tao creator realm is not your limit. To put it bluntly, how many people here can become a Tao creator? I don't dare to expect it, anyway." Han Huang glared at him. The other disciples were the same. Han Yunjin shrank his neck and did not dare to say anything else lest he offend them. Han Ling asked, "There's no other way?" Han Ju said, "Yes, I also want to cultivate. The only thing I can promise you is that I will definitely surpass my current realm. No one can stop me." Everyone was silent. After a long while they left the third Dao field. Han Ju didn't care about them. They could try to oppose him. It was a good opportunity to show the Creator Lord's might. There was no harm in doing so as long as they trusted that Han Ju could still surpass the Creator Lord realm and join the ultimate origin world. Of course, if they didn't believe it, from their point of view, Han Ju's actions would indeed destroy their future. Chapter 1180 Chapter 1181 Endpoint and Foundation. Chapter 1181 Endpoint and Foundation. The endless era wasn't affected after Han Ju exposed the truth to his children and disciples. They acted as if they had never been here and returned to their previous cultivation state. 1,000 years later, Mirong Qi was the first to move his great Dao world close to the ultimate origin world and let it devour his world. He also stayed in the great Dao world and waited. He would automatically obtain the ultimate origin Providence once his great Dao world was devoured. The only difference was that he needed to create the great Dao world again. Exclamation mark! Dao Sovereign, Zhang Yi, and Zhao Xuanyuan also followed. They moved their great Dao worlds closer and let the ultimate origin world devour them. Their actions caused an uproar among the mighty figures of the endless era. This was completely crazy. Were the hidden sect disciples so stupidly loyal to the Lord? At the same time, they wanted to see if the ultimate origin world would really devour the great Dao worlds. In less than 100,000 years, Mirong Qi's great Dao world was the first to be devoured by the expanding ultimate origin world. This time, all the mighty figures who had created their own great Dao worlds panicked. What should they do now? They were facing the Lord. Primordial chaos. The three primordial Fian Celestials gathered in the hall. Chu Shaoqi was also there. The atmosphere was silent. Chu Shaoqi looked at them and wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. When he learned that the ultimate origin world would devour other great Dao worlds, his first reaction was disbelief. Later, when he saw that Mirong Qi's great Dao world was gone, his emotions were extremely complicated. He would not be where he was today if not for his grandfather. He was unwilling to give up his great Dao world and start again. He had finally embarked on the path of pursuing the Dao creator. He didn't know if he could catch up from the beginning. It was said that the number of Dao creators was not limitless. Chu Shaoqi was still struggling after learning this. Huang Zuntian was the first to speak. "Forget it. It's better to follow the Lord. It's very difficult for ordinary Dao creators to break through. Don't be confused by the Lord. Look at the other Dao creators. It's very unwise to go against the Lord for the sake of the so-called illusory becoming stronger." Han Huang sighed. Primordial origin frowned. "Indeed, so far, I haven't discovered any potential stronger than the primordial Fian Celestial. I'm afraid that in the entire blank domain, only the Lord's potential surpasses the primordial Fian Celestial. Can we touch the Lord's bloodline?" Han Huang asked. "Then we'll let the ultimate origin world devour the primordial chaos." Huang Zuntian said, "Actually, we don't have to be anxious. Do you remember? The ultimate origin world was not as big as the chaos. However, the Lord can counterattack the ninth chaos, which means that becoming the Creator Lord has nothing to do with the great Dao world. The great Dao world is only helping the Dao creator, not surpassing him." Primordial origin nodded. Han Huang relaxed his brows. Seeing that they were not going against his grandfather, Chu Shaoqi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Good idea. Let's immediately move the great Dao world there." Han Huang nodded. It was not only primordial chaos. The other great Dao world lords also had fantasies. It was mainly because the ultimate origin world was far enough from them. In the ultimate origin world, Dao Sovereign, Zhang Yi, Zhao Xuanyuan, and Dao Heaven were recreating their great Dao worlds. They were going to create them close so that they could take care of each other in the future. Dao Heaven asked as he cast his spell, "Master, don't you regret it? You're out of the first batch of those chasing after the Dao creator realm now. You might have been able to become a Dao creator before the ultimate origin world devoured your great Dao world if we had stayed away from it." Zhao Xuanyuan opened his eyes and smiled. "How can it be that easy? I feel that entering the ultimate origin world is faster. Don't you realize that this place is very different?" Dao Heaven nodded and sighed. "The spirit qi here is too abundant. I feel that I can constantly become stronger without cultivating." Zhang Yi didn't even open his eyes as he snorted. It's wise to join the ultimate origin world first. Those who come later will definitely be suppressed in the future. How ridiculous. I can't see through them. Tao Sovereign smiled and said softly, it's not that they can't see through it, but they're too ambitious and indignant. 3 worlds were already condensing in, becoming larger and larger in front of them. A figure appeared behind them at this moment. It was the leader of the Nether race, Han Yu. Han Yu came up and smiled. Long time no see. Welcome. Feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 turned around and smiled when they saw him. I was wondering why you were gone. So you were here long ago, Zhao Xuanyuan said in surprise. They were naturally happy to see an old friend in the ultimate origin world. Tao Heaven was very nervous. Han Yu's aura was unfathomable, making him, a great Tao Supreme, uneasy. The ultimate origin world was indeed filled with hidden talents. He encountered an existence that was not inferior to his master not long after he arrived. Han Yu chatted with them warmly for a while, before bidding farewell. On the other side, Mirong Qi stayed in the great Tao world. He recreated and discussed the Tao with the life Phi and Celestial. They were both Phi and Celestials, so they naturally had many topics to talk about. The 4 disciples who chose to join the ultimate origin world were all doing well, making them even more glad about their decision. In the 3rd Tao field, Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already 7.4 billion years old. Now, every time he entered seclusion, it would take a billion years. He felt that time passed very quickly. However, it was fine to hurry up. To him, time had already lost its meaning. He first looked at the ultimate origin world. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 were already doing well there with Mirong Qi. Their great Tao worlds had already been successfully re-established and were even quickly catching up to their previous strength. There were already more than 30 supreme rules in the ultimate origin world. The abundance of rules could instead help a great Tao world condense. At this rate, the 4 of them might be able to overtake the others. They were future Tao creators. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 had the chaotic physique of the heavenly Tao. In addition to the increase of various opportunities, their potential was already powerful and was something that all living beings needed to look up to. Mirong Qi was even more so a chaotic Phi and Celestial. Their potential might be inferior to the primordial Phi and Celestial, but the potential of the other Tao creators was also inferior to theirs. Han Ju's gaze landed on Du Guwu. This fellow was the first true Tao creator in the ultimate origin world. The life Phi and Celestial was formed by Han Ju's great Tao and was not a product of the ultimate origin world. Du Guwu's potential was also the strongest in the ultimate origin world, even stronger than the primordial Phi and Celestial. He was already close to the Tao creator realm. The life Phi and Celestial was stuck on the 5th supreme rule and was about to be overtaken by him. Compared to the life Phi and Celestial, Han Ju looked forward to Du Guwu more. This fellow's final destination represented how deep the foundation of the ultimate origin world was. Han Ju looked away after a while. He didn't need to worry about this kid for now. He didn't encounter any bottlenecks on the path to becoming a Tao creator. It was smooth sailing. Han Ju began to check his emails. They recorded what happened in a billion years, hoping that something would happen that interested him slightly. Chapter 1182 Chapter 1182 Giving Divine Authority. Chapter 1182 Giving Divine Authority. Your disciple Ji Shanshan has comprehended the origin space-time and created a space-time avatar. Your daughter Han Ling has received guidance from a transcendent existence. Her cultivation has increased. Your grandson Han Liang received guidance from a transcendent existence and created the 3rd supreme rule. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Ultimate God of Punishment was attacked by your enemy, the primordial ancestor god. Your good friend Li Daokong has refined his soul into the Sword Tao and fused with the great Tao world to become an eternal deity. Your descendant Han Yi established the killing prison. His providence has decreased. Your good friend, the Holy Mother of Order, has stepped into the eternal world. Karma has changed. Your good friend Ninth Chaos has comprehended the blank domain and a trace of the basic rules. The emails over the years had become high-end. They were no longer just alerts about attacks. Especially after Tao Sovereign and the other 2 entered the ultimate origin world, it was very difficult to see a series of attacks. Han Ju was like an emperor approving the rules. He read them one by one and commented on these good friends in his heart. These comments were only hidden in his heart. After reading the emails, he suddenly had an idea. Should he support a few gods, just like how the Ninth Chaos established the chaotic deities? Sure, let's have some fun. Han Ju immediately sent a voice transmission To Han Ling and Li Daokong. The two of them were moved into the Taoist temple by him and hurriedly knelt down. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Lord. Han Ling was fine, but Li Daokong was a little excited. He had not seen Han Ju's main body for billions of years and was naturally looking forward to it. Han Ju wouldn't call for him for no reason. After sizing up the two of them for a while, Han Ju chuckled and said, I plan to give you the divine authority and make you gods of the endless era. Ling you are in charge of supervising the order. Li Daokong, you focus on killing. You will be the endless gods in the future. With that, divine light emitted from the two of them. They were pleasantly surprised to sense the power in their bodies. This power, it was indescribable, but it was abnormally powerful. It even made them feel that they could do everything. Han Ling was the most shocked. She was already on the path of pursuing the Tao Creator realm and thought that she was not far from it, but the divine authority her father had casually given her was actually so powerful. The two of them looked at Han Ju excitedly. He waved his hand and sent them out. He didn't tell all living beings directly about their divine authority and let them prove it themselves. Even a Tao Creator couldn't do anything to them after they obtained Han Ju's power. Although they were not Tao Creators, they were also existences comparable to them. This was the strongest thing about the Creator. Lord, not only was he stronger than a Tao Creator, but he could also control the divine authority and set the rules. In front of the Creator Lord, everything could be defined and overturned. Han Ju was very satisfied with his sudden impulse. The endless era would become more interesting. The current endless era was too stubborn. Even the great Tao sages could see who could become a Tao Creator. It was very difficult for those existences standing at the top to die. A class had already formed, and it was an absolute one. The endless era would become more active if someone could break through this settlement. Of course, he could also not do anything. It depended on his thoughts. The meaning of survival of an invincible person depended on himself. What he wanted was to be the variable of all existence. No one could guess what the Lord was thinking. Everything was only meaningful when no one knew how strong the Lord was. Just like how to mortals, there were unpredictable situations in the world. Only when the path of life was filled with variables was it worth taking a trip. Different lives gathered into a world and formed civilization and consciousness. Han Ju's height meant that he had the ability to fill everything with variables. The possibility of being abandoned by him was cruel, but how could the one he created not have any merit? Han Ju looked at the divine authority system he had thrown on the mortal world. The divine authority system had changed. More than 100,000 masters over billions of years. The current master had finally reached the great Tao sage realm. This person's name was Shu Chu Dao. He was born to seek the Tao and was simply another Han Ju. He had very little karma and hid when he encountered trouble. Everything focused on him. He didn't even have a Tao companion. Shu Chu Dao was currently in the primordial chaos. The three primordial Fian Celestials never dreamed that the opportunity they had once pursued had already arrived in their great Tao world. They rarely showed themselves after they became Tao creators, so they didn't discover Shu Chu Dao at all. Many people of the primordial chaos could become great Tao Supremes in the future, so it was impossible for them to pay attention to every great Tao Supreme. As for the future Tao Creator, they could not deduce it. They could only deduce that the future Tao Creator had grown to the stage of great Tao Supreme. What was the difference between this and other great Tao Supremes? Shu Chu Dao, then I'll let you be this sword. You can split apart everything that has solidified and bring variables to the endless era, Han Ju muttered to himself. He took out the Dominator brush and waved it gently. At the same time, primordial chaos, a great world, an immortal world. Shu Chu Dao, who was in seclusion in the Taoist temple, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and said excitedly, I understand. I understand. He asked in a low voice, System, have I already created a cultivation technique that can reach the great Tao Supreme realm? 1,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Shu Chu Dao immediately chose to continue as he looked at the line of words in front of him. Yes. Shu Chu Dao was even more excited. He had indeed not misjudged himself. He was still a genius even without the divine authority system's help. Of course, it was better to have it than not. Shu Chu Dao calmed down and started cultivating according to the new cultivation technique. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted and directly rushed to the top of the Taoist temple, shattering the sky of the immortal world. The void appeared in the sky, like the abyssal mouth of a primordial beast wanting to devour the world. Shu Chu Dao was moved and knew that something was wrong. This cultivation technique was too domineering. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of many mighty figures. Shu Chudao immediately fled, not even bothering to cultivate anymore. Just as he left, a few figures appeared in the air, including Chu Shaoqi. Chu Shaoqi glanced in a direction. He could see Shu Chudao traveling through space and time. But he did not chase after him. So afraid, this child is really interesting. Chu Shaoqi counted with his fingers and knew that Shu Chudao had met with a fortuitous encounter. He had encountered such a situation before, but what made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that Shu Chudao was afraid of being discovered. Didn't he know that the primordial chaos would treat geniuses well? Chu Shaoqi did not remind him. He wanted to see how long Shu Chudao could last in fear. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju watched Shu Chudao escape and smiled. Not bad, it was very similar to his youth. Unfortunately, Shu Chudao didn't have a Tao field, otherwise, he could be more stable than him. Han Ju looked forward to Shu Chudao's performance even more now. He wasn't worried that Shu Chudao would threaten him. The divine authority system was not formed by his system at all. It was only a great Tao. Providence divine authority in the ultimate origin world. How could the great Tao Providence divine authority devour the Lord of the great Tao world? Chapter 1183 Chapter 1183 Chaos Ripples. Chapter 1183 Chaos Ripples. Shu Chudao fled for hundreds of years before continuing to hide in a corner of the primordial chaos and cultivate in peace. He had too little karma. No one was targeting him, but he still felt that the world might be filled with malice towards him, so he was extremely careful. Just like that, Shu Chudao was immersed in seclusion. His cultivation became even smoother after receiving Han Ju's gift. 100 million years later, he stepped into the great Tao Supreme Realm and could finally not hide anymore. Being paid attention to by the primordial mighty figures, he had no choice but to interact with them. Another billion years passed. Han Ju woke up from his seclusion again. Time passed peacefully. How boring. Han Ju looked at the blank domain. Han Ling and Li Daokong had already become endless gods. They used their strength to prove their status. This caused new elements to appear in the endless era. Other than the Tao creators, all living beings knew that the endless god path could also be pursued. How to become an endless god? Li Daokong had once said that by accruing more merit, the Lord would naturally see it. The prominent divine dream mother was promoted by the Lord and provided the first opportunity for countless living beings. For a time, the endless era stirred up a trend of chasing after the gods. Han Ju had no intention of choosing more endless gods for now. Even if he did, he would choose from among the disciples, such as Zhang Jushi, Zhou Fan, Xuan Chang'an, Tu Ling Chu Shiren, and others. Shu Chudao was already considered an opportunity he had given to outsiders. It was impossible for him to promote more living beings that had nothing to do with him. Besides, the ultimate origin world would replace the blank domain in the future. Han Ju's gaze landed on the ultimate origin world. The ultimate origin world expanded faster and faster, already reaching a terrifying level. However, it would still take a long time for it to replace the endless blank domain. Perhaps the ultimate origin world could replace the blank domain after Han Ju condensed the ultimate origin great creation. The blank domain was too big, more than a trivigentillion times larger than the current endless era. Words could not describe the vast difference. Han Ju noticed that some mighty figures had already begun to secretly befriend each other, wanting to resist the ultimate origin world in the future, including some of his disciples and descendants. Han Ju was not angry. Instead, he was excited. He didn't blame those people for opposing him. If it were him, he would definitely not join another's great Tao world easily, especially the geniuses. They thought that their talent was limitless and felt that they would definitely become Tao creators. It was just a matter of time. According to his predictions, those guys probably wouldn't dare to challenge him before the ultimate origin world approached the center of the endless era. They would only make a move when they had no other choice. Han Ju looked forward to it. He only wanted to have fun fighting all living beings. Han Ju's only kindness to them was to try his best to preserve the living beings of the various worlds and transform them into ultimate origin lifeforms after the ultimate origin world devoured the various great Tao worlds. To all living beings, it was the same no matter where they lived. However, they always wanted to surpass him. Han Ju's potential was a few major levels higher than theirs. His cultivation realm was also the highest and he cultivated diligently. It was basically impossible for him to be surpassed. Sigh. Boring years. I can only observe all living beings. Han Ju sighed. When there was no goal, there was actually no point in living. Fortunately, his goal was only to live. Becoming the strongest was only to pursue the best strategy of living. Then, something happened. Han Huang came to visit. Han Ju thought it would take longer for him to come after he confessed that the ultimate origin world would devour the great Tao worlds. He didn't expect him to come so quickly. He calculated. So he was here for Shu Chudao. Shu Chudao's divine authority system had already been exposed. As a Dao creator, Han Huang could naturally sense his great Dao world. The divine authority system was not isolated by a Dao field. Soon, Han Huang entered the temple. He bowed respectfully to Han Ju. Ask, Han Ju said with a smile, but his smile made Han Huang very uncomfortable. He felt that his father had definitely sensed that he did not want to join the ultimate origin world. He even sensed that someone wanted to resist the ultimate origin world, but his father did not care. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Ever since he was young, no matter how he messed around, his father had never blamed him. Han Huang adjusted his state of mind and expressed his confusion. That's right. What Shu Chudao obtained was that great Dao Providence divine authority. This divine authority has already had many owners. Previously, it had appeared in the heavenly Dao, the Dao mystic realm, the creation emperor court, and so on. Unfortunately, those previous owners died halfway. Han Ju smiled. Han Huang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He couldn't see through Shu Chudao's opportunity, but he was a Dao creator. The one he could not see through was his father, so he wanted to ask first. If his father denied it, he would have no choice but to help. No one could allow something to make him uneasy in their great Dao world. Han Huang asked, Father, your attitude towards him is? Han Ju smiled. Up to you. Han Huang was silent. These words were worth thinking about. Han Ju suddenly asked, have you consolidated your cultivation? Han Huang straightened and smiled. Yes, I've sparred with Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. I barely have the upper hand. In terms of combat strength at the same realm, he was filled with confidence. How long had it been since Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable became a Dao creator? And he had actually caught up with him. Do you want to spar with me? Let's enter the simulation trial. Han Ju asked with a smile. Han Huang thought of the last spar and trembled. He subconsciously felt fear, but on second thought, he was already a Dao creator. A Dao creator was undying and indestructible. Even if he could not win, he would not be in such a sorry state like before. He hesitated for a moment and said, all right, since it's a spar, father, go all out. Han Ju smiled and nodded. The father and son entered the simulation trial. On the other side, the primordial chaos changed. The 3,000 great Dao trembled. The light and darkness of the supreme rules changed. The turbulence of the rules caused the primordial space-time to collapse and many worlds were destroyed. Primordial origin and Huang Zuntian immediately appeared to stabilize the primordial rule. What's going on? Primordial origin asked in a low voice. Huang Zuntian frowned. It's Han Huang. Something happened to him, but he went to the Lord's Dao field. How can something happen? Primordial origin's expression turned ugly. Could it be that the Lord had attacked Han Huang? They were father and son. However, at their realm, blood ties were no longer important. Besides, they didn't want to join the ultimate origin world. Could it be that the Lord wanted to force Han Huang? They were a little confused. Primordial origin. Was it a loss? While Huang Zuntian was worried that Han Ju had changed. He was loyal to Han Ju not only because he could read the situation, but also because he trusted him. What could he, a servant, do if Han Ju even attacked his most valued? Not long after, they sensed Han Huang's aura and immediately went after him. Son, Chapter 1184. Chapter 1184 The Serious Lord. Chapter 1184 The Serious Lord. In the primordial hall, Han Huang sat on his lotus throne with an extremely dark expression. His hands were trembling. Primordial origin and Huang Zuntian appeared in front of him. What's going on? Why is your Dao heart fluctuating so much? Primordial origin asked in a low voice. He heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Huang was fine. It was good that he was fine. This meant that the Lord was not so crazy. Huang Zuntian also stared at him, waiting for his answer. Han Huang was silent. After a while, he replied, I sparred with father. Primordial origin frowned. Are you this upset just because you can't win? Is that worth it? You're definitely not his match. His tone was filled with complaints. So it was a spar. This Han Huang was once the #1 person below the Tao creator realm, but his temperament was actually so weak. Did he really think that he could defeat the Lord? I naturally know that I can't win, but I didn't expect the difference to be so great. I suspect that my father has the ability to kill a Tao creator, Han Huang said in a low voice. What? Primordial Origin and Huang Zuntian were both moved. Their greatest reliance was that a Tao creator was undying and indestructible. Even the Tao creator killed by the Dark Forbidden Lord had revived. They were naturally not afraid of death. In their opinion, the Lord was only stronger than a Tao creator, but he still couldn't kill them. Han Huang's words terrified them. The Tao creator was not absolutely undying. Primordial Origin gritted his teeth and asked, "You didn't make a mistake?" Han Huang said, "No, that pressure was too terrifying. I can't describe it. In front of him, I feel that a Tao creator is no different from a mortal." Huang Zuntian frowned, but Chu Shaoqi said that the Lord has fought with the ultimate evil chaotic devil. He said that he can't kill a Tao creator and can only seal him. Han Huang asked, "Where is the seal? Who saw it?" The truth is that the Dark Forbidden Lord has disappeared. The ultimate evil chaotic devil has also disappeared. We can't find where they are sealed. The two primordial fiend celestials fell silent. That's right. That was only what the Lord said. No one could see it. However, if the Lord could kill the Tao creator, why wouldn't he admit it? Could it be that he wanted to create a Tao creator to reach the highest realm and hide himself in absolute invincibility? It was very likely. The more Primordial Origin thought about it, the more afraid he became. Fortunately, they did not directly attack the Ultimate Origin world. Huang Zuntian said, "Abandon the plan. We won't join the Ultimate Origin world and continue cultivating. However, if the Ultimate Origin world expands in front of the primordial chaos, we will accept it. Let's bet if we can find a way to reach a higher realm before that." Han Huang nodded. Primordial Origin had no objections. Although they had already fused, Han Huang was the strongest. Even Han Huang was so frightened that his Tao heart almost shattered. They didn't dare to go against the Lord anymore. How strong was the Lord? Han Ju's desire to fight was aroused after sparring with Han Huang. He copied all the living beings in the Endless Era, including the Tao creators. The simulation trial began. Challenge all living beings. The ninth chaos, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, Shitian's immeasurable destruction venerable, the formless transcendent deity, the chaotic consciousness, the three primordial chaos, and the Tao ancestor led all living beings. Even the ultimate origin world was mixed in. However, they were insta-killed after he used the ultimate origin heaven seal. Using ultimate origin soul oblivion was also an insta-kill. After several simulation trials, Han Ju began to restrain himself. He no longer used his mystical powers and only relied on his limbs. Even so, no one could withstand his strength. Just like that, Han Ju was immersed in the simulation trial and couldn't extricate himself. In the Taoist temple beside him, Han Yunjin was greeting his mothers. "Why did your second brother leave without saying goodbye?" Li Yao suddenly asked. Han Yunjin was stunned. He had followed his second brother, but the difference in cultivation was great. He did not sense Han Huang's departure. He left so fast. It's only been a few breaths. Han Yunjin was surprised. Xing Hongshuan waved her hand and said, "There's no need to think about it. He probably came to spar with his father. He lost too quickly and left. Husband is always smiling, but he goes all out and shows no mercy to anyone in the simulation trial." Han Yunjin was even more surprised. Second brother is already a Tao creator, and he was defeated by father so quickly. Furthermore, he didn't even greet us. How badly did he lose? Zan Qingjun smiled. "I've already said that he will definitely surpass the Tao creator and reach a higher realm. However, is there really a higher realm? Has he already begun to create new realm?" The women looked at each other and sighed at Han Ju's strength. They still couldn't understand why he was so strong. Was it just because of his cultivation attitude? Their cultivation years had long exceeded the age Han Ju used to become a Tao creator. It was definitely not an attitude. He definitely had potential. Han Ju's potential had already reached an unimaginable level. Han Yunjin was amused. "Then I'll challenge father too. It just so happens that he's not cultivating. In any case, no one will die in the simulation trial." With that, he stood up and went to the Taoist temple. Xing Hongshuan wanted to persuade him otherwise, but Li Yao stopped her. She snorted, "Let this brat try, otherwise, he'll be sloppy all day and not have the bearing of an expert." Qingluaner covered her mouth and laughed. How can he not have the bearing of an expert? He's just acting like this in front of us. Li Yao smiled helplessly. Of course, I know, but it's precisely because of this that I'm worried. It's not wrong to work hard to increase his cultivation level. She had the heart of an expert and had never given up chasing after Han Ju, so her attitude towards her son was also very strong. After a long while, Han Yunjin did not return, making them worry. Xing Hongshuan frowned. Let's go take a look. That kid can't last longer than Wanzhi. Zan Qingjun, Li Yao, and Qingluaner also felt that it made sense and immediately headed to Han Ju's Dao field. Han Ju let them in and they saw Han Yunjin lying in front of him. His body was curled up on the ground and his arms were crossed. He was trembling. His eyes were extremely wide and terrified, like a mortal after seeing a ghost. Do you have to do this? Xing Hongshuan glared at Han Ju. He said helplessly, I've already held back, but I'm the Lord, after all. He's too weak. Xing Hongshuan looked at Li Yao, who was helping Han Yunjin up. Li Yao smiled and said, perfect, this kid has never felt any danger since he was young. This time, I'll let him know how weak he truly is. Zan Qingjun and Qingluaner looked at each other helplessly. Han Ju was a great person to live with, but he liked to be serious with his juniors in battle. Li Yao, stay, put him down, Han Ju said and the women immediately followed. Li Yao sat beside him. He smiled and asked, you don't blame me, right? She shook her head. I don't. Han Ju didn't ask further. The two of them didn't need to talk nonsense. He began to guide Li Yao in the construction of her great Dao world. There had to be a Dao creator among his Dao companions. Only Li Yao had the greatest hope. She had already condensed 5 supreme rules and was getting closer and closer to the Dao creator realm, but the last 2 seemed so far away. Chapter 1185 Chapter 1185 10 billion years. Chapter 1185 10 billion years. Li Yao stayed by Han Ju's side to cultivate. As Han Ju cultivated, he released his creator Lord's will and helped her comprehend the basic rules. Han Yunjin finally recovered after a few years and quickly left the Dao field. After that, the disciples of the Han family discovered that their progenitor had actually begun to enter seclusion and it was very difficult to see him again. This was strange. In the past, Han Yunjin was seldom seen cultivating and was always busy visiting his descendants. He could be said to be the freest person in the entire Han family. The news of Han Huang and Han Yunjin losing to the Lord did not spread. 10 million years later, Li Yao returned to her Taoist temple. Her great Dao world had more opportunities and changed endlessly, but the living beings inside did not sense it. The current Li Yao was confident that she could definitely become a Dao creator. Furthermore, she was not far from it. A billion years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes again. This time, no one looked for him. He observed for a while before retracting his gaze and continuing cultivating. He was about to reach 10 billion years of age. Several 100 million years later, 3 notifications appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 10 billion years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately destroy all the great Dao worlds. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and an ultimate origin spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a primordial fragment, and an ultimate origin spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. There was no change. The ultimate origin spirit stone was no longer useful to Han Ju, so he treated it as a collection. Han Ju silently chose the second option. He suddenly had an idea. Should he enter seclusion for longer a period of time? In any case, time was already very boring for him. Han Ju didn't know when that mysterious white-haired man would be born. However, he didn't have to watch him be born, even if the white-haired man was killed by him the moment he was born. In that case, would there really be no second white-haired man in the future? He would definitely not be able to stop it. It was better to become as strong as possible. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to the Dao companions and told them that he would enter seclusion for a long time. Then, he continued his seclusion. He was secluded for 10 billion years. The blank domain developed rapidly. Several Dao creators were born in this period. In the transcendent divine hall, figures knelt in front of the door, their foreheads pressed tightly against the steps. All of you, leave. The Dao creator won't attack. The formless transcendent deity's voice sounded cold. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe looked up and asked in a low voice, "May I ask, great deity, did you tacitly agree to his actions?" No more sound came from the transcendent divine hall. The dragon-robed man knelt for a while more before slowly standing up. The other figures stood up and left with him. In that case, don't blame us for risking everything, the dragon-robed man muttered to himself. Just as he took a few steps, he transformed into a golden dragon that was hundreds of millions of kilometers long and flew to the end of the blank domain. The other figures also transformed into dragons and followed him. In the transcendent divine hall, the formless transcendent deity opened his eyes and sighed slowly. The era has changed, after all. Even the Tao creators will enter the calamity. I should let go. A figure walked out of the darkness at this moment. It was the ninth chaos. The ninth chaos said indifferently, the Lord is in seclusion. Several Tao creators have been born in the past 10 billion years. Many variables have also been born in the endless era. This is the endless era. The dominant era that belongs to the Tao creators is about to end. Join forces with me. The 5 ancient Tao creators should be united. The formless transcendent deity asked, if the Lord knows. We are not against the Lord. We're joining forces to protect ourselves. Don't you realize that many karma that you can't see through have already appeared in the blank domain? Only by joining forces and establishing a new order can we help the Lord maintain the endless era, the ninth chaos interrupted him. And continued. The formless transcendent deity was silent. Boom, the transcendent divine hall shook as if it was about to collapse. It trembled for a few breaths of time. The ninth chaos sighed. This child is getting closer and closer to becoming a Tao creator. He's only 2 billion years old, but he already has such a fortuitous encounter. He's really impressive, the formless transcendent deity said. Living beings will suffer if he becomes a Tao creator. Perhaps. I promise you, we'll join forces. Yes, wait a little longer. I'll give you a surprise. All. With that, the ninth chaos vanished and the hall fell silent again. Third Tao field. Han Yunjin came to visit his mothers. They gathered in Li Yao's Taoist temple and chatted about the endless era. Tisk tisk. Mother, where did Emperor Chen Ni come from? He slaughtered so many great Tao worlds. Great Tao supremes can't do anything to him. Even the Tao creators didn't make a move, Han Yunjin asked in confusion. Li Yao said calmly, he's a Providence lifeform of the endless era. What's protecting him is not the Tao creators, but the core rule of the blank domain. Even the Tao creators can't understand it. I'm afraid only your father can kill him. Xing Hongshuan sighed. I didn't expect that. The opportunity I gave him back then would make him a scourge of the endless era. Tao comprehension sword shook her head. How can it be your fault? If not for you, he would have died long ago. Speaking of which, he even acknowledged you as his mother. Even you can't dissuade him. I can't. Although he respects me, his obsession is too deep. I can't control him at all, Xing Hongshuan said helplessly. The legend of the prominent divine dream mother was still spreading in the blank domain. The current her was the deity that all living beings respected the most. She had gathered more faith than the great deity and the Tao creator. Han Yunjin said unhappily, that fellow destroyed the heavenly Tao and slaughtered the dragon race. I really want to deal with him. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. After being tortured by Han Ju, he worked hard to become stronger. However, after so many years, he was only a great Tao supreme. He had already reached his limit and his cultivation couldn't increase anymore. He changed the topic. When will father come out of seclusion? This blank domain is about to be engulfed in chaos, but he can still cultivate in peace. Zan Qingjun smiled faintly. It's just chaotic. For us. In his eyes, it might not be troublesome at all. Han Yunjin felt that it made sense and nodded. At this moment, they felt a vast pressure, startling them so much that they turned around. In the depths of the blank domain, 2 figures were facing each other, and their auras had reached the extreme. One of them was the primordial fiend celestial. Han Huang. Han Huang was high and mighty. His aura clearly suppressed the other party as he looked down at him. The person facing him was a white-haired man in armor. His armor was embedded with bones. His face was demonic and his pupils were long and narrow, like a demon. His aura was especially blood-colored and extremely terrifying, as expected of the former number 1 person. Below the Tao creator realm. He's indeed powerful. Emperor Chen Ni looked up at Han Huang and smiled crazily. He licked his lips and raised his right hand. A bone sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 1186 Chapter 1186 Endless Fiend Celestial. Chapter 1186 Endless Fiend Celestial. You will regret challenging me. Han Huang looked down at Emperor Chen Ni expressionlessly. His tone was indifferent and emotionless. It exuded absolute dominance, not caring about the least bit about the other party. Emperor Chen Ni smiled. I'm indeed not your match, but I also want to know my limits. In any case, you Tao creators can't kill me. With that, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed. The bone sword emitted a cold light. In an instant, the void around Han Huang froze, producing countless cracks, as if was torn apart. Exclamation mark! Space. Han Huang's eyes narrowed. The surrounding space instantly shattered and terrifying purple divine punishment light blades appeared around him. Ultimate origin soul oblivion. To be precise, it was the primordial divine oblivion. There were 7 of them, each emitting a terrifying aura that shook time. Emperor Chen Ni was moved. Do you really think that the Tao creators can't kill you? You're only protected by the rules of the blank domain, but as long as a Tao creator comprehends that rule, he can sever your connection with the rules. Killing you then is as easy as flipping a palm. Han Huang said coldly. The 7 primordial divine oblivions swooped down as soon as he finished speaking. Surpassing speed, Emperor Chen Ni was about to raise his sword when purple light interwove. His body was slashed into pieces, and even his soul was slashed into countless thin threads. Instant kill. In front of Han Huang, Emperor Chen Ni was still too weak because he was only a great Tao Supreme. The difference between a Tao creator and a great Tao Supreme was like a chasm. In the third Tao field, Han Yunjin cheered when Han Huang killed Emperor Chen Ni. Li Yao frowned. Xing Hongshuan's expression was calm. Tao comprehension sword was speechless. He died just like that. Weren't those Tao creators unable to do anything to him? Li Yao said softly, Wanzhi is very strong. He's no longer something that ordinary Tao creators can compare to. Han Yunjin sighed. Among his brothers, his second brother was still the most powerful. In the future, he might really become the #1 person below the Lord. The situation suddenly changed. Emperor Chen Ni had actually revived. After his body recovered, he was surrounded by 7 primordial divine oblivions. He looked up at Han Huang and gritted his teeth. What do you mean? The corners of Han Huang's mouth curled up as he said proudly, it's a pity to kill you now. It's a good opportunity to let the current great Tao Supremes see if they're worthy of resisting the Tao creators. I only need a thought to kill you. His figure gradually disappeared. The 7 primordial divine oblivions surrounding Emperor Chen Ni also vanished. Emperor Chen Ni did not heave a sigh of relief. Instead, his expression was extremely ugly. He could feel many gazes staring at him. At this moment, many enemies were probably laughing at him. How can this be? Even the chaotic consciousness can't kill me. Why can he? The chaotic consciousness is older than him. How can it be inferior to him? Emperor Chen Ni clenched his fists in frustration. He was defeated before he could even use his mystical powers. He tried his best to calm down and left. This originally world-shattering battle ended quickly. Han Huang, who had already faded from the vision of all living beings, displayed his terror again. Many mighty figures told their disciples about Han Huang back then. He was even more arrogant than the current Emperor Chen Ni. Han Huang was a Fian Celestial before he became a Tao creator. Han Yunjin laughed. Ha ha ha, mother, do you see his expression? He also looked down on us. When he descended into the heavenly Tao, he must feel terrible now that he's being treated like this by second brother. Qingluaner covered her mouth and laughed. Even if you don't appear, it's impossible to mess up this endless era. Wanzhi and Linger have already grown up. Even the ultimate origin world is about to give birth to a Tao creator. You don't have to care about these things. Everyone nodded. That made sense. Xing Hongshuan stood up and smiled. I'll go find him. He's been in seclusion for so long. It's time for him to show himself. All the women looked at her expectantly. They also wanted to see Han Ju, but they had too many concerns, unlike Xing Hongshuan who could do whatever she wanted. Han Yunjin was about to leave when he suddenly changed his mind. He also wanted to see his father. Xing Hongshuan came to Han Ju's Taoist temple and gently opened the door. After she entered the temple, she saw Han Ju twisting his waist and neck in his iconic actions. The actions were very simple, but it was quite mysterious when he did them. You're indeed awake. I felt it just now. Xing Hongshuan walked over with a smile. Han Ju glanced at her and smiled. Looks like you already have a certain understanding of the power I gave you. Xing Hongshuan said proudly, of course. Why, don't you take a look at who's the most trusted deity in the current endless era? In the hearts of all living beings, my status is higher than yours. Han Ju sized her up for a while and nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect her to really walk a Completely different path from the other cultivators. The path of faith. Some living beings used faith to become gods. In some small worlds, but the upper limit of their growth was too low. It was very difficult for them to surpass the immortal emperor. Realm. Although Xing Hongshuan was not a Tao creator, her dharmic powers had already far exceeded those of a great Tao supreme. In addition to the power given by Han Ju, she wouldn't lose even if she faced a Tao creator. By the way, what do you think of that? Emperor Chen Ni, he's only a great Tao supreme, but he's already so heaven-defying. He will definitely cause a calamity when he becomes a Tao creator in the future, Xing Hongshuan asked. Han Ju smiled. What do you think? Emperor Chen Ni's white hair woke him up in shock, but this fellow was not the white-haired man he had deduced previously. Their auras and faces were completely different. However, Emperor Chen Ni could sense the basic rules the moment he was born. This meant that a new terrifying race would appear in the blank domain. Just like how the primordial chaos was created and the primordial fiend celestial appeared, the chaos was created and chaotic fiend celestials appeared. In the endless era, there were also endless fiend celestials that belonged to this era. Han Ju felt that the white-haired man must be one of the endless fiend celestials. Xing Hongshuan said in a low voice, actually, he's quite pitiful. Because of his extraordinary potential, he was raised as a pet by a freedom sage from the moment he was born. He couldn't be free. Later, he finally escaped and was suppressed by a great Tao sage. Potential is too strong, so strong that many his people are jealous. This encounter led to the hymn of today. Han Ju said, so should we kill him or not? Xing Hongshuan asked, can we let him start again? Restart through reincarnation, just like primordial despair Chu Shaoqi. Han Ju reached out and pinched her face. He smiled and said, I'll do as you say. On the other side, Emperor Chen Ni, who was traveling through the pale void, suddenly stopped. He looked at his hands in horror and saw them turn into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. His dharmic powers and vitality quickly decreased. What's happening? Didn't he let me go? Could he be putting on a show? Emperor Chen Ni felt fear and hurriedly mobilized his dharmic powers to protect his soul, but it was useless. He couldn't move. An unknown fear enveloped Emperor Chen Ni's heart. What force was restraining him? Chapter 1187 Chapter 1187 Something that changes everything. Chapter 1187 Something that changes everything. In fear, Emperor Chen Ni's body and soul were destroyed. Only a wisp of his will fell into the cycle of reincarnation in the ultimate origin world. No one sensed this. Only Han Ju knew. The mighty figures realized that something was wrong only countless years later. The insufferably arrogant Emperor Chen Ni had disappeared after losing to Han Huang. Han Ju didn't enter seclusion immediately. Instead, he went to visit his Tao companions and walked around the Tao field. The three Tao fields were connected internally. It was already a vast world. After 20 billion years of accumulation, there were many ascetic disciples in the Tao field. They were quietly cultivating everywhere. Han Ju treated it as a sightseeing trip. It was not especially ostentatious. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Some disciples who brushed past him did not recognize him. After all, most of the disciples who could stay in the hidden sect were already mighty figures. Even if they had never seen him and could not see through him, it was normal. Who would have thought that the Supreme Lord would actually wander openly in the Tao field? Han Ju was in a good mood. He checked the disciples' cultivations as he walked. Most of the disciples in the Tao field were primordial chaos sages. One could almost not see the cultivation realm below the sages, but there were very few great Tao sages. After all, the great Tao sage realm was the limit that most living beings could reach. After wandering around, Han Ju slowly returned to his Taoist temple. Only a few people knew about his awakening. To the endless era, the Lord was still an illusory legend. When Han Ju closed his eyes, the river of time began to flow faster and faster. It flowed endlessly without going back. In the blank domain, purple and crimson lightning appeared in the pale space. They interwove in the void and increased in size, forming an endless lightning prison. In the place where the lightning was the densest, countless bolts of lightning condensed into a huge thunder egg. Endless light surged from all directions, causing the thunder egg to become dazzling. An unknown period of time passed. The thunder egg was already larger than many great Tao worlds. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the ninth chaos. When the lightning was about to touch him, it automatically circled around, preventing him from being affected by the lightning. This aura, the ninth chaos muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly. Other figures appeared beside him at this moment. They were the formless, transcendent deity, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable, the yin-yang purity nirvana deity, the chaotic consciousness, Han Huang, Huang Zuntian, primordial origin, the Tao ancestor, Li Yao, Han Ling, Pengu, the primordial ancestor god, the holy mother of order, Du Gu Wu, and the life fian celestial. They were all Tao creators. What's that? The holy mother of order frowned and asked. The chaotic consciousness sighed. This reminds me of when Pengu was born. The gazes of the Tao creators landed on Pengu. He was burly and his perfect body seemed to be representative of strength. With disheveled hair, he was even more stable than before. Pengu did not reply. The ninth chaos added, that's right. It's indeed the same as Pengu and me. This means that the true era is about to arrive. Things will change all order and even change the essence of the blank domain. To all existences in the endless era, including us, it's a calamity. This is the fixed number of blank domains. Every long period of time or stage. His words made the Tao creators uneasy. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity said in a low voice, then we can't wait for death. Kill him. Several Tao creators agreed, but some felt that they still had to wait and see. The life fian celestial said, it's not so easy to destroy him. My consciousness can't comprehend him and will even suffer a backlash. Primordial origin suddenly waved his palm, and countless bolts of lightning dispersed. The primordial purple chi transformed into a terrifying pillar of light that collided with the mysterious thunder egg. However, something that moved the Tao creators happened. The thunder egg actually absorbed primordial origin's dharmic powers. The other Tao creators attacked one after another, but they discovered that no matter how they attacked, they could not destroy the thunder egg. Their dharmic powers were even absorbed. The thunder egg's aura even increased greatly. The Tao creators were silent. Panic rose in their hearts. What should they do? We can only find the Lord, the Tao ancestor said. The Tao creators looked at Li Yao. Only she had the closest relationship with the Lord. Li Yao said, his seclusion period now is as long as 10 billion years. We probably have to wait for hundreds of millions of years for him to come out of seclusion. If this thunder egg can really threaten him, it's impossible for him not to sense it. After all, even we discovered it. The Tao ancestor felt that it made sense and nodded slightly. The formless transcendent deity said, I will seal this space. Let's wait for the Lord to come out of seclusion. The Tao creators nodded and dispersed. The ninth chaos returned to the tree and sat in front of the chessboard in deep thought. A figure descended from the sky and landed beside him. It was the will of the first chaos. The first chaos asked, what happened? The ninth chaos said, an unknown force has appeared. Previously, Emperor Chen Ni had already stirred up the endless era. After he mysteriously disappeared, even more terrifying danger appeared. I suspect that this egg might be the white-haired man I dreamed of. The first chaos said, let the Lord investigate this matter. I've already sent a voice transmission to the Lord's Tao field. The Lord didn't reply. Perhaps he's comprehending something. Tisk tisk, he's already so powerful, but he's still immersed in cultivation. The fact that he can persist in cultivation means that his potential far exceeds our imagination. Only by constantly improving can he persist, the ninth chaos said calmly. The first chaos nodded. Silence returned to the tree. The first chaos did not disturb him. He turned around and entered a leaf, entering the world hanging above. In the third Tao field, Han Ju, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Unknowingly, he was already 30 billion years old. He had been in seclusion for another 10 billion years. He did not feel that it had been long. He even felt that it had been shorter than when he had traveled the world. In the past 10 billion years, he had comprehended the basic rules deeply. His will had even entered the depths of the blank domain. There was a mysterious barrier there. It was invisible and colorless, but it really existed. Even the power of the Lord could not penetrate it. He grew interested in the birth of the blank domain. Did the blank domain exist, to begin with, or did it transform from something? Perhaps the void itself was the lowest level of everything. Han Ju stopped thinking about it. He looked at the extremely huge thunder egg in the depths of the blank domain. Unlike the Tao creators, his gaze could directly see through the thing inside the thunder egg. It was a huge fetus that looked like a human. And a demon. Its body was surrounded by basic rules. This fellow's potential was very impressive. He surpassed the primordial Fian Celestial, but he was inferior to the ultimate origin Fian Celestial. Other than Han Ju, he was probably the strongest potential now, but his cultivation was still very weak. Indeed, the blank domain would constantly give birth to higher potential. Unfortunately, compared to Hanju, this egg was too weak. Chapter 1188 Chapter 1188 Special Basic Rule. Chapter 1188 Special Basic Rule. First, there was Han Liang, then the endless Fian Celestial, and now this fellow. It seems that the blank domain sensed my threat and is thinking of a way to devour me. Hanju thought silently. The current ultimate origin world had expanded countless times. It was already endless to a freedom sage. Only a great Tao sage could jump out, but it would also take a long time. The ultimate origin world was not only as big as it looked but also the improvement of the rules of space. For example, a great Tao sage couldn't jump out with a thought. This obstacle was equivalent to Hanju facing a blank domain, and he couldn't jump out just because he wanted to. Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! The expansion of the great Tao world was never visible to the naked eye. Hanju stood up and disappeared. He came in front of the mysterious thunder egg. In an instant, the various bolts of lightning in the void instantly stopped. Even the light that surged towards the thunder egg stopped. The formless transcendent deity appeared beside him and bowed respectfully. His cultivation level had been increasing ever since he grasped the power of the endless era. However, facing Hanju, he inexplicably felt that the difference between them was becoming greater and greater. Master, what should we do with this? The formless transcendent deity asked respectfully. Hanju said, I'll take him away and discipline him well. The formless transcendent deity asked in surprise, you can take him away. Hanju waved his hand. The extremely huge thunder egg quickly shrank and landed in his palm. The formless transcendent deity was shocked. Previously, so many Tao creators had joined forces, but they had not shaken this egg. But the Lord had casually put it away. Hanju clenched his right hand and the thunder egg disappeared. At this moment, the stagnant lightning struck Hanju. His eyes turned cold, all the lightning dissipated and the surrounding space distorted violently. The formless transcendent deity felt a terrifying power. This power was extremely terrifying, but he could not capture where this power came from. It was definitely not from the Lord. The rule power of the blank domain. The formless transcendent deity was shocked. The Lord could already ignore the rules of the blank domain. Hanju smiled at the formless transcendent deity and said, my cultivation level has increased a little. It didn't disappoint me. The formless transcendent deity was flattered. Hanju disappeared. The formless transcendent deity sighed and left. Back in the third Tao field, Hanju threw the thunder egg into the ultimate origin heavenly prison. The thunder egg floated in the middle corner like a black hole. The origin divine millet suddenly appeared from the wall and approached the thunder egg. To observe, the origin divine millet was formed by the origin space-time. Ever since it was subdued by Hanju, it had been wandering around the Tao field. The disciples knew of its existence and determined it to be a divine beast of the Tao field. Hanju smiled and said, don't touch it. You'll be injured. The snake head of the origin divine millet quickly nodded. Then, it circled a few times and left. Hanju took the time to look at the blank domain. After 20 billion years, the endless era had already spread. The great Tao worlds were far apart and countless worlds were born, causing the blank domain to become lively. The domain of the ultimate origin world was still slow compared to the expansion speed of the great Tao world of the endless era. Now, there were already 15 Tao creators, and this was even when the 3 primordial Fian Celestials were counted as one. Han Liang and Chu Shaoqi were also about to become Tao creators, but they had all encountered a bottleneck, mainly because they had too little experience. Their generation had rarely encountered a huge calamity and had less understanding of fate. Chu Shaoqi had participated in the great Tao immeasurable calamity in his previous life, but the negative karma of primordial despair was a burden, causing his great Tao world to be unstable. Negative karma storms would occasionally appear and wreak havoc. Hanju no longer had any special feelings for them. He no longer cared if they could successfully attain the Tao. The current Hanju only wanted to surpass the Creator Lord realm quickly. In the future, existences more outstanding than the Thunder Egg would definitely appear. He couldn't relax in his cultivation. Compared to when he had just become a Creator Lord, Hanju's strength was already dozens of times stronger. He had been rapidly becoming stronger, but he didn't break through a minor realm. Perhaps the Creator Lord realm didn't have a minor realm at all. It was probably the same for the realms above. Ultimate Origin Supreme was Hanju's definition of the realm above the Creator Lord. He had 2 hypotheses. One was that the Ultimate Origin world could replace the blank domain and allow him to become the Ultimate Origin Supreme. Second, breakthrough in advance. The way to break through was only possible through increasing one's potential. Currently, Hanju only had one ultimate origin fragment and 15 primordial fragments. 9 ultimate origin fragments could only be combined into the ultimate origin great creation. Now, he could only trigger the choice reward once every 10 billion years. It still required an extremely long time to rely on the ultimate origin great creation. He decided to walk his own path. He did not have to rely on the system. The system was formed by the creation will of the blank domain. Countless previous owners had accumulated creation to be where they were today. He began to think about how the creation will became stronger. The system's explanation was that the stronger he was, the stronger the system was. However, the system was always above him. It seemed that the reason was still above the basic rules of the blank domain. Without him moving, how could the system absorb the power of basic rules? Karma, faith, providence. Invisible and untouchable powers existed in the unseen world. Could it be that the system was absorbing his providence, faith, and karma? Could the basic rules of the blank domain also have such a thing? Hanju fell into deep thought. His will entered the space of the blank domain and faced the basic rules. What greeted his eyes were colorful rule lights of different forms and speeds. The number reached a level that even he, the Creator Lord, could not estimate. Everything around him was flowing at high speed. Hanju began to search for special basic rules. He might not have been able to do it in the past, but he might be able to find it now that he was much stronger. When Hanju was immersed in the basic rules, on the surface of the blank domain, a sword Dao river swept through the pale void. Li Daokong stood on the waves with his hands behind his waist. Kid, you can't escape anymore. Give up, Li Daokong said expressionlessly. Following his gaze, a figure was faintly discernible ahead. It was very fast. Soon, the figure stopped and revealed its true body. It was a white-haired man. It was Emperor Chen Ni's reincarnation. After 10 billion years, Emperor Chen Ni rose again as a living being of the ultimate origin world. However, he did not have memories of his previous life and only relied on his nature. In this life, he was still called Emperor Chen Ni. Chen Ni was his name. It entered the depths of his soul and could not be erased. Endless God, what are you doing? Emperor Chen Ni said angrily, his tone uneasy. The sword Dao river surged over. Li Daokong looked down at him and said, as a living being of the ultimate origin world, you shouldn't come out and devour other great Dao worlds. You're embarrassing the Lord. Emperor Chen Ni laughed in anger. Could it be that the ultimate origin world has never devoured other great Dao worlds? I'm just helping the Lord. Chapter 1189 Chapter 1189 What is Supreme? Chapter 1189 What is Supreme? How impudent. Do you think the Lord needs your help? Li Daokong frowned and shouted coldly. A terrifying pressure descended, immobilizing Emperor Chen Ni. Although the endless gods were not Dao creators, with the enhancement of the power of the Lord, the Dao creator could not kill him, so he was equivalent to a Dao creator. Emperor Chen Ni said angrily, mind your own business. Kill me if you have the guts. Boom! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! He erupted with his full aura and actually dispersed Li Daokong's aura. He punched at him. This punch instantly darkened the void. The power of space drowned the sword Dao river like a storm. Li Daokong's body distorted like a mirror shattering. Swish! Emperor Chen Ni sensed something and suddenly looked up. He saw an indescribably big sword of light descending from above. He couldn't dodge in time and was killed. The sword of light exploded and countless spots of light scattered. Then, they transformed into countless sword shadows that dotted the dark void. Just as Emperor Chen Ni condensed his body, he was locked down by the light emitted by the sword shadows and could not move. What power is this? Emperor Chen Ni was moved. He immediately mobilized the power of his great Dao world and a world Dharma idol appeared around him. He wanted to disperse the surrounding sword shadows and light, but he was cut into countless pieces. These lights were not light, but a power of rules. Li Daokong looked down at Emperor Chen Ni coldly and said, this is the power of the gods. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, you will be suppressed in the void prison. Repent. With that, all the sword shadows suddenly shrank and drowned Emperor Chen Ni. The insufferably arrogant Emperor Chen Ni was easily suppressed again. The huge ball of light descended rapidly and broke through the dark void. Emperor Chen Ni's roar lasted for a long time. Li Daokong looked down at him until he disappeared. What's the Lord's attitude towards him? Li Daokong thought in confusion. 10 billion years ago, Emperor Chen Ni almost caused a calamity for the endless era. After disappearing for billions of years, he had actually reincarnated in the ultimate origin world. It was very difficult to not suspect that this was the Lord's arrangement. It was precisely because of this that Li Daokong did not dare to rashly kill Emperor Chen Ni. Li Daokong shook his head and condensed the sword Dao River under his feet again. The darkness disappeared and was replaced by a pale void. He stepped on the sword Dao River and continued to patrol the blank domain. His cultivation had already reached the limit and it was impossible for him to become stronger. Therefore, he inherited the divine authority given by Hanju and became a true endless god to supervise the endless era. If not for this divine authority, he really did not know how to spend the rest of his life. He had already comprehended the sword Dao he loved the most. There was less and less meaning in living. In a mysterious palace, Han Liang was meditating and cultivating. The current him was no longer the simple youth from back then. His aura was stronger than most great Dao Supremes. A figure walked out of the darkness. It was Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable. He asked, why can't the 7th Supreme Rule be condensed? Chu Shaoqi's 7th Supreme Rule has already taken form. Do you want to lose to him? He was very unhappy. Although Chu Shaoqi had the 3 primordial fiend celestials behind him, Han Liang was not bad either. He had the chaotic consciousness behind him. How could he lose to Chu Shaoqi? Han Liang opened his eyes and said with an ugly expression, I feel that something is missing. I can't say why. He was also very depressed and frustrated. This sense of powerlessness had been born for billions of years, making him feel very bad. Especially when Chu Shaoqi overtook him, his Dao heart became even more unstable. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable said, go find the Lord. Perhaps he can guide you. We're only Dao creators. We've already taught you everything we know. Han Liang hesitated. Grandpa has been in seclusion for 20 billion years and has never appeared. Can I rashly disturb him? Of course not. Just kneel in front of his Taoist temple and wait sincerely. After all, you grew up beside him. He shouldn't ignore you. Try your best. We'll think of another way if he doesn't receive you, Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable said in a low voice. Han Liang was silent. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable did not disturb him and disappeared. Han Liang struggled for a long time. He didn't dare to look for Hanju mainly because he felt a little embarrassed. He knew that his starting point was very high. He, who had been doted on since he was young, had an advantage over all living beings. So his self-esteem was also higher. His usual attitude was easygoing, but deep down, he felt that he was the most talented and should also become the strongest. After struggling for a long time, Han Liang sighed and stood up. He really had no choice but to ask his grandfather for help. Han Ju's consciousness was immersed in exploring the basic rules. The surrounding rules flowed extremely quickly, which meant that time in the outside world also passed very quickly. Back then, when Han Ju became a creator lord, the endless era had passed, so he had to reverse everything and start over. He was not worried. In any case, he wouldn't consume the origin space-time here. As he captured the special basic rules, his understanding of them immediately became much clearer. He could even think freely and not follow the basic rules. What was the Creator Lord and the ultimate origin supreme? The Lord ruled everything. Then how should he define the supreme? Han Ju felt that everything was a blank domain. The supreme was naturally above it. He would be considered the ultimate origin supreme when he could jump out of the blank domain. As for the ultimate origin world replacing the blank domain, it was actually not a necessary condition to become the supreme. Even if he replaced it, the ultimate origin world would become a blank domain. He wouldn't be able to jump out of the ultimate origin world. What would be the difference? From now, the only difference might be that he would have greater control over everything. But that was not Han Ju's goal. He didn't have much need to control everything. He wanted to pursue pure strength more. Han Ju noticed a special basic rule. It was purple, like the primordial purple chi flashed past. He quickly caught up to it. It was very fast. A Dao creator might not be able to catch up, but Han Ju easily followed it. He took a closer look. This purple rule was extremely cold. Even he, the Lord, trembled. What is this? His consciousness collided. In an instant, the entire blank domain suddenly turned purple. Everything happened too quickly, preventing all living beings from reacting. The Dao creators were the first to gather in the Transcendent Divine Hall to discuss this matter. What's happening? Previously, there was that thunder egg. Now, there's a spatial change. Is an unprecedented calamity really coming? I'm not sure. I can't sense it. There's no special aura, either. The rules are stable. The Dao creators discussed. At the same time, Han Liang, who was kneeling in front of Han Ju's Dao field, suddenly looked up. His gaze passed through this world and saw the change in the blank domain. For some reason, his heart began to beat faster. My blood. Han Liang touched his body as his expression changed. He could feel a powerful force boiling in his blood and gradually fusing into his soul. Chapter 1190 Chapter 1190 Endless Loneliness. Chapter 1190 Endless Loneliness. Han Liang began to tremble as his body gradually condensed. At this moment, Xing Hongxuan and Li Yao appeared on both sides of him. They wanted to help Han Liang, but they were pushed away by a powerful force. The two women were shocked. Don't come over, I'm fine. Han Liang hugged his arms and said with a trembling voice. Fairy Shizan, Zan Qingjun, and the others also walked out of their Taoist temples. He curled up on the ground, his body becoming smaller and smaller. The women couldn't help Han Liang. They could only watch as he transformed from an adult to a youth, then a child, and finally shrank into a baby. Most importantly, he was still shrinking. They panicked. Xing Hongxuan immediately turned around and wanted to enter Han Ju's Taoist temple, but she couldn't open the door. She seemed to have thought of something and calmed down. The others were the same. They all felt that Han Liang's change might be related to Han Ju. Usually, Han Ju wouldn't especially block the Dao field and prevent Xing Hongxuan from entering. Something must have happened. They trusted Han Ju completely. With him around, they didn't have to be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Soon, Han Liang shrank into a purple ball of light and began to rise. He jumped out of the Dao field and arrived in the purple void, constantly rising. In the purple ball of light, Han Liang's consciousness was still there. He could no longer control himself and could only see himself constantly rising. What happened? Han Liang was terrified, but there was nothing he could do. The chaotic consciousness and Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable appeared. Han Liang felt relieved upon seeing them. However, the two Dao creators raised their hands to grab it, but the purple ball of light pierced through their palms and injured them. What power is this? Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable asked in disbelief. The chaotic consciousness did not answer. Because he did not know, either. The purple ball of light suddenly vanished. Without a trace. In an instant, the two Dao creators were stunned. The chaotic consciousness asked, why are we here? Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction venerable said in surprise, I'm not sure, either. Could it be caused by this phenomenon? The two Dao creators left. They were puzzled, as if they had forgotten something. How could they have forgotten something with their cultivation levels? This feeling made them very uneasy. They could only blame it on the mysterious calamity coming. Han Liang regained consciousness and discovered that he was floating in the mortal world. He couldn't move or make a sound. He could only watch as the scene in front of him changed. He saw people, worlds, and great Dao worlds. He even saw some familiar faces, but no one noticed him. He was like a spectator outside everything or a dream that he could not control. This dream was extremely long. A year, 10,000 years. 100 million years. A billion years. Han Liang felt despair, anger, and pain. In the end, he became numb. He saw that Chu Shaoqi had become a Dao creator. All the Dao creators went to congratulate him, but no one mentioned Han Liang. Even his parents did not mention him again. In the years his consciousness floated, no living being mentioned him. It was as if he had never existed. This feeling made him collapse the most. He did not understand what had happened to him. Later, he saw a figure use his supreme dharmic powers to slaughter great Dao worlds. The true calamity of the endless era had arrived. Han Liang was still numb because no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. Why did I encounter such a situation? How much longer is this going to last? Where is my home? Han Liang thought sadly as his consciousness began to sink. He saw a white-haired man kill his second uncle Han Huang, but it still did not attract his attention. He kept falling and sinking. After an unknown period of time, Han Liang arrived at an unknown domain. There were all sorts of fast-moving lights in all directions. He was finally curious. What was this place? He was a great Dao Supreme, after all, and he had been to countless places, but he had never seen such a place. The movement speed of the light here was too fast, so fast that even he found it dazzling. He regained consciousness after adapting for a long time. He still could not move. He also lost interest in this mysterious domain. He wanted to sleep. At least in his dreams, he could weave his world, but he was furious to find that he was unable to sleep. It was another endless mental torture. Time passed. It was so long that Han Liang forgot the time. His consciousness had already fallen into an indescribable void. He did not think and was numb, but he was still there. Suddenly, Han Liang was stunned. He seemed to have seen a figure flash past. How could there be anyone here? Han Liang felt bitter, thinking that he was hallucinating. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. He could still hallucinate. Was he still far from entering the dream? Han Liang perked up and his consciousness completely recovered. He finally found a direction he could work towards. A figure suddenly appeared in front of his consciousness. He was stunned. He saw an unfamiliar and familiar face. That was Grandpa. Han Liang was overjoyed and in disbelief. Could it be that Grandpa had come to save him? That's right. If anyone in the world could find him, it could only be his grandfather who had become a lord. Han Ju stared at him and suddenly smiled. Han Liang suddenly wanted to cry upon seeing his smile. The two of them were clearly facing each other. But it felt like they would never meet. This loneliness made Han Liang even more afraid. He was afraid that even his grandfather could not save him. He saw Han Ju reach out his right hand to touch him. He was both expectant and nervous. Suddenly, he saw Han Ju's hand disappear. He felt someone touching his head. The feeling of being touched was extremely unfamiliar because he only had consciousness and not a body. Han Liang was stunned. Han Ju pulled him out, and a familiar voice floated over, "Brat, why are you here?" Han Liang stared at his grandfather in a daze. Until he patted his face. He suddenly woke up and hugged him. "Grandpa," Han Liang shouted excitedly with a sobbing tone. Before Han Ju could answer, he suddenly realized something and suddenly retreated. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had a body. He could move now. Impossible. Han Liang trembled, afraid that this was a dream. Han Ju smiled and said, "Looks like you've experienced a lot, but don't be afraid. With Grandpa around, you'll be fine." He said this very casually, but it gave Han Liang an endless sense of security. "Grandpa, let's not talk about it. Since you're here, follow Grandpa. This is also a fortuitous encounter for me." Han Ju interrupted him. Seeing Han Liang crying like a child, he knew that this kid had suffered a lot, but he didn't care. He only wanted to comprehend the special basic rules now. Han Liang didn't dare to say anything. He could only follow his grandfather closely, afraid that he would lose him. Chapter 1191 Chapter 1191 Life-Severing Great Origin Sovereign. Chapter 1191 Life-Severing Great Origin Sovereign. Han Ju continued to travel the basic rules domain. Han Liang's current state was caused by a special basic rule. He had comprehended it just now and had a deeper understanding of the special basic rules. The so-called special basic rules were outstanding rules among the basic rules. They also had rules elements that were not blank domains. Han Ju thought of a way to jump out of the blank domain. Perhaps the blank domain was everything. There was no outside at all, but the blank domain could expand. He could also create the outside and jump out of the blank domain as long as he grasped all the basic rules. Exclamation mark! Han Ju was even more determined after he found a direction. As for reality, he was not worried about it at all. His 3 Dao fields all had clones. There were still clones heading to the origin space-time and countless wills scattered in every corner. Now, it was impossible for the 9th chaos to slaughter the hidden sect disciples while he was breaking through. He focused on comprehending. Han Liang followed his grandfather curiously. He did not dare to disturb him. Gradually, he seemed to begin to see the surrounding light. It seemed like he could absorb it. In the transcendent divine hall, the Tao creators looked up angrily at the white-haired man floating in the void. 3 demon statues floated behind the white-haired man. Upon a careful look, they were somewhat similar to the 3 primordial Fian celestials but different. He was the white-haired man that Han Ju and the 9th chaos had predicted. The Lord had been hidden for tens of billions of years. The endless era had become extremely abundant. Many geniuses would appear every 10 million years. The Tao creators did not know how the white-haired man rose. When they realized the threat of this person, it was already too late. In just 10 billion years, this white-haired man had become a Tao creator and called himself the Life-Severing Great Origin Sovereign. Before the Life-Severing Great Origin Sovereign attained the Tao, he was a gentle person and was not like this. After attaining the Tao, he targeted the 3 primordial Fian celestials and wanted to absorb them to increase his potential. In the end, he became like this. He looked like a demon, devoid of the noble aura of a Tao creator. "You're really stupid. You didn't expect there to be another world hidden above the transcendent divine hall, right?" Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign looked down at the Tao creators and smiled disdainfully. They had already experienced a fierce battle. Just now, all the Tao creators combined were not the life-severing Great Origin Sovereigns. Match. After fusing with the three primordial Fian Celestials, life-severing Great Origin Sovereign was too strong. The ninth Chaos said in a low voice, I advise you to turn back. You devoured Han Huang. The Lord will definitely not let you go. Han Tuo, Han Ling, Li Yao, and the other Tao creators of the hidden sect looked at the life-severing Great Origin Sovereign with killing intent. It had been a long time since they felt such powerlessness. Lord, I've never seen him since I was born. Does he really exist? Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign snorted. He waved his hand and a purple chi layer appeared above the transcendent divine hall, splitting the entire blank domain into two. The yin-yang purity nirvana deity cast a spell. Terrifying dharmic powers erupted, but they couldn't shake the purple chi layer. The other Tao creators attacked one after another. Countless rings of light appeared in the purple chi layer, like the sea under torrential rain. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not break through the purple chi layer. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign looked up and reached out to tear open space before stepping in. The spatial crack shrank. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign appeared. In a huge world, the sky was blue and the ground undulated like a mortal world. The mountains and rivers were as beautiful as a painting, but he frowned. Why can't I sense the aura of rules? Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign was surprised. He had thought that there would be a huge opportunity hidden in this higher world. He had searched for this world for 10 billion years and did not want to return empty-handed. He began to search this world. Soon, he landed in front of a stone statue. This stone statue depicted Han Ju's appearance. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign frowned and reached out to touch the stone statue. In an instant, a shadow appeared. It was a wisp of Han Ju's will. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign did not retreat. Instead, he asked, who are you? Han Ju smiled and asked, what do you think? In the blank domain, the only one above the Tao creator is the legendary Lord. Is that you? Very good. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed at him, but his hand directly passed through Han Ju's will and missed. Han Ju still smiled at him. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign twisted his right hand and formed a curse seal in his palm. However, it still passed through and didn't affect Han Ju at all. Looks like the Lord lives up to his reputation. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign snorted. He didn't retreat and continued to stare at him. Han Ju smiled and said, you want to absorb my power? Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign said. That's right, give it to me. This blank domain remained unchanged for too long, I'm going to change it. The blank domain you guided is not much different from the past. You gained merit by increasing the number of great Tao worlds, but this doesn't affect the essence of the blank domain. I've comprehended the rules of the blank domain and figured out how to change it. I'm undergoing a great creation. Han Ju asked, how do you want to change it? Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign said, I want to create a limited world. The infinite world looks filled with hope, but it's meaningless. Cultivating in order to explore the unknown is a mistake in itself. A world without cultivation is the true paradise. All living beings will be equal. They won't kill each other or bully each other. They can do whatever they want. There's no limit, no life and death, no pain. Han Ju shook his head. Then why did you devour the three primordial Fian Celestials? Because there must be sacrifices on this path. My potential has to surpass the primordial Fian Celestial and the Tao Creator. As long as I absorb you, I can break through again and fulfill my wish. At that time, I will revive you, the primordial Fian Celestial, and the living beings I killed, life-severing Great Origin Sovereign said seriously, his tone revealing a hint of madness. Han Ju stared at him carefully. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign looked at him calmly. After a while, Han Ju suddenly said, are you afraid of death? Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign was stunned. He frowned and asked, what do you mean? Han Ju smiled. You're not a living being. You were only born through all living beings, right? I should call you the blank domain. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign suddenly retreated. This was the first time he panicked. He stared at Han Ju. Han Ju said, you're worried that the ultimate origin world will devour the blank domain by devouring you, so you were born. However, your power is restricted by the basic rules. You can only use your will to reincarnate. You finally found an opportunity after I've disappeared for tens of billions of years. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign's expression darkened. You were born in the blank domain, but you want to devour it. Do you really think you're not wrong? You're already invincible. You already have supreme authority. Why do you still want to advance? Hanju smiled. I'm like you. I'm also afraid of death. I'm afraid that this blank domain will devour me, just like the primordial fiend celestial in the ninth chaos in the past. Although I'm becoming stronger, the blank is also becoming stronger. All living beings are only pawns in your eyes, right? Chapter 1192 Chapter 1192 Ultimate Origin Supreme. Chapter 1192 Ultimate Origin Supreme. I won't pretend anymore since you've already seen through it. I originally wanted to hide my existence. Now, I advise you to give up on expanding the ultimate origin world. Otherwise, the blank domain will give birth to more potential like my current body. I can even use the will of all living beings to deal with you. You have no chance of winning. The sky of this world tore apart as soon as he finished speaking. Countless bolts of lightning rushed in. Every bolt of lightning was wrapped in the invisible power of rules. He walked towards Hanju with endless lightning and said, "Too many blank domains have been born, but every one of them is ambitious and wants to obtain the creation of the blank domain. They restricted the development of all living beings for their own selfish reasons. I'm very disappointed." Exclamation mark. Hanju asked, "Have I interfered with the blank domain? I've been cultivating in seclusion ever since I attained the Tao. When have I restricted the development of all living beings? Without me, how can there be so many Tao creators in the current era? How can you have the chance to have your will descend on living beings? If I'm not wrong, it's precisely because I broke through to the Creator Lord realm that your will can take form. It's precisely because the ninth chaos was born that you can give birth to your will." Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign said coldly, "Indeed, but I also feel that the ultimate origin world wants to replace the blank domain." He raised his hand and slapped. Endless lightning struck at Hanju with the basic rules. The three demon statues behind him attacked one after another. The three primordial fiend celestial shadows suddenly appeared and raised their palms together. Primordial chi drowned Hanju like an ocean. Hanju shook his head and laughed. His eyes narrowed and the three primordial fiend celestials instantly dissipated. The lightning, primordial purple chi, and basic rules wreaking havoc in the world vanished. Life-severing Great Origin Sovereign's white hair fluttered in the wind. He widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Hanju smiled and said, "My main body seems to have become stronger again. Sorry, I've been staring at the blank domain and gave you 50 billion years to grow. You're indeed very powerful. Even the ninth chaos is not your match after you absorb the three primordial fiend celestials. Unfortunately, you still can't understand the Creator Lord realm. The Creator Lord realm is already at the same realm as the blank domain. The blank domain is equivalent to your body. You can't use the power of your body and can only reincarnate your consciousness. You only rely on the potential of living beings to rise. How can you be my match? There's no hope for you anymore. I'll wait for you if you still want to make a comeback. I'll wait for you to become a Tao creator before challenging me again." With that, life-severing Great Origin Sovereign widened his eyes and was about to speak when a terrifying force crushed him. His body and soul were destroyed and he was reduced to ashes. The immortality of a Tao creator was child's play in front of the Creator Lord. Hanju looked at his hands and clicked his tongue in wonder. What exactly did my main body comprehend? Isn't this too strong? He shook his head and laughed. With a wave of his right hand, three figures appeared in front of him. They were Han Huang, Primordial Origin, and Huang Zuntian. The three primordial fiend celestials looked at Hanju in shock. They had witnessed everything as they shared the life-severing Great Origin Sovereign's body. That life-severing Great Origin Sovereign was actually formed by the will of the blank domain. The Lord was already powerful enough to threaten the blank domain itself. Hanju smiled and said, "Leave. Tell the others to calm down. As for what you saw and heard, keep it a secret, understand?" Hanju entered the stone statue without waiting for them to reply. The three primordial fiend celestials came back to their senses. Huang Zuntian sighed. "Is this the Lord? So the Lord is not a title, but the name of a realm." Primordial Origin said, "No, the Lord himself is his title. He defined a higher realm with his identity." Han Huang nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. In the rule domain, Hanju stopped and started to meditate. Han Liang stopped and soon saw countless lights surging from all directions and entering his grandfather's body. He was shocked. Could these lights be absorbed? He had tried to touch them before, but his soul almost dissipated. He could only sense them carefully. Hanju ignored him and focused on comprehending the special basic rules. Time passed. Han Liang also began to meditate. Slowly, his cultivation level increased. As more and more light entered Han Ju's body, the speed at which the rules of this domain flowed began to slow down. Gradually, a figure appeared in Han Ju's consciousness. It was the origin of the system, the will of creation. This was an absolutely pale space. The creation will transformed into a human and looked very similar to Han Ju. His true appearance couldn't be seen. I didn't expect you to walk ahead of everything. Even the derivation of the system can't keep up with you. The creation will sighed. Han Ju smiled. Perhaps we're about to reach the end, or perhaps it's still not the end. I can give you the meaning of existence. Do you want to take form? It's all thanks to you that we've come this far. The creation will said, there's no need. I'm creation. Seeing that you can treat all living beings in creation well, my mission has already been achieved. Dissipate me when you reach a higher realm. Just pretend that I've never appeared. My birth is actually only because of the meaning of the existence of all living beings. I was born for all living beings and for all existences. It's just that the blank domain can't accept creation, so it expelled me. Now, the blank domain can no longer restrict you. My mission has been completed. Han Ju said, how should I treat the blank domain? The creation will ask, why are you asking me? I understand. Han Ju smiled and walked forward, stretching out his right hand. The creation will raised his hand and the two figures held each other's hands. In an instant, the creation will dissipated. Han Ju bid farewell to the creation will in the manner of a modern person. The creation will return to the beginning and he also remembered his original self. I'll bear the meaning of creation now, Han Ju muttered to himself softly. The smile on his face disappeared and he calmed down. At this moment, he found another meaning other than living. His heart had also truly transformed from a human heart to a lord's heart. To be precise, it was the supreme heart. Han Liang opened his eyes and looked at his grandfather in shock. Han Ju's body emitted a golden light. He was extremely holy, making him inexplicably want to kowtow. Grandpa broke through, Han Liang thought in disbelief. On a mountain, a youth was cultivating at the edge of the cliff. He held a sword, and sword chi kept slashing out. Xing Hongshuan stood not far away and watched quietly. She was lost in thought. After a long time, the youth ran over, sweating profusely. Great-grandma, how's my sword technique? Have I passed? Can I learn a new mystical power now? Xing Hongshuan smiled and said, you're still far from it. The youth collapsed to the ground. Xing Hongshuan looked at him and smiled. You're really like your progenitor. The youth asked curiously, who is my progenitor? Great-grandma, you never told me. Xing Hongshuan said, you can't say his name. It's taboo. I can tell you who your grandfather is. Who is it? His name is Chu Shaoqi. Chu Shaoqi, isn't that my name? Yes, his name is no longer Chu Shaoqi. He has a title now, so I gave you this name. The youth shouted after hearing that. He was curious about his grandfather and kept asking about him. Xing Hongshuan began to tell the story when Chu Shaoqi was still immortal. What are you saying? Can I listen? A laugh sounded. Xing Hongshuan didn't turn around. She recognized Han Ju's voice, but she didn't care. Chu Shaoqi was shocked and hurriedly stood up with his sword. Han Ju walked over and smiled. Why are you ignoring me? Xing Hongshuan asked, what is it? Han Ju said helplessly, do you think I'm a clone? Has my clone ever left the Dao field? Xing Hongshuan trembled and hurriedly turned to look at him. She discovered that Han Ju was holding a baby in his arms. She didn't cry and only looked at him eagerly. She asked carefully, husband? Han Ju smiled. Yes, my clone doesn't dare to pretend to be me. Xing Hongshuan was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly walked in front of him and asked, why were you in seclusion for so long? Your Taoist temple doesn't let me in. Do you know how long it has been? 100 billion years. Also, who is this child? Her aura is different from yours and from Wanzher and the others. She's not your bloodline, right? Han Ju smiled. I was breaking through in seclusion. As for this child, she has a powerful background. Xing Hongshuan asked, who? She's the blank domain's incarnation. What do you mean? Haha, you only need to know that she will be the future lord. Lord, Xing Hongshuan was moved. She grabbed his hand and asked, what about you? Han Ju said, I'm no longer the lord. Xing Hongshuan was even more nervous. Han Ju leaned his head close to her ear and whispered, I've already surpassed the lord and become the supreme. Even this blank domain is controlled by me. In the future, the ultimate origin world will still expand until it replaces the blank domain, but the blank domain won't disappear. I've already let her take form. She will become the lord of the ultimate origin era, and I'll fade from the recognition of all living beings. I'll play with you in the future. Xing Hongshuan was pleasantly surprised. She suppressed her excitement and asked, then will you still cultivate in the future? Of course, I have to cultivate, but I don't have to cultivate with all my heart anymore. Han Ju smiled. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. He was already completely invincible and had reached the ultimate origin supreme realm he had defined. He had fused with all the basic rules and turned the blank domain's will into a deity. After all, he was born in the blank domain and did not want to kill it. Han Ju was worried that the blank domain would not tolerate him in the past, but he was stronger now. He could tolerate the blank domain just like how he tolerated other Tao creators. Han Ju walked in front of Chu Shaoqi and handed him the baby. He smiled and said, can you help me take care of her? Progenitor. Chu Shaoqi was stunned and uneasy. There was only one thought in his mind. This fellow was so good-looking. Han Ju held Xing Hongshuan's hand and disappeared. Xing Hongshuan felt her vision blur, then they arrived at the Transcendent Divine Hall. Why are we here? Xing Hongshuan asked curiously. Soon, her attention was attracted to a direction. She saw that the blank domain in the distance was dark red and endless. With the Transcendent Divine Hall as the center, one side was red and the other was white, as if the blank domain was divided into two. Han Ju said, do you feel it? Xing Hongshuan asked nervously, is this the future? That's right. This is many years later. It's so long into the future that a great Tao Supreme might welcome his end. The ultimate origin world has already occupied half of the blank domain. Currently, there are 49 Tao creators. Han Ju said softly as if he was talking about something unimportant. Xing Hongshuan asked in surprise, why did you bring me here? Han Ju smiled and said, of course, I'm showing my prominence in front of you. Prominence. Xing Hongshuan was even more confused. At this moment, terrifying auras descended and Tao creators appeared. Ninth Chaos, Formless Transcendent Deity, Shitian's Immeasurable Destruction Venerable, Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity, Chaotic Consciousness, Han Huang, Tao Ancestor, Li Yao, Han Ling, Penggu, Primordial Ancestor God, Holy Mother of Order, Du Gu Wu, Life Fian Celestial, Tao Sovereign, Han Yi, Chu Shaoqi, Ji Shanshan, Heavenly Venerate Xuan, Fang Liang, Formless World, Emperor Chen Ni, and so on. Xing Hongshuan looked at them and suddenly understood what Han Ju meant. Lord, do you really want to devour the entire blank domain? The Tao Ancestor asked in a low voice. The Ninth Chaos, the Yin-Yang Purity Nirvana Deity, Mirong Qi, Han Ling, and the other Tao creators silently retreated and drew the line. Han Ju smiled and said, all of you, attack together. I will pardon the endless era if you can defeat me. From then on, the ultimate origin world will no longer expand. Hearing this, the Tao creators were stunned and did not dare to rashly go up. Han Ju suddenly waved his sleeve and the 49 Tao creators were all reduced to ashes, not leaving any aura behind. Xing Hongshuan widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She asked carefully, is this an illusion? It's real. Han Ju waved his hand again and the Tao creators were revived. They looked at Han Ju in horror and retreated. The feeling of death just now terrified them. Han Ju ignored them and jumped out of the blank domain with Xing Hongshuan. In absolute darkness, there was only a white sea below. Shocked, Xing Hongshuan asked, is this a blank domain? There's no existence outside the blank domain. The blank domain is originally endless. I created this darkness, and it appeared in a way you can understand. I can destroy the blank domain at any time and easily restore it, Han Ju explained softly. Xing Hongshuan looked at him in admiration. Husband, you're really powerful. No matter how powerful I am, I only want to show it to you. Now, it's time for us to go back. Han Ju smiled and brought Xing Hongshuan back to the cliff. Chu Shaoqi was teasing the future lord. Xing Hongshuan asked curiously after she landed, is the future you saw true? The future. Han Ju nodded. That's right. One day, all living beings will resist the ultimate origin and attack me. I've long expected it. Xing Hongshuan asked, how are you going to stop this? Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Stop them. Why should I stop them? Let them come. The past, present, and future have already become one in my eyes. I ignore the future and disregard the present. Hongshuan was fascinated. What realm Xing was that? Han Ju approached Chu Shaoqi. The latter immediately became nervous and didn't dare to look at him. Kid, what's your goal for the future? Facing Han Ju's question, Chu Shaoqi replied with a trembling voice, I want to become an immortal. I want to live forever. I want to be like you. Han Ju rubbed his head and smiled. The first two goals can be fulfilled. As for the last one, don't think about it. He took the baby and suddenly pushed Chu Shaoqi down the cliff. Chu Shaoqi was shocked. He wanted to mobilize his spirit energy, but he discovered that he could not move. He could only watch as he got further and further away from the cliff. He was in despair. He did not expect to die like this. Go and pursue the Lord. I'll let you become the white-haired man I was once worried about. I'll let you walk my path. This opportunity depends on whether you can withstand it. If you can, you'll be the second Lord in the future. Han Ju walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, muttering. A black light burst out, causing the world to lose its color. Chu Shaoqi was swept into the black spatial vortex. Xing Hongshuan walked over and said angrily, "What are you doing now? We finally met a fun child, but you sent him away like this." Han Ju smiled. "I plan to use him to increase the standard of cultivation realms. Every invincible person in the past, including every invincible person in the future, will deduce him and feel his threat." Xing Hongshuan blinked and asked, "Why?" Han Ju smiled. "For fun, ha ha ha." He laughed wantonly, his laughter echoing through the world. At the same time, Han Liang, who was cultivating in the rule domain, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Chu Shaoqi flying over. This was the first time Han Liang and Chu Shaoqi met, but this Chu Shaoqi was not the one he knew. The two of them looked at each other. For some reason, their hearts tightened. Nemesis. The end. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.